Chapter 966. Not long after the plan was discussed, Thea and Hal sent a signal, and the Seven Lantern Corps rushed to Earth. The yellow and green lanterns had more than 300 people, and Thea handed them over to Sinisto to lead them. The Holy Walker and Qing Nu were both conservative and not aggressive enough. Now that they were attacking a plane, considering that they were not aggressive at all, they could only let Sinisto lead them. The Green Lanterns were now the guardians of the Green Lantern Corps. They had been away from the material world for too long, and there were many things that they did not understand. The few of them could only delegate power to the Green Lanterns. The Green Lanterns elected internally, and Hal Jordan became the leader. Without affecting the stability of the universe, he transferred 500 Green Lanterns from all over the universe to participate in the battle. He was now the leader of a force, and this was the main reason why he was unhappy with Batman as the commander. Only a few people from the Purple and Red Lanterns came. After Thea gave him 10 containers of junk as Christmas gifts, Orange Lantern Laffles also came over half coerced and half tempted. The Righteous Alliance, the Suicide Squad, and the Rogue Gang were all mobilized. The International Justice League, led by the Golden Vanguard, stayed on Earth. The Bat family's Batgirl, Batwoman, and Batwing were also left in Gotham to prevent Black Mask from causing trouble. The young Titan was also left behind to look after the home. The Bear Kids expressed their dissatisfaction, but they were all forcefully suppressed. On the surface they were looking after the home, but Thea's secret forces were not used at all. With Death Knell Fiora's ability, it was more than enough to protect Earth. The military operation codenamed Eternal Justice officially began. All the participants were present, and they were teleported in batches 5 minutes apart. Madame Xanadu and Old Ma stayed on Earth. On Earth 3, with the help of Zatanna and her father, Mystery worked together with the others and spent a lot of effort to summon Thea's projection over. This was Earth 3's Detroit. The name of the city was the same, but it was located in Europe. It was a sparsely populated city. The projection looked at the surrounding environment. She wanted to arrange the energy distribution of the Lantern Ring and then suppress the will of the world here. After a simple conversation with Superman and Diana, she teleported away to Mars in this universe. Many arrangements could not be disturbed, and an empty Mars was the most suitable. After she left, it didn't take long for the Seven Lanterns ring to finally light up again. Superman and Supergirl activated their vision to the maximum. They carefully inspected the Earth. Superman first looked at the Fortress of Solitude in this world. Indeed, there was a lot of kryptonite stored inside and it was heavily guarded. The defense facilities were all activated. It was impossible to sneak in quietly. He told Batman what he had seen. Batman also felt that it was stupid to attack head-on against countless defense facilities. There was no doubt that Krypton's civilization level was higher than Earth's. Fortunately, he had a lot of backup plans. Where are the watchtowers? How are the defenses there? Superman looked at the square watchtower again. It seemed that to avoid the overbearing Fortress of Solitude, the Night Owl's watchtower was not in space, but on the far side of the moon. Superman looked for a while before he found it. The outer layer is covered with a thick layer of lead. I can't see what's inside. Superman looked at Batman speechlessly. Why is this nightingale here the same as you? Batman did not seem to understand the meaning of his gaze. Where are the enemies at the moment? Superman and Supergirl searched separately and soon came to a conclusion. Super Overlord should be in his fortress. The Night Owl seems to be on a date with Queen Super? Divine Power Ring is with the government personnel in the Black Palace. Johnny Express is in Central City. Deathstorm is not found. It might be in the Watchtower. Sea Overlord is in the Atlantic Ocean. We can create a small disturbance and gradually lure them out. We can kill them one by one. Mr. Excellent tried to make a suggestion. There were supporters and opponents. The supporters thought that it was a good idea to suppress the enemy with numbers. The opponents thought that it was not a good idea. They did not know if the enemy had a way to contact them. They might be able to trigger the whole situation. Once the war started, they would lose the initiative. Attack the Watchtower. I need more information on them. The discussion was fruitless. Batman did not continue to promote democracy and directly gave the order. Who would go? It must be someone with the ability to fly and survive in space. The Seven Lantern Corps was the most suitable, but Sinisto did not move. As the commander of the Three Lanterns, he acted as if he did not hear. Hal was also dissatisfied with Batman's unscrupulous orders. It was fine if he commanded this and that, but now he had 500 Green Lanterns behind him. If he obediently followed orders, what would the Green Lanterns think? The Purple Lantern Carol Ferris chose to synchronize with the Green Lantern. The orange lantern Laffles was very satisfied with the Christmas gift Thea gave him. Now he was hiding in a corner and writing quickly. He wanted to write a longer list of gifts that he needed. He did not hear Batman at all. On Earth, Superman-Supergirl characteristics were too obvious. They could not move. Diana's combat power was too high. It would be a waste to move now. The remaining Sea Overlord Bali could not fly. The situation was a little quiet for a while. At the critical moment, the Red Lantern Corps stood up. The Red Lantern Corps leader, who looked fierce and burly, said angrily, "Atakitas does not care about your war. I'm just here to repay a favor. I'll leave after a fight. Tell me, Earthling, how do you want me to fight?" Batman did not care about his attitude. As for whether he would write it down in a small black book after the event, he did not know. He thought for a while. "You guys pretend to pass by inadvertently in space and then attack the watchtower. It's best if you can lure the enemy out. Can you do it?" On the other side, Qing Nu said that she could teleport them to a distant place. After that, they could pretend to pass by and then fly back. Atakitas was very dissatisfied with this kind of sneaky behavior. However, as he said, he was here to fight to repay a favor to Thea. It was not a problem for him to fight however he wanted. Nodding in agreement, Qing Nu teleported them away. In less than 10 minutes, a few heroes with supervision saw him rushing toward the moon's watchtower with Civet and his subordinates. It had to be said that the Red Lantern Corps were all fierce. They did not look like good people at all. Furthermore, they came in different shapes and sizes. They looked like aliens. Deathstorm, who stayed behind to do research on the watchtower, did not find anything unusual. The main theme of their universe was evil. It was too common to see a few evil aliens passing by. Completely unaware that this was the prelude to the Great War, Deathstorm slowly walked out. In Thea's original world, Firestorm was a superhero formed by Ronnie Raymond and Martin Stein's Firestorm Matrix. The Deathstorm here was a supervillain formed by the mad scientist Martin Stein using the Matrix and Ronnie Raymond's corpse. Chapter 967. Squeezing two completely different life forms into one body, one had to admit that it was crazy. Even Thea was seeking life in the midst of death. She didn't dare to hold the two opposing positions of life and death in her hands. That was simply asking for death. The intersection of yin and yang, the fusion of water and fire, sounded beautiful and awesome. In fact, reconciling two completely opposite energies only existed in imagination. God should be able to do it, but Thea would never dare to do such a thing. Professor Martin Stein from Earth 3 happened to be a bold and dedicated person to science. He combined himself, a living person, with the corpse matrix and miraculously formed a new life form. At the same time that he obtained superpowers, the undead part also caused his way of thinking to undergo a drastic change. Having the ability to rearrange the atomic and subatomic structure of inorganic matter gave him an extraordinary view of the composition of the whole world. Among the syndicate members, he was the most indifferent to life. His gloomy gaze swept across the Red Light Corps members. His eyes, which had long since broken away from the human vision system, sized them up repeatedly. Among them, Atakitas' vitality was simply unseen. Previously, Deathstorm had secretly studied the cell composition of Super Overlord. It was a genetic state that was beyond the limits of Superman's imagination. It was efficient and compact, and the cells were full of power. The scientific arrangement made the Kryptonians live longer than the people on Earth. But they would still age. As a scientist, Deathstorm believed that he was right about this. But what about this guy in front of him? He looked at Atakitas again and quickly calculated the vitality of the Red Light Corps leader. The result was an astronomical figure. He was afraid that he had miscalculated, so he calculated again. The result still shocked him. This big guy in front of him could live for hundreds of millions of years even if he was a baby. This was incredible. The structure was obviously not as scientific as the Kryptonians, and the distribution method did not achieve the most rational effect. Why did this guy have such a long lifespan? He really wanted to dissect him and take a closer look. Deathstorm's cold gaze looked at Atakitas as if he was looking at a specimen. This made him even more uncomfortable. The Red Light Corps leader had a bad temper. Anyway, he was here to fight and leave after the fight. Now that the enemy was looking at him like he was a walking piece of pork, he couldn't stand it at all. He roared and rushed forward with his people. In addition to the civet he took from Earth, he also brought two subordinates with him this time. Ratchet only had a meatbag-like head floating in the air. He lived on a highly developed planet in Sector 995. The intelligent life there had eliminated disease, poverty, hunger, and other factors. They had developed their civilization to a level not inferior to that of Krypton. The word crime only existed in dictionaries and philosophy. Every life was placed in a small container after birth. They communicated with each other on the internet and through holographic images. This was their entire life. Any physical contact was considered illegal. Ratchet, who was 138 years old, had just reached adulthood. He lived in the number 567 nutrition cabin of Unit 24, Room D, and this was his home. He was born here, and according to the strict laws of the planet, he would die here. The living habits of dozens of generations had caused their descendants to change beyond recognition. Their bodies had completely degenerated into a few tentacles that could barely sense the outside world, while their heads were incomparably large, making it convenient for them to connect to the planet's network. The young Ratchet was at a loss for the future. An idea that was considered treacherous by the locals grew in his heart. He wanted to put on a protective suit, walk out of his nutrition cabin and see the real world. The result was self-evident. He was captured as a negative example. The only tentacles he had were cut off, and he was completely turned into a giant head. He was sentenced to live alone for 80 years. The long period of loneliness caused him to hallucinate. There was no mercy in this world, no hope. Hatred and enmity filled his heart. The red light ring arrived as promised. Ratchet had an extraordinary ability to control his mind. He was one of the few subordinates of Atakitas who could control his anger. In fact, the Red Light Corps had a large number of people, but there were too few who were drawn out for free combat. As the leader, Atakitas could only leave those who were controlled by hatred on the planet and let them fight among themselves to relieve the anger in their hearts. He brought a few who could accept orders out to work and see the world. Now Ratchet was like a giant sarcoma floating in the air. His tentacles had grown out again. From afar he looked like a giant squid. He floated to the left of Atakitas, and beside the right leg of the Red Light Corps leader was a rotund fellow. That was Zyrus Zox from Sector 3544. His life experience was nothing to write home about. He was banished by his people because of his ugly appearance. He was bullied countless times and climbed up countless times. There was no sudden outburst. Instead, he relied on the accumulation of time to gain the recognition of the Red Light Corps. To be discriminated against by aliens of various appearances, his appearance was indeed problematic. Hal Jordan had once mocked Zox for looking like a giant beach volleyball with hands and feet. Thea agreed with this. This was because he did not have a torso or a head. A large face grew on a rotund body, surrounded by 2 small hands and 2 small feet. This appearance was indeed comical. Atakitas had a cat, a floating head, and a beach volleyball with hands and feet beside him. This was the entire lineup of the Red Light Corps when they came to Earth 3. The 3 Red Light Corps' generals were nothing in Deathstorm's eyes. The Red Light Corps leader was his target. As for the 3 small fries, he would study their corpses after the battle and decompose them into atoms. However, he did not care about the others. Instead, Ling Xing was the first to rush up. The Red Light Corps could use materialization, but their minds were occupied by anger. They lacked this calmness. Instead of using the Light Corps, they might as well use their own bodies. Ling Xing was completely transformed by the Red Light Corps. This Earth's domestic cat was now abnormally fierce. He would use his sharp claws to vent his uncontrollable anger. Atakitas did not know that this was the secret plan of the Red Corps. He had secretly captured a few domestic cats on Earth. Unfortunately, no matter how he tortured them, they did not develop enough emotions. Helpless, he could only give up. Now that Ling Xing was his most important partner, he followed closely behind and rushed up. The remaining Ratchet and Brother Volleyball also ran over, ready to tear the enemy into pieces. Very passionate. Let me see if you have the ability to be passionate. The few Red Light Corps did not materialize. Deathstorm could not see any similarities between them and the Divine Power Ring. The Red Light Corps' rings replaced their hearts and were hidden inside their bodies. From the outside, it was impossible to see any abnormalities. In the eyes of Deathstorm, these people were just unlucky aliens passing by. Chapter 968. Spirit Star's body was the smallest, but its movements were the fastest. With a distance of 100 meters, it ignored gravity and arrived in the blink of an eye. Its blood-red claws brought a gust of wind as it clawed at Deathstorm's face. Go away, little thing. Deathstorm's right hand gathered a large amount of heat energy, and an energy cyclone was thrown forward. Spirit Star made a nimble turn in the air, and its left claw drew a bloody groove on Deathstorm's skeleton-like face, but there was little blood, as if it had grabbed a piece of dead wood. Meow meow meow. The cat was dissatisfied and muttered to Atakitas. The Red Light leader looked like a brute, but he was actually very talented, and he had learned the cat language without a teacher. He nodded and comforted his pet and right-hand man. Your body is very hard, right? Let me see how hard it is. Atakaitas was like a bull, breaking up Death Storm's thermal shock wave with one punch, and then continuously hitting the enemy's body. He then opened his bloody mouth and spat out a large amount of fiery energy. The red light rings replaced their hearts, their anger and emotions mixed together with the circulation in their bodies. Their blood could be spat out in battle, a unique attack method unique to the red light rings. The flames could burn in a vacuum, and could burn away any flammable or non-flammable objects, including the energy barriers created by other energy rings. Unfortunately, they encountered Death Storm this time. What a strange ability. The red light flame's temperature did not exceed the firestorm matrix, and the anger in it could not affect Death Storm, who was already half dead. Dead people had no emotions. Although he was not completely dead, the red light's blood flame that circulated through his body was not completely angry. Other than Atakaitas' violent impact, which broke a few of Death Storm's ribs, it could be said that it did not cause much damage. It could freely change the atomic structure at will, and it was too easy to repair itself. In less than 2 seconds, Death Storm returned to normal. Ratchet, who was not far away, suddenly began to blink rapidly. Death Storm seemed to have returned to the time when he was still called Martin Stein. At that time, he had snatched his colleague's firestorm matrix and killed him in order to monopolize the glory. The distant memory filled his mind, making him forget that he was still on the battlefield. The big volleyball Zox jumped above his head and spat out blood flame thicker than Atakaitas's. This time it finally worked. On one hand, Death Storm's thoughts were stirred, and on the other hand, a large amount of anger emotional impact. Even with the corpse as a buffer, the other half that belonged to the living was still affected. Kill you, kill all of you. He began to roar. Without another word, Athakaitas struck out with heart gouging. Even without the lantern ring, he still possessed considerable strength. A large hole was punched through Death Storm's extraordinary body. Unfortunately, he had long since lost his human organs. A pile of atoms were arranged in a matrix. As an energy body, he did not need those things. Not only did Atakaitas' attack fail to kill the enemy, but it also caused the enemy to counterattack like crazy. As a result, of course, storm, eyes of the moon. This guy was not afraid of fire, his recovery ability was amazing, and he had high resistance to all kinds of abnormal statuses. For a time, the 4 red lanterns could not beat him. This was especially true when the Death Storm suddenly appeared and grabbed one of Zox's legs. It activated its own ability to rearrange the atoms and directly turned Zox's leg into crystal clear powder. This kind of strange attack method made them feel quite apprehensive. Fortunately, Zox also had his own ability. His hands and feet could grow infinitely, but the others did not have this ability, and for a time they were restrained. Batman took advantage of the battle to sneak into the watchtower. He quickly cracked the defense program of the Night Owl. Although he did not know Thomas Wayne Jr. at all, from his analysis of his experience, Batman believed that the other party did not trust these supervillains, especially Super Tyrant. The other party must have a backup plan to counterattack in times of crisis. He quickly looked through all kinds of information, but unfortunately, no matter how careful he was, he could not avoid some key information. A rapid roar began to sound from the space base of the watchtower. Death Storm, who was slowly gaining the upper hand, was shocked. Villains were more powerful in this aspect. They were 10 times more vigilant than heroes. Living in a world where you did not harm others, others would harm you. As one of the rulers of this evil earth, his sense of crisis was far superior to the average villain. These enemies in front of him were not passing by chance, but premeditated. Their purpose was to steal information. Death Storm was intelligent and quickly analyzed the reasons, but he couldn't figure out what these aliens wanted from Earth. You guys are so slow. Sinisto floated proudly in the sky, looking at Atakaitas with undisguised disdain. Do you need help? His nostrils were in the air as if he was giving alms. No need. Atakaitas did not expect his first battle to be so tricky. 4 against 1, and they did not have the upper hand. Finally, he did not hold back. The lamp ring was not used usually, but it did not mean that he did not know how to use it. With a swoosh, a red giant hammer a few meters tall appeared. Death Storm was stunned. This thing was a bit like the Divine Power Ring, but the Divine Power Ring was green and this was red. What was the relationship between the two? Before he could figure it out, Ratchet launched a psychic attack at the right time and stunned the enemy. The red giant hammer fell and smashed Death Storm directly into the deep pit on the moon. After that, Atakaitas showed his skillful control skills, changing from a slap to a grab. A red giant hand firmly grasped Deathstorm and gradually tightened its grip. Deathstorm's body was very strong, but that was compared to ordinary people. He could change molecular structures at will, but it could only change objects that could be explained by the firestorm matrix. It was ineffective against the lamp ring that came from thousands of years in the future. Who are you people? He was a little dumbfounded. In his eyes, these people who were flashing with all kinds of lights suddenly jumped out from the crowd. There were red, yellow, green, and blue. His eyes suddenly saw hundreds of green lights, and he instantly realized the seriousness of the problem. But he did not realize that these people came from another universe until he finally found Hal Jordan. One was very brave and the other was timid. Their temperaments were completely different, but their appearance was not much different. Plus, they were all green lights, so Deathstorm finally realized his negligence. You guys come from another world. He wanted to call a few of his companions. Although they looked united, at least they could maintain unity in front of a strong enemy. Chapter 969. Kill him. Seeing that he wanted to call for help, Sinisto reminded him loudly even though he didn't know who he could call for on the moon. Atakaitas didn't need to be reminded. He wasn't a kind person at all. He increased his emotional output and wanted to crush Deathstorm alive. Of course, the other party wouldn't give up easily. Deathstorm's body began to rapidly fission like a nuclear explosion, and his energy level was increasing exponentially, self-destructing if he couldn't win. Such a ferocious enemy gave Atakaitas a shock. Sinisto didn't have time to pretend to be an expert. Although he looked down on Earth's civilization, his body couldn't withstand a nuclear bomb. He hurriedly put up a layer of light, and the other green, yellow, and red lights put up their energy shields, ready to resist the nuclear explosion. Hal wanted to dissuade him, but just as he opened his mouth, he saw a beam of light coming from afar, directly enveloping Deathstorm. The light rings and nuclear fission were all gone. The storm of death was separated again, and the person directly fainted, lying side by side with the corpse. Light didn't have any color, but if you looked closely you could see that it seemed to have color. Looking at it a few more times, you could see that it was the color in your mind. The ball of light swept away the Deathstorm duo and tossed a shimmering object to Atakaitas. This interceptor was naturally Thea. Deathstorm was very helpful to her in terms of atomic construction. In addition, his combat power wasn't bad. In fact, Earth's firestorm was also very strong. Unfortunately, the duo didn't have much offensive power and was limited by many conditions, such as morality and human nature. They couldn't even use 30% of their combat power. Deathstorm was much stronger. It could be seen from how he could suppress the 4 red lights. As for whether this guy was a bad guy or not, there was no doubt that Deathstorm was a bad guy. But he was also a scientist. Speaking of evil, the two-faced person was much worse than him. Compared to Missy's subordinates, Deathstorm wasn't much worse. As for merging with the corpse, it was nothing to an ordinary person. But she was the goddess of death, and the number of corpses under her command could be counted in the trillions. She really didn't think it was a big problem. She threw Atakaitas a divination-type divine artifact. Although it was called a divine artifact, it was actually made by the great liches under her command in the underworld. The main material was the leg bone of a little blue man that she didn't know which guardian it was. In the future, Atakaitas would be able to use part of the little blue man's knowledge in his divination as a reward for this operation. A favor was a favor, and the benefits that should be given should still be given. At this moment she was on Mars and she was knocked unconscious by the deadly storm. She was then tossed back to hell. Thea was trying her best to cooperate with the main body to suppress the will of the world here. The will of the world would use countless coincidences to build up a certainty. If she ignored it, this righteous action would have a high chance of failure. She stood calmly in the void, and not far from her, there was a person who was watching her attentively. It was a tall man wearing soft armor with a golden cloak. His face was ordinary and he wouldn't stand out in the crowd. The only thing worth noting was that he was surrounded by a black aura, as if he had practiced some kind of demonic art. You are a unique life form, a special existence. Why do you want to participate in the struggle between ordinary life forms? That doesn't suit your identity. The man had been watching for a while, and only when Thea saved the deadly storm did he ask in a calm tone. Thea bowed slightly and said in a neither servile nor overbearing tone, "Respected watcher, our life forms are different, and our responsibilities are also different. You are responsible for monitoring, recording, and future planning, and I will do what I have to do." The increase in her realm allowed her to take a big step into the origin of the world. She was not afraid of a watcher who was similar to a programmed puppet. Then, her tone carried a hint of temptation. The purpose of the Anti-Watcher is to destroy and absorb this universe. Your responsibility and my purpose do not conflict, and we can even cooperate well. After all, the Anti-Watcher is your greatest enemy. The Watcher continued to be calm. The universe is born and it is also destroyed. This is the limit of the rules. Can you watch this universe die, watch yourself disappear and be indifferent? Thea asked tentatively. I can. You are lying. There is still a trace of unwillingness in the deepest part of your heart. You are not ready to face death calmly, and you are even a little resistant. Like a candle in the dark night, I can see this very clearly. Thea exposed the truth mercilessly. Day after day, year after year, observing life forms and the universe finally made some changes to these watchers that were not set in the settings. They were eager to listen, unwilling to die with the universe, and had a little attachment to their own form of existence. Thea struck while the iron was hot. Since you are not ready, it means that it is not the time for your final destiny. This universe should not die at this time, am I right? After getting a super step, the Watcher found an excuse for himself. That makes sense. Can I still continue to live? Fate was something that could be said in the opposite way, and it depended on how you understood it. There was a gap in the Watcher's heart, and naturally, it would be broken with one attack. Go back to your monitoring area and continue to observe. The end of this universe has not yet arrived, and your responsibility still has to continue. Her tone was solemn and full of holiness. The Watcher felt that what she said was reasonable. He could not just watch Earth. If a counter-watcher appeared, they would fight. Should he help, or should he help, or should he help? Might as well go. The troublesome Watcher was fooled away, and Thea was relieved. The Watcher was not weak and could borrow a part of the universe's power. She only had the realm now, but she did not have the corresponding means to turn it into attack power. It was really not suitable for her to fight against them. She shook her head and continued to focus on the work in front of her. As soon as she started, she found an abnormality. The resistance of the worlds will seem to have weakened by more than half. Before it was like a tug of war, but now it was as easy as crushing dry weeds. She originally planned to use 2 days to suppress it, but now it seemed that half a day would be enough at most. She could even slightly change some of the core settings. It was obvious that the Watcher helped her. She did not refuse at all. She brought her own food and saved his life. It was already good enough that she did not ask him for some world origin as a reward for the mission. When evil developed to its end, would it give birth to justice? She could not guarantee it, but that kind of universe did not conform to the rules of the world. In all the parallel universes, there must be a universe that represents evil. Thea was ready to push back the evil here a little and let them return to the state before Super Tyrant came to Earth. Although evil, there was still justice. This was the change she made to the world's will. She began to speed up the suppression of the world's will, and Batman also made a breakthrough. Chapter 970. Nightingale had indeed left a way to counter Chao Ba. His watchtower would emit a unique electromagnetic pulse that disintegrated the external defense facilities of the Fortress of Solitude. Who are you? A bunch of ants? He looked very similar to Superman, but his face was full of hostility. The logo on his chest was not a capital S, but a U. Surrounded by many lanterns, he was not afraid at all. Instead, his eyes glowed fiercely like a man-eating beast. Do you think I didn't take precautions against Nightingale's little tricks? Chao Ba sneered. As his voice fell, a large group of alien creatures flew out of the Fortress of Solitude. They had different characteristics, but the only thing they had in common was that part of their bodies had been mechanically modified and controlled by Chao Ba. Some could spit acid, some could clone themselves, and some could turn into shadows to launch sneak attacks. Even if the lanterns were mentally prepared, they were still caught off guard by the various abilities. Looks like that old thing failed. I said that weak earthlings can't be trusted. I have to rely on myself for everything. The Death Storm sent the message at the end. Chao Ba already knew that these guys came from another dimension, a dimension that they had coveted for a long time. Chao Ba looked around and his eyes automatically found Batman. This guy looked ordinary and seemed to be the leader in the circle. He could be a good target to show off his power. His nature of bullying the weak and fearing the strong made Chao Ba make a choice that he would regret for the rest of his life. He did not say a word and used the method of sneak attack. He bypassed the oncoming green lights and went straight for Batman. What's that? It was too fast. He did not understand what happened at all. He only saw a yellow light pass by in front of his eyes. At the critical moment, his body turned quickly, but the yellow light still cut a bloody groove on his shoulder. He turned to look at Batman and found that this guy was wearing a yellow and black battle suit. Only the cape was still black. The most important thing was that he was wearing a ring on his left middle finger. The ring emitted a very uncomfortable yellow light. What was this? Was it the same ring as the green light? Initially, Chao Ba did not pay much attention to it. On Earth, the three god power rings Hal Jordan was just there to make up the numbers. This made him feel extremely disdainful of Lamp Ring. But now that he had doubts, he quickly discovered a problem when he looked around. This was a dazzling multicolored light. Among them, there were many yellow lights that made her uncomfortable. Go, all of you, go. Super Tyrant didn't dare to go up himself, so he desperately controlled his mechanical creations to fight against Yellow Lantern. An experienced green light could simulate the wavelength of kryptonite, and an experienced yellow light could simulate the wavelength of a star. Batman had only been wearing the temporary yellow light for a short period of time, but it didn't stop him from being familiar with the sun and accurately calculating the wavelength of the star. This was homework that he had left for Damien back in the year, and it was child's knowledge to him. He had spent a lot of time researching the creation, use, and destruction of such a high-tech item like the light ring. Although he hadn't researched much, his familiarity with the lantern ring wasn't inferior to Sinisto's. As for whether or not he had the ability to inflict fear, asked the two-faced man who was still afraid of Batman popping out of nowhere in hell, as well as the bad guys on the streets of Gotham. They all had the right to speak. You're finished? Batman did not back down. He had beaten up Darkseid before, so Ultraman was nothing to him. He waved his hand and threw 3 yellow darts. Super Tyrant didn't know how these yellow lights could hurt him, so he didn't dare to take them head-on. He hurriedly dodged and dodged the darts. He had been invincible on Earth for too long, and he had forgotten to attack. In his subconscious, he didn't realize that he needed to defend himself if he was attacked. He had always been the one bullying others from above. When had he ever been beaten? When he saw Batman charging at him from the corner of his eye, he was already a few beats too late. He saw a fist with a golden glow coming straight at his face. How dare you, puny Earthling! Super Tyrant's face was ferocious as he reached out to grab Batman's fist. He wanted to crush this enemy who dared to offend him, from his hand to his arm to his entire body. Unfortunately, the moment his hand came into contact with Batman's fist, a sense of powerlessness filled his body. It was as if the power that could move a planet had never existed. Unprepared, he was punched heavily on the left side of his face by Batman. Super Tyrant reflexively turned around and tried to escape. Batman had plenty of flying experience in mecha and gliding, so he didn't hesitate to chase after him. Of the two people, one had his speed greatly reduced by the wavelength of the star, while the other had his speed greatly increased by wearing the yellow light ring. The result was self-evident. Before he could escape the range of the moon, Super Tyrant was kicked to the ground from behind by Batman. Fists rained down on him. How can this be? This must be a dream. I'm invincible. Super Tyrant's face was covered in blood. He was still shouting and yelling like a mad dog. Batman revealed the answer under his puzzled gaze. You're too superstitious about your own strength. You've long forgotten your own weakness. You only know how to rely on strength without any willpower. You're the weakest person on this planet. After saying this, he smashed a fist into Super Tyrant's head. At this time, Super Tyrant had long been reduced to the size of a dog by the wavelength of the star. His physical fitness wasn't much stronger than an ordinary person's. Coupled with the huge psychological gap, he directly fainted. He's really weak, isn't he? Batman asked Superman, who followed closely behind. Super Tyrant had been consuming kryptonite for a long time, and there was a trace of kryptonite radiation in his body. However, Superman could forcibly endure it with his willpower. Previously, he had seen Batman chasing Super Tyrant from afar. He was worried about his old friend, so he also chased after him. Avoiding the question of whether he was weak or not, Superman was very pleased. His path was not wrong. Batman also indirectly acknowledged this point. Willpower was more important than strength. If Super Tyrant had a little willpower, Batman might not have been able to beat him. Super Tyrant had completely lost to himself. If we don't give him kryptonite to absorb, he will have no strength at all. Take him back to Earth and imprison him. The two quickly reached a consensus on how to deal with Super Tyrant. There was no prosecution, no defense, no jury, and a life sentence effective immediately. How do we deal with that thing? Superman asked, pointing to the Fortress of Solitude that was still floating in the sky. Pull it back to Earth, Batman said expressionlessly. No. No. Superman immediately objected. Thea's voice also entered their ears. She also had the same opinion. The Fortress of Solitude was simply a piece of Krypton black technology. It definitely couldn't fall into the hands of an Earthling, even if it was the third version of Earth. Earth was a level 3 civilization that wasn't level 4, while Krypton was a level 8 civilization that wasn't level 9. This wasn't a constant value, but an average value. Some inventions on Earth were beyond the current level of technology, and Krypton had them too. The classic example was the Fortress of Solitude. Chapter 971. Think about Batman. How many years ahead of Earth was Luthor's technology? Who could calculate that? Brainiac believed that Luthor had level 9 intelligence. In order for Superman to grow up healthily and have a strong backing, Superman's father, Jor-El, had provided his son with the Fortress of Solitude. To Krypton, this was all black technology, and Old Joe was the master of Krypton's black technology. Old Joe was not dead at all, and in the future he would rely on technology to capture troublemakers. How powerful was that? Could Brainiac calculate what level of intelligence he had? Even Old Butcher might not be as good as him. Thea estimated that the Fortress of Solitude he had left for Superman contained at least level 10 technology, or even level 11 technology. Even if the Fortress of Solitude on Earth was weaker, it could easily crush Earth's technology. This thing could not be seen by Earthlings who were seeking death by hiding their talents. Two of the most influential elders of the Alliance of Justice and Order both expressed their opposition. Their attitudes were resolute. Democracy still had to be respected, so Batman did not continue to insist. He escorted Superboss back, and Superman flew to the bottom of the Fortress of Solitude. Enduring the radiation of kryptonite, he threw the fortress, which contained countless black technology, into the sun. Superboss used kryptonite as an energy source. He usually ate kryptonite as a snack and stored it all in the fortress. Seeing the veins on Superman's forehead bulging as he pushed the spaceship into the sun, he knew that there must be a lot of kryptonite in there. Batman expressed regret for the destroyed kryptonite, but he also knew that it was fine if he secretly hid a few pieces. If he hoarded dozens or hundreds of kilograms of kryptonite, even Superman would get angry. The battle ended quickly. The Lanterns went to different parts of the world to help the ground troops clear the obstacles. Batman entered the Night Owl's watchtower to record all kinds of data. At the same time, the superheroes on the ground also split up. They voluntarily formed teams and were free to do whatever they wanted. The Justice League did not interfere. The Flash and his rascals helped the good neighbors deal with Johnny Quick. Rogues don't kill unless absolutely necessary. Don't hurt women and children. Captain Frigid, who was holding a freeze gun, emphasized again before leaving. His three teammates, Heatwave, Mirror Master, and Weather Wizard all agreed to this rule. "You'd better remember this promise," the Flash said to them seriously. Captain Lung Han was very relaxed. "Don't worry, the lady from your righteous alliance hired us. We won't ruin our own reputation. Come on, let us take action. As long as we defeat that speedster, it will be enough for us to live freely for a long time." The remaining members of the rogue gang cried out in excitement. Not only did they get to earn money, but they could also beat up the extreme speed user. Without any moral burden, such a good thing was simply like a dream. The Flash helplessly looked at their energetic faces. He couldn't comment on whether Thea's decision to hire the rogue gang was right or not. He just felt a little confused when he thought that he would fight side by side with them one day. The other party is vicious and merciless, and he enjoys killing people. He's not me, so you guys better be careful. Seeing that the rogue gang did not seem to treat the extreme speed as a threat, he kindly reminded them, "We are also bad guys. You should be careful." Captain Han looked at the Flash with a complicated expression. They soon received news from Batman that the space assault had been successful. The Watchtower and the Fortress of Solitude had been taken care of. As long as the enemies on the ground were taken care of, the Eternal Justice operation would be considered a success. The Flash ran to Central City himself, and the rogue gang used Mirror Master's teleportation to go directly. Was it faster to run or teleport? As it turned out, teleportation was faster. The four members of the rogue gang walked out of the broken glass in the corner and looked at the city that was similar to Central City. Perhaps because their appearances were too unique, they quickly attracted a group of gang members to surround them. A group of nameless people was naturally not a problem for the loyal and righteous rogue gang. Without weapons or abilities, they easily defeated a group of gang members. Rich? Heatwave, who used to be an arsonist, was very happy. He took out a large amount of money from what seemed to be the pocket of a small leader and was ready to count it happily. Captain Han picked up one of the bills and looked at both sides. He patted Heatwave on the head and said, "We can't use this money." "What? Hey, who is this?" Heatwave retorted loudly, but he was dumbfounded when he saw the picture on the bill. Franklin, who used to have a charming smile on the $100 bill, had turned into a guy with the face of a rat. The American War of Independence memorial on the back was also gone. Instead, it was a building that looked like a racetrack. He flipped through a few other small currencies, but there was no Washington or Lincoln. Thea and the others could recognize Benedict Arnold because they were very knowledgeable. The rogue gang did not have a flute player at the moment. The highest education level was Captain Han, who was in high school. They did not know Benedict Arnold or any of the generals or lieutenants in the American War of Independence. Although they did not know, it did not affect their intelligence. This thing was useless back on Earth. Except for the blind, no one would accept this kind of money. They were a bit disappointed. They could only focus on the mission. Thea's fee for hiring these people was not expensive or cheap. 2 million per person. She paid 8 million for the 4 of them. If they caught Johnny quick, they would be rewarded with another 2 million. The few of them were like paupers who had received a windfall from the sky. They were so happy that they came to Earth 3. Extreme speed, extreme speed. This was what was on their minds now. Find this guy, beat him down, and then get the money and call it a day. With the ability of the Mirror Master, they began to frequently search the city. On the other side, the Flash also entered the city. The two groups of people split up to look for the enemy. Hee, it seems that you are looking for me? The enemy did not hide but chose to take the initiative to attack. This was an extremely aggressive extreme speed. Johnny Quick's real name was Jonathan Allen. The people of Syndicate did not know his real name. His girlfriend was the original child of a spy who lurked on Earth. After receiving the alarm from Owl, he immediately found the two groups of people in Central City. As an extreme speed, he wanted to compete with the Flash of the other world. However, he was vicious by nature. Thinking that his girlfriend was doomed, he decided to attack the weak first. He set his first target on the rogue gang. Zooming past the familiar streets, he finally couldn't help but laugh when he saw the faces of the rogue gang members. He knew all 4 of them, or rather he knew their counterparts on Earth 3. They were 4 loyal police officers, known as the conscience of Central City. However, the 4 of them were brutally murdered by him many years ago. Originally, he still had some reservations about the so-called enemies from the other plane, but now he officially confirmed that these guys were indeed from another plane. Chapter 972. After turning 2 corners, he rushed out from the shadows. He had already noticed that Mirror Master was responsible for the mobility of this small team. As long as he killed this person, the remaining 3 would not be able to escape from his hands. Unfortunately, he had the same problem as Super Overlord. He had underestimated the heroes of Earth 1 and overestimated himself. As someone who had been entangled with the Flash for so long, how could Captain Frosty not be on guard against a surprise attack from a speeder? His goggles were a combination of many advanced technologies, among which dynamic vision was the most important. When there was a high-speed reaction in the area, the goggles would automatically switch to auxiliary mode. Left. He shouted, aiming the frost gun at the left side of the road, and pulled the trigger. Heatwave and Weather Wizard reacted equally quickly, not caring if there was an enemy on the left side. Weather Wizard threw out a whirlwind and Heatwave followed closely behind, spewing fire to both sides. Johnny Quick was blocked by the cold air. Seeing the whirlwind rushing towards him, he could only continue his assault on the wall, but he did not expect to collide with Heatwave's flames. With a bang, he was sent flying 3 or 4 meters away. The flames were burning fiercely. He hurriedly turned around and ran back. He wanted to use his high speed to extinguish the flames on his body. But since Heatwave and Miss Gotham's Firefly had discussed the experience of arson during the Night of Darkness, a lot of accelerants had been added to the flames, making them hotter than traditional flames and harder to extinguish. Johnny Quick ran for 3 kilometers before he was able to completely extinguish the flames. A large part of the protective suit below his left rib was burnt, and even some of his skin was damaged. He was caught by the Flash. Good and evil did not coexist. They simply confirmed each other's identity and began to race. After running a few steps, the Flash already had a 60% chance of winning. His opponent's speed was not as good as his. After being spurred on by Savitar and extreme speed, the Flash's speed had already surpassed Johnny Quick. The reason why they seemed to be evenly matched was because he was not familiar with the terrain here. Barry had experienced those few unconventional speedsters. Now that he looked at a normal speedster like Johnny Quick again, he felt that he really wasn't up to par with them. There was only one extreme speed on Earth, and Johnny Quick had no pressure at all. Naturally, he would not spend a lot of time on training. There might be a gifted extreme speed, but it was definitely not him. Seeing the 2 speedsters pulling out long yellow shadows and running further and further away, the rogue gang members were very unhappy. The Flash, you're stealing the kill. You're too disloyal. That's $2 million. Mirror Image Master didn't say anything and chased after them with a few of his companions. Johnny Quick's head began to sweat. A minute ago, he had already disregarded his dignity and called for help from his companions. Unfortunately, their communication channel had been hacked by Batman, and no one received the message. Barry ran faster than him, so the frequency of his attacks was naturally higher. With the help of the rogue gang, Johnny Quick was almost knocked down several times, but he managed to escape with his cunning. "Mommy?" A little girl was snatched away from her mother's arms by Johnny Quick and thrown into the sky. Barry could only stop to catch the child. An old man with a white beard was kicked away by Johnny Quick. Regardless of whether he was a bad guy or not, the rogue gang abided by their bottom line and helped the elderly, women and children. They also hurriedly followed to save people. Because of various factors, the speed of the two sides was once again equal. However, Johnny Quick was dealing with the 5 of them by himself, and slowly he could not hold on. The Flash and the rogue gang were deliberately forcing him to the outskirts. His range of activity was rapidly shrinking under the pressure of the two. He was unwilling to give up, so he set up a small trap. Johnny Quick used a fake move to cause a heat wave to hit a building. The fire burned very quickly and the building was filled with smoke. At least dozens of people were trapped in the building. The Flash rushed in to save people. Without Barry's cooperation, the rogue gang encountered a great crisis. Damn you all. Johnny Quick hated these troublemakers. Without them, the Flash wouldn't have been able to catch him. The Mirror Master had a lot of means to move and he was quite deceptive. Before, he was almost caught in the mirror world. Johnny Quick always cherished his life, and he did not dare to enter this kind of strange space. The weapons of Captain Cold and Heatwave were also lethal to him, especially the ice speed reduction was too fatal for him. He set his sights on the Weather Adept, who had powerful attacks but was 2 beats slower. The Weather Wizard was called a wizard, but in fact, it had nothing to do with traditional wizards. He was just a person with the ability to control the weather. Once he had time to accumulate energy, his attack power was far greater than the total of the rogue gang. However, in a normal battle, the weakness of his slow moves was easily discovered. Johnny Quick used him as a breakthrough point. It could be said that it was a very smart decision. Go to hell, trash. He quickly swept past the few people, leaving the ice and fire behind him, and reached out his hand to grab the Weather Wizard. Crash. The Weather Magus shattered into pieces like glass, and the excitement he felt when he thought he had succeeded was instantly extinguished. Looking at his hands full of broken glass, he knew that he had fallen into a trap. After all, the rogue gang was a group of bad guys and a group of very united bad guys. They made full use of their own abilities and the character of their enemies. The Weather Wizard had left the team in the previous chase. He created a storm over the city and hid in the eye of the wind, which not only disturbed Johnny Quick's vision, but also slowed down his speed. At the same time, the Mirror Master created a mirror image to follow the few people, and finally led the enemies to jump into the trap. Bang! With a light shot, a large cloud of frozen air wrapped around Johnny Quick's calf. No one could run away with their legs frozen. Johnny Quick's face changed greatly. He hurriedly mobilized the power of lightning speed to accelerate the thawing of the frozen parts. At the same time, he bowed to Captain Cold and the others. I surrender, I surrender. I'll tell you a big secret. He tried to use words to buy some time. Even if it was only a little time, he could rely on the power of lightning speed to thaw it. Unfortunately, Captain Cold had already seen through his thoughts. He didn't talk nonsense with him at all. He kicked the frozen calf with all his strength. The ice cubes broke into pieces and along with it, Johnny Quick's left leg was shattered as well. He lost his balance and fell to the ground howling. Captain Cold directly knocked him out, then put on the power suppression collar and ordered Heatwave to carry him. Let's go, we caught one alive. Let's go to that lady's secretary and get the money. The rogue gang members were very happy to kill the enemy so easily, and they were even happier to get money. Chapter 973. In the distance, Barry had just rescued the ordinary people in the building when he saw that the enemy had been knocked unconscious. Captain Han was still waving at him. Thank you for your help, Flash. The few of them used the Mirror Master's ability to teleport back to the base camp to collect the money. Barry shook his head. He really couldn't comment on the rogue gang. They weren't bad people, but they didn't seem like good people either. He stopped thinking about the rogue gang and ran to the other side to support Superman. After Superman destroyed the Fortress of Solitude, he took a short break and landed in the metropolis. Night Owl and Super Queen were having a secret rendezvous behind Super Boss back. The alarm in the watchtower alerted Night Owl. They quickly put on their clothes and contacted the Syndicate urgently. As a villain without any superpowers, Nightingale had his own uniqueness to be able to survive among the treacherous villains such as Super Tyrant, Deathstorm and Johnny Quick, and to be able to do so well. While Super Queen was still at a loss, he instantly thought that Earth One's butler must have been exposed and then triggered a counterattack. He made a prompt decision to run out. His idea was simple. He had to protect himself first. Under this premise, he would decide whether to run away or rescue his companions who were on guard against each other. Now that everything was unclear, he needed information, a lot of information. Night Owl had left a lot of secret plans in the metropolis since he was fooling around with Super Boss Woman behind his back. Today he could use them. Unfortunately, when they were 100 meters away from the secret base, Superman descended from the sky and blocked their way. He had never been so passive, but Night Owl didn't panic. He first looked at the familiar clothes and smiled. A Kryptonian from another world? Surrender and I promise you will receive a fair trial, Superman said as he was also on guard. Night Owl smiled and didn't say anything as if he didn't hear anything. Super Queen, who ran over with him, laughed loudly. A fair trial, fair. I'm dying of laughter. Louise. Looking at his wife's counterpart in front of him, Superman felt a little uncomfortable. They looked the same and the only difference was their temperament. Louise was righteous and kind. She had an indomitable will to find out the truth. Her tenacity was as precious as a diamond in Superman's eyes. However, this Super Queen in front of him was filled with an evil aura. She was debauched and her eyes were filled with lust. No matter how he looked at her, she was not a good woman. It was rare for Superman to be angry. He would not allow anyone to tarnish the image of his wife. However, he still used his supervision to take a look as usual. You have a child in your stomach? This immediately messed up his plan. Was he going to fight a pregnant woman? Originally, he wanted to take down the two of them as quickly as possible, but the pregnant woman made him hesitate. Attacking a pregnant woman was a serious challenge to his moral bottom line. That moment of hesitation gave the two battle-hardened villains an opportunity. However, they had no intention of joining forces to take down Superman. At most, they were just friends, not even friends. They had the advantage and could work together to deal with the enemy. For now, it was better for them to run for their lives. This should be effective against you. Nightingale tossed out a smoke bomb. There was a hint of green in the dark gray smoke. Kryptonite powder. Superman was shocked. He quickly held his breath and retreated quickly. Fall. The Super Queen threw out a noose covered with thorns and wrapped it around Superman. She borrowed the momentum and jumped behind him. However, Nightingale was one step faster. This was his secret base. In terms of familiarity, he was much more familiar with it than the Super Queen. He quickly ran into a large door. Nightingale casually glanced behind him. He did not say anything about saving his companion and lover. Instead, he closed the door and walked in coldly. The Super Queen was not surprised by her companion's heartlessness. If she were in his shoes, she would have made the same choice. However, she was facing Superman alone. It was not a good choice. She had no choice but to run. The Super Queen put away the noose and prepared to run back the way she came. However, she underestimated Superman's willpower. It was a huge mistake to measure Superman's willpower. Superman rushed out of the kryptonite smoke. There were a lot of kryptonite powder on his face and skin. However, he endured it and fired a heat ray at the Super Queen. Faced with the same ability as Superba, the Super Queen did not dare to take it head-on. Instead, she chose to dodge. She tapped the ground lightly with the tip of her foot. She was like a big black bird. The heat ray created two deep trenches on the ground. Unfortunately, it missed. The Super Queen flew away lightly. This Super Queen was very powerful. Enemies who could fly with their own strength were generally not weak. Superman remembered Thea repeatedly saying that Louise had potential. He finally believed it. The kryptonite powder still had some effect on Superman. His speed was greatly reduced. He could not hit the stomach or the head. Superman could only aim his heat ray at the enemy's arms, thighs, and other body parts. The Super Queen dodged left and right in the air. Superman did not stop. The distance between the two was rapidly closing. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The Super Queen was not slow. However, she knew that she was not as fast as Superba. Therefore, she was probably not as good as this Kryptonian from another dimension. Her speed was already at the limit. There was no room for her to increase her speed. Superman behind her was quickly getting rid of the kryptonite powder's influence. His speed seemed to have no limit. The Super Queen could only turn around and fight. While the enemy was still affected by the kryptonite powder, she had to end the battle. Otherwise, she would be no match for him in a while. Superman and the rest felt that the enemy was their counterpart, so they had a psychological advantage in the battle. In fact, the reverse was also true. From the perspective of the Earthlings, Superman and the rest were Superba's counterparts. No one thought that they were an illusion. They all felt that they were the most real. Both sides had underestimated the enemy. The difference was who realized the problem first. The Super Queen's thorny lasso wrapped around Superman's left arm, where the kryptonite powder was the most concentrated. The Super Queen liked to see the enemy crawling at her feet in pain. Her lasso was different from Diana's lasso of truth. It would make the victim feel hundreds or thousands of times more pain. Other than the Night Owl, she had never seen a second person who could resist this kind of pain. Unfortunately, she saw a second person today. The intense pain diluted the kryptonite's weakening effect on the body. Superman had recovered more than half of his strength. He dragged the Super Queen in the opposite direction and threw a punch at her the moment she approached him. The Super Queen was pregnant, so he definitely could not hit her stomach. Some parts of her chest were also not suitable for him to hit. Superman was also hesitant when he attacked. Coupled with his old habit of holding back against his enemies, this punch was not even 30% of his normal strength. Even so, the punch still broke the Super Queen's shoulder blade. She screamed, "Come and help me." Then he heard a roar, followed by a bolt of lightning that was as thick as a bucket, striking down at Superman from the sky. Chapter 974. The surface of the lightning was surrounded by countless white lights and contained a large amount of energy. Its speed was so fast that it exceeded the limit of the retina. Caught off guard, Superman was hit by the lightning head-on. Amidst the deafening explosion, Superman was sent flying like a toy. He rolled continuously, plowing a long pit more than 500 meters long and 1 meter deep on the ground. He knocked down 3 buildings and countless cars along the way before he finally stopped. Encountering a strong enemy, Superman was not afraid. Instead, he was happy. He was a warrior with a strong sense of honor. No matter how bad this woman was, he did not want to hit a woman, especially a pregnant woman. He really did not know how to do it, so he had no scruples about this new enemy. He looked at the man who had just appeared beside Queen Chao. He had short chestnut red hair, a thick beard, and a strong body. He looked like a man with an extraordinary temperament. The man was wearing a black half-body soft armor with a huge lightning symbol on his chest and a long cloak behind him. Magic? Superman moved his body. The huge lightning made his body a little numb, but the huge energy impact also shattered the kryptonite powder on his skin, which was equivalent to indirectly helping him. His combat status did not decrease but instead increased, and he was restored to his best state. Queen Chao's eyes were sharp and she also noticed this. She could not help but secretly scold him for being an idiot. However, she did not dare to vent her dissatisfaction with the terrifying man beside her. She even had to show her respect. The guy who appeared in front of you is Lex Luthor. He is even more ferocious in real life than in the pictures, Batman informed Superman through the official channel. He had occupied Owl's watchtower and was now desperately downloading all kinds of data. Naturally, there was information on Lex Luthor. Owl had recorded information on many villains on Earth, but only Lex's record was vague. It was marked as the most dangerous, the most deadly, and the most unpredictable. To distinguish him, let's call him Lex. This Lex was originally a member of the Syndicate, but they completely broke off. According to Owl's analysis, Lex has the superpower to absorb other people's superpowers. According to his analysis, this superpower was not born naturally. Lex is very aggressive and manic. It is difficult to predict what he will do. I understand. Superman quickly hung up. On the other side, the Super Queen also told Lex what she knew. Great, after killing them and absorbing their abilities, my evolution will be strengthened again. Lex was full of fighting spirit, looking at Superman as if he was staring at a piece of fat meat. Queen Chao cursed the madman in her heart. However, this madman had immeasurable abilities and was her only hope now. Help me guard the surroundings. After Lex finished speaking, he brought out a burst of black gas, and several bolts of lightning continuously shot out from his palm. Queen Chao was just what she wanted. She stood by the side and watched the battle. Superman dodged the lightning with a few agile turns. Just as he approached Lex, he saw her open her mouth, and a faint sound wave hit Superman's face. Superman, who was caught off guard, hurriedly sealed off his hearing organs, but it was still a step too late. Lex's sonic attack was too sudden, and Superman only felt dizzy for a moment. Countless illusions appeared before his eyes. You are finished, Kryptonian. After absorbing your power, Chaoba will no longer be a match for me. Lex could ignore the rules and absorb the abilities of the superpowered people who were killed by him. This was the main reason why there were only a few of them left in the Syndicate. although there were many members in the beginning. It was not a problem to kill people behind their backs, but if it happened too many times, no one would be able to stand it. The most serious thing was that he threatened Xiao Ba's position. A large amount of corrosive liquid emerged from Lex's palm, and he grabbed Superman's neck. Just as he was about to make contact, a yellow lightning flashed past, and Superman was taken 100 meters away. Of course it was the Flash who rescued him. He had been running around the continent for half a lap, and now he finally showed his value. Lex was very knowledgeable. He had been coveting Johnny Quick's ability for a long time, and he knew very well what it was. The power of speed. This ability is also mine. Lex looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. Clark, how are you? The Flash asked in a low voice as he ran a little further with Superman. It's similar to the Black Canary's sonic attack. Put me down. I should have recovered. Superman was depressed. If the sonic attack's damage to ordinary people was 1, it would be 10 for people with super hearing like him. He did not expect the opponent to use this ability without warning. He was not prepared and suffered a great loss. Fortunately, the Kryptonians were known for their physical attributes, and their recovery was extremely fast. The discomfort was quickly fading. Phew! Seeing that Lex and the Super Queen were in hot pursuit, Superman suddenly flew up and turned around to face Lex. He then spat out a huge breath of ice. At the same time, the Flash on the ground threw a lightning bolt. Lex sidestepped the lightning bolt, and then used a fire ability that nobody knew who he got to counter the ice breath. The two opposing energies quickly consumed each other in the air. Xiao Ba could no longer stand aside and watch the show. She waved her lasso and attacked the Flash. The Flash dealt with 2 attacks and soon found out that it was a pregnant woman. He cursed his bad luck. He was kinder than Superman. He fought with fear and was even at a disadvantage. On the other hand, Superman had the upper hand. He could get a steady supply of energy from the yellow sun, while Lex could only extract energy from his own cells. Both sides were at a disadvantage. Lex saw that the Flash was restrained by the Xiao Ba and realized that this was a good opportunity. He forced Superman to retreat with a few moves and turned to attack the Flash. Of course, Superman would not just stand by and watch. The battle changed from 1-on-1 to 2-on-2. Lex was extremely insidious. He did not even care if his companions were injured. He repeatedly blocked the Xiao Ba in front of him, forcing the hero to withdraw his attacks, while he took advantage of the situation to attack. He had a lot of means of attack. Super strength, super speed, super endurance, flying, magic, sound waves, vibration, venom, acid, flame, ice, lightning, physical and non-physical, and some conceptual abilities. All kinds of messy abilities gathered in one body. A special ability that could ignore both friend and foe, and could cause all living beings within a 10-meter radius to bleed, tormenting them to the point that they couldn't take it anymore. As Barry fought with him, he felt that his body under the protective suit was bleeding. Blood flowed down his crotch and he felt like he was having his period. However, because his battle suit was red, it wasn't too obvious for a while. Superman's body was different from that of the people on Earth. This kind of bleeding was stopped at the genetic level. Xiao Ba had a rendezvous with Al before, so she was wearing less. The exposed skin was bleeding under the effect of the ability. If she continued to bleed like this, she would definitely be the first to die. She hurriedly shouted for Lex to change his ability. Chapter 975. However, Lex's mind didn't seem to be very clear. His external performance was that he had too many abilities, and he couldn't fully master these abilities. Sometimes he used them just right, but most of the time he used them in a mess. Among the 4, the 2 heroes were holding back. Queen Xiao was in the center of the battle circle. She wanted to run, but unfortunately, Lex had to firmly hold her back and use her as a shield. The scene was extremely tense for a while. The 2 heroes repeatedly wanted to let Queen Xiao go from the battle. Her own desire to escape was also very strong, but Lex didn't let her go. The fight was a mess. As they fought, Lex suddenly remembered that he had an ability. His shoulders shook and a dark green ripple spread in all directions. Within 100 meters, everything seemed to come to a standstill in an instant. Everyone and everything stopped moving. Physical activity on both observable and unobservable planes stopped. At this time, the strength of these people could be seen. Queen Xiao slowly turned her body, and her lips opened slightly as if she wanted to say something. Superman still maintained a punching motion, but it was a few hundred beats slower. The Flash was a little stronger than him, but he couldn't run at high speed. At this time he was like an old man in the park doing his morning exercise, running slowly. As the one who released the ability, Lex wasn't affected at all. His eyes jumped back and forth between Superman and the Flash, as if he was thinking about who to kill first. Inert waves, it's Tortoise Man's ability. The Flash was shocked. Thea had studied Tortoise Man's ability. Later, Green Arrow also used an inert slowing grenade to help deal with Savitar. Savitar was tortured to death. This kind of slowing was extremely overbearing. Unless prepared in advance, it was almost unsolvable. In the midst of the strong deceleration, he barely managed to say a sentence, and then he was ready to pull Superman out of the range of the deceleration. The stronger the ability, the more restrictions it had. The results of Thea's research showed that even Tortoise Man himself could only use it twice a day. After 2 times, the cells couldn't provide more energy. Even so, once the number of times of the strong deceleration exceeded a certain threshold, the body would fall into a state of low speed until it completely stopped. The form of life would stagnate, or in other words, die. The Flash didn't have time to think about the drawbacks of this move. He pulled Superman and the 2 brothers ran out together. If they were villains, they would definitely run for their lives. Whoever they caught would be unlucky. However, the heroes did not have such thoughts. They ran out together. The truth was similar to what he had estimated. This trick was obtained from Lex killing the 3 Tortoise Men on Earth. He only used it once a day. After using it, he felt uncomfortable all over, and his brain's thinking and reaction would be very slow. After obtaining this ability, he had used it twice and the aftereffects were too great. After a long time, he had almost forgotten that he had this ability. This time his attack was successful. His body was not affected by the speed reduction. With a look of ecstasy, he pounced on Superman. Less than 100 meters away, the Superman Flash ran for a long time, but Lex caught up in an instant and easily dodged Superman's fist. There was a blue electric light in his palm and he grabbed Superman. A golden lasso, like a swimming dragon, came down from midair and entangled his fingers when they were half a meter away from Superman. Just as Lex was wondering why the Super Queen wanted to stop him, he found that the lasso was different from the one he knew. Before he could think about it, he felt the lasso pull hard and throw him in the opposite direction. The unparalleled force sent Lex flying hundreds of meters away. Without the support of his ability, the deceleration was impossible. Several people regained their normal ability to move. The Flash and Superman had some ability to move in the strong deceleration, but the consumption was not small. In particular, the opponent's endless superpowers made them a little tired. Fortunately, the reinforcements arrived. Full body armor, a red cloak, and holding the true word lasso, the extraordinarily heroic Diana nodded slightly to the 2 of them and then looked at the Super Queen. Before she could ask, Lex flew back at a faster speed. "Your abilities are all mine." Diana could only join forces with Superman and the Flash. With the addition of the Valkyrie, the battle finally began to show an overwhelming advantage. The gods gave Diana a lot of characteristics, such as immunity to deceleration, confusion, and mental attacks. The rest of the wind, fire, and thunder resistance were all very high. Lex continuously used several abilities, but he couldn't affect Diana at all. Furthermore, the Valkyrie slashed his left arm. The wound was so deep that the bone could be seen, and the blood couldn't stop flowing. On the other hand, Superman and the Flash could take down the Super Queen no matter how restrained they were. The evil syndicate's complete defeat was right in front of them. Owl, who was hiding deep underground, and Batman, who was in the sky, saw the battle here. They felt that the battle had reached the end stage and started their own arrangements, ready to welcome the 3 post-Earth eras. Thea, who was far away on Mars, finally suppressed the evil world's will. When she saw Diana enter, she sighed. This was not the end of the battle, but the beginning. What's the point of bullying them? You look like you've grown a lot. You're qualified to fight me. A wild and unruly voice sounded outside the few people, but before the voice sounded, no one saw anyone there. She had short blonde hair and an extremely beautiful face. She wore a black dress and armor and held a blood-red longsword in her hand. The young woman looked at them calmly, or rather, she was looking at Diana. This unexpected enemy was not in the previous information at all. Whether it was the interrogation of the evil old butler, Nightwing's investigation, or Batman, who was still copying Owl's information, there was no mention of this enemy. But they all knew this woman's appearance. Not to mention them, even the South Pacific natives on Earth might know her. Wasn't this Miss Thea? It was just that her temperament was a little different. She was colder and more indifferent, as if there was no trace of humanity in her. She was like a sharp sword that could take people's souls. You finally appeared. Diana had expected this. She had been looking forward to this battle for a long time. Previously, the other party hid very well and she could not find him at all. Now that he had revealed himself, there was only one thing left, and that was to fight. You're going to challenge me? You've improved so fast. Is it because my counterpart helped you? Black Thea sat on a stone, the blood-red long sword lying between her knees. Seeing that Lex seemed to want to speak, she waved her hand casually. Go play somewhere else. This woman is not someone you can deal with. Lex was like a mouse seeing a cat. He bowed hurriedly, then turned around and ran away. Queen Ultra was a little confused and also flew away. You guys go too. Leave this to me, Diana whispered to Superman in the Flash. Let me help you. Superman really did not want to fight with the pregnant woman anymore and offered to help. Unfortunately, Diana knew Black Thea's strength and rejected him. Chapter 976. Diana made an expression that said, There are many stories between us, but I can't tell you in detail. This is my enemy. Superman was full of helplessness. He could only gloomily drag along his friend, the Flash, and continue to chase after Super Queen Lex. In the communication channel, Earth's Luthor already knew about his counterpart. He was very curious and checked their coordinates. He was approaching them. 3 against 2, the odds of winning were very high. You're no match for me. Aren't you going to call for help? Black Thea ignored them and looked at Diana playfully. Although my counterpart plus you are no match for me, at least you can withstand a few moves, right? Her tone was calm, but her tone was frighteningly arrogant. That power doesn't belong to you, Diana pointed out. She had heard Thea analyze her opponent many times. At this time, she was not afraid, and there was even a trace of condescension in her tone. You're the one who doesn't understand the level of power. Our power belongs to ourselves, but who does your power belong to? Is it because once you exceed a certain limit, you'll lose control? Will you still be you then? Nonsense, Aunt. I'm going to cut off your head and make that guy suffer for the rest of his life. Black Thea seemed to have been hit where it hurt. She lost her calmness, like a volcano that could erupt at any time. She didn't seem to do anything, but the blood-red sword suddenly crossed the distance between them and slashed at Diana with unparalleled force. Dang, there was a loud bang. Diana quickly took out her shield and blocked the sword. She was a little nervous and hesitant, but she chose to take this move head-on. She had her own pride and her own persistence. Although the enemy's power was overwhelming, as if she could split a planet with a wave of her hand, and the sword contained endless hatred and monstrous evil, Diana gritted her teeth and took it. She pushed her opponent back hundreds of meters. She could fight. If this was the opponent's highest level, Diana didn't think she would lose. The sword and shield collided, and the shockwave pushed to both sides. Fortunately, Superman, the Flash, and the others had deliberately lured the enemy out of the city. In the nearby wilderness, other than flying sand and stones, there were no casualties. Diana placed her shield in her left hand and held her longsword in her right. She assumed the most standard combat posture. She lowered her center of gravity and stared at her opponent without blinking. Time seemed to have turned back to the past, and everything seemed to have returned to the day when she had just left Paradise Island. Back then she was still young and naive, and she was filled with fantasies about the outside world. Now that she was mature and calm, she had the courage to face all her enemies. What an imposing manner. You are a worthy opponent. Black Thea was like a graceful and elegant beautiful girl. She landed on the ground with a backflip and slowly walked forward. Her footsteps were neither fast nor slow. Every step she took seemed to have been measured. As she walked, a mighty force from the heavens and earth blessed her. Heaven and earth, the universe, time, space, all the concepts, both describable and indescribable, seemed to be beginning to fit her. With every step Black Thea took, the degree of compatibility increased. Diana had a feeling that she was going to fight against the entire universe. She was very nervous, very nervous. This kind of pressure was something that Ares and Doomsday could not give her back then. However, there was also excitement. She was a warrior from the beginning to the end, and it had never changed. Magic was not suitable for her after all. Finding her own path in battle was what she had been pursuing all this time. Diana also gathered all her strength. She strengthened herself with the divine power of courage. Sword and shield in hand, she was ready to deal with the enemy's next earth-shattering attack. Her improvement caused Black Thea's lips to curl up. She laughed until she laughed. Her smile was cold and her tone was contemptuous. Laughable persistence, laughable courage. Can you fight against the heavens in this world? I can. The Valkyrie's aura was also at its peak. She firmly believed that justice could defeat evil. Ignorant. Black Thea moved as fast as lightning. She appeared in front of Diana in just a few steps. Her long sword was as light as duckweed, but the sword was as heavy as a mountain. An irresistible force cut through the air and slashed at Diana from the side. Knowing the difference in strength between the two, Diana, as a warrior who had experienced hundreds of battles, did not take the attack head-on this time. She jumped and dodged the slash. Then she struck back at Black Thea with her sword. Scrap metal. Ignoring the sharpness of the fire god's sword, Black Thea freed one of her hands to grab the edge of the sword. Diana changed her move very quickly. She twisted her waist in the air and swung her left arm horizontally. The heavy shield smashed into Black Thea's face with a bang. Black Thea only took half a step back, but her fingers still managed to grab the fire god's sword. Diana only felt a strong force pulling her fiercely, and what welcomed her was the unstoppable edge of the blood-red sacred sword. She immediately abandoned her sword and stepped on the ridge of the sacred sword with her left foot, pressing down the edge of the sword. At the same time, she took out a lightning spear and used all her strength to stab at Black Thea's face with her right hand. Black Thea's attack missed, and the spear was right in front of her. The power of lightning had a restraining effect on both the heavens and the human body. Black Thea could only continue to retreat and leave the attack range of the lightning spear. Diana took advantage of the situation and kicked the fire god's sword back to her hand. The whole process happened quickly. Black Thea only had strength, but she did not have enough ability to adapt. On the other hand, Diana sublimated the battle to the point of an art. Neither side gained the upper hand, but Black Thea's momentum, which was like a dark cloud pressing down on her, had been somewhat affected. The principle was the same. The first drum was the strength, the second was the weakness, and the third was the exhaustion. A battle was not only a competition of energy, magic, and divine power. The confidence and belief of each other were also an important part of it. After defeating her opponent's spirit, Diana's confidence in herself increased a little. She no longer passively defended. She was as agile as a cheetah and continued to use the sword and shield combination that she was most familiar with. Divine power surged all over her body, and she charged forward with an extraordinary momentum. Black Thea did not expect that the enemy would attack first, knowing that she was at a disadvantage. She lost the initiative and could only block several consecutive attacks. However, unlike the young lady who was lazy, the Dark Thea did not dabble in so many abilities. She did not know anything about magic, technology, or the fifth dimension. Before she got the heavens as her host, she did not even understand the composition of this world. The world was like a thick layer of fog in front of her. In order to stand out in this evil world, she could only practice martial arts hard. After she got the heavens, in order to resist his erosion of her will, she could only continue to practice hard. She did not know how much willpower she had honed and whether it would work against the heavens, but she was indeed very skilled in martial arts. In just 3 moves, she stopped her decline and began to take advantage of her high level of strength and speed to counterattack. Diana was tired of dealing with her. She dodged as much as she could, and when she could not avoid the attacks, she used her shield to block them. Chapter 977. Black Thea's attacks were relentless and almost never stopped. Under the continuous attacks, this round shield, which was forged using the shield of the second-generation Greek god King Kronos and added with precious materials, was already unable to bear the burden. According to Diana's estimation, the shield would reach its limit after receiving at most 3 more attacks. However, she did not flinch. Thea's main body had already forced its way into this world when they first clashed. However, Diana did not say anything about needing help. Thea understood her personality and did not say much. Instead, she stood in the distance and watched silently. Even if the shield was broken, she had to persevere. This was the battle she had chosen. However, she did not mind obtaining some information about her opponent. At this time, while dealing with the enemy's fierce attacks, she asked Thea behind her, "Is this guy stronger than you?" Previously, when they fought across worlds, she could not see the depth of their strength. Now that they were in this universe, it was clear who was stronger. Thea looked down on this blackened counterpart of hers. Everything about her power, realm, and comprehension came from the heavenly eclipse. Perhaps there was some agreement between them, or perhaps there was some tragic and melodramatic story behind it. However, the darkened counterpart could not use all of her strength. She even had to reserve some of her strength to prevent the evil consciousness from taking over her body. However, Thea could see the difference in strength between the two. Black Thea and Tian Shi were like a rabbit saving its strength every day to protect itself from the tiger that lived with it. Whether it saved its strength or not was completely useless because the tiger was always teasing it and never cared about its little strength. It would only take Tian Shi a few minutes to seize control of the body. However, it seemed that he enjoyed playing the role of the weak in this game of possession and counterpossession. Now that Diana asked, in order to protect her lover's pride, Thea deviated a little and told a white lie. If we calculate all of our strength, she is stronger than me, but not by much. Diana's fighting spirit was instantly ignited. It had been a long time since she had a proper battle with Thea. As proud as she was, she had to admit that there was a gap between the two of them. In order to take care of her, Thea had to go easy on her. Now, the two of them would rather stay together and watch soap operas than fight. It was really unnecessary. Now that she heard Thea say that she wasn't as good as the other party, Diana instantly felt that she was really awesome for being able to fight with the enemy for so long. Courage and perseverance were very important to one's state of mind. Once she let go of her burdens, her divine power seemed to increase exponentially. Her attack speed, strength, and endurance all increased by 20%. Black Thea didn't know why she suddenly burst out. She thought that she had been holding back before, so she also took defensive measures. As the vengeful spirit of God's predecessor, Tianshi advocated attacking. Black Thea's personality on Earth was also to attack again and again. After defending for 2 consecutive times, she discovered that Diana didn't have any powerful moves. She relaxed and changed her tactics to defend and counterattack again. Diana was quite familiar with the enemy's sword. Although the lines on the sword were bright red and the entire sword was pure black, she couldn't be mistaken. That was a holy sword, the pinnacle of all fantasy weapons. It was just that Thea's holy sword was pure white and holy. It represented light. Meanwhile, the dark version's long sword was filled with all sorts of negative energy gathered together to form darkness. Holy swords made of the same material would undergo completely different changes because they were wielded by different people. Why don't you understand? Your resistance is futile. With your poor vision, you can't even imagine such a grand and supreme power. Black Thea's original elegance turned into a harsh tone. Black Thea didn't know why Diana had such a strong belief to resist her. Didn't she know that she was just an ant in front of the Supreme? You don't understand me at all. Diana roared angrily. Her divine power, which was already overloaded, increased by another notch. To a certain extent, she was fighting against the entire world with her own strength. Milady, who was watching from afar, had a new understanding of the Valkyrie's stubbornness. Sure enough, the privilege of seed burst belonged to the protagonist. If she was in Diana's position with that kind of strength, she would have run away a long time ago. Now, relying on her continuous seed burst, Diana caught up with Black Thea, at least for a short period of time. Her courage was almost tangible. For a moment, the Green Lanterns who were fighting all over Earth felt the energy in their lantern rings begin to boil. Diana replaced the first lantern ring's energy supply at this moment and made herself a living source of emotion. The Green Lanterns were greatly encouraged. With more than 500 Green Lanterns, their courage was fed back to Diana. This was the main reason why the Valkyrie could continuously seed burst. Black Thea held her sword with both hands. The pitch-black blade was shrouded in a thick layer of black gas. Her eyes were blood-red. She was not prepared to continue fighting. This kind of battle annoyed her. A cat was not a cat and a mouse was not a mouse. She wanted to end it all. Hide if you can, little mouse. Black Thea's face was filled with anger. The aura around her holy sword was extremely tyrannical. She wanted to destroy this planet. Heavenly Eclipse could easily destroy a planet, and she needed to mobilize the power of Heavenly Eclipse. Separated by a layer, it was slightly slower. However, in the outside world it only took an instant. Diana could not ignore it. Seeing that her opponent was about to destroy the planet, she bravely raised her shield to block it. Kaboom! The pitch-black holy sword hit the shield like a hammer. This shield, which could be considered the top divine artifact of the Greek pantheon, was finally overwhelmed. Countless spiderweb-like cracks appeared under the immense force. Diana had already expected this. It was just a shield. With the support of Thea's underworld, the goddess of courage said that divine artifacts were not much. She did not have time to feel sorry for the shield. She lowered her arm slightly to reduce the force. Then she pushed Black Thea's attack from the side to the left. 100-meter-long black gas turned into a crescent-shaped slash. It brushed past the surface and flew into the distance, directly flying out of the atmosphere. Diana's shield shattered. She crossed her hands and one sword turned into 2 swords. Her left hand slashed towards Black Thea's lower abdomen. Black Thea quickly dodged, but she did not expect Diana's right sword to entangle her like a snake. She had already used her moves and this sword was at the peak of its speed. She only had time to tilt her head in the nick of time. With a soft sound, the sharp blade left a bloody mark on the left side of her face. It penetrated less than a centimeter into her flesh before it was blocked by her strong defense. However, this was the first time Black Thea had been injured. This sword had destroyed all of her pride. At this moment, her invincible image was interpreted as pretentious. She touched the blood on her cheek. How long has it been? She had forgotten that she could still be injured. She could no longer suppress her monstrous anger. A small patch of blue skin appeared in the middle of her jade-white cheeks. You can bleed too? Diana smiled happily. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised. Chapter 978. Thea felt that this smile was very beautiful and charming, but in the eyes of the dark Thea, it was mocking her. Ant, weakling. Kill kill. A dark energy that made people tremble surged out from the depths of Black Thea's soul, and a burst of violence acted on this planet, acting on this universe. That was a supreme power that did not belong to this world. Although it was insignificant to the supreme, both magic and divine power had to bow in front of it. Whether it was quality or quantity, there was a difference between heaven and earth. At first, it was only a few strands, but then it was like water released from a dam, uncontrollable. Black Thea's elegance and calmness completely disappeared, replaced by a fierce aura. At first, there was still a hint of struggle in her eyes, but unfortunately, it was quickly surrendered in front of the tide of evil thoughts. Diana gasped for breath as she watched the enemy's appearance change greatly, and she was powerless to stop it. She was very tired, her body was overdrawn, and her divine power was almost dried up. Her most powerful state began to rapidly fade after receiving Black Thea's earth-shattering sword, but she was not afraid, she was not fighting alone. The dark Thea was transforming into the heavenly eclipse. She held the sword with one hand and pointed it at Diana. Her body was still the same body, but her soul had changed greatly. The holy sword did not recognize him, but unfortunately, that resistance was very weak in front of the heavenly eclipse. Your life will be taken by me. The main body of the voice was still a female voice, but there was another voice faintly contained in it, another language. The voice was very soft, and if one did not listen carefully it would be ignored, but once one listened carefully, it was full of bewitching magic, and the more one could not hear it clearly, the more one could not help but listen carefully. The language used by the heavenly eclipse was unheard of, it was the world's most simple language. In the Old Testament, it was recorded in the book of Genesis that the people of the world originally spoke the same language, and they tried to build a tower to heaven, the Tower of Babel. In order to stop the humans' plan, God made the humans speak different languages, but because the construction work could not communicate, the plan failed. This story was partly imaginary, but part of it was true. At least, Thea, who pondered about the creation of the world every day, felt that it was normal. In the beginning there were only a few lives, so it was normal to speak the same language. For the sake of the development of life, God had created his own language so that they could communicate and improve faster. This was completely understandable. Thea reckoned that if she were to do it herself, she would definitely be able to learn how to create characters, hunt, make clothes, and build houses. The faster and better his world developed, the more he would benefit. For someone like her who placed benefits above all else, she couldn't wait to enter the interstellar era. How could she be reluctant to use words? The language that Tianshi spoke was the most ancient, a language that had been passed down by God. It was simple and heavy, and every syllable contained wisdom. This was a language that not even ghosts could speak. Thea hid in the distance and secretly memorized a few sentences, preparing to study it when she had time in the future. It wasn't that she didn't want to hear more, but it was time for her to leave the stage. Diana would deal with the normal Black Thea, while she would deal with the half-Black Thea and half-Eclipse. Ghost would be the last to deal with the full Eclipse. This was the result of her discussion with Ghost. After all, they had come all the way here. It would be inappropriate if they didn't fight at all. Moreover, she still had to show her strength and make Darkseid, who was watching in the dark, wary. A verbal agreement was still not enough. Anti-Supervisor and Tianshi were in cahoots. She guessed that Anti-Supervisor was most likely watching the battle in the antimatter universe. If he joined forces with Tianshi at the critical moment, it would be very troublesome for them to fight 2 against 2. If Darkseid didn't show up, or if he joined forces with the enemy, the situation would be even more dangerous. As someone who was afraid of death, she wouldn't allow herself to be in danger. Therefore, she volunteered to fight the second stage, leaving the third stage for Ghost to deal with. Even if Darkseid betrayed her, Anti-Supervisor and Tianshi. With 3 against 1, Ghost should be able to hold out for a while. During this time she could take her people and escape. At least that was her plan. Black Thea's laughter was strange and unpleasant. It sounded like she was crying and laughing at the same time. Seeing that Diana was powerless, as if she had given up resisting, she raised her sword. This sword wasn't inferior to the one that had been prepared to destroy the planet. It was even more casual, as if she was swatting away a fly. It was simple and natural. The sword brought about a turbulent black hurricane that covered the sky and swept toward Diana. Thea walked out of the shadows. Using magic against divine power was a little low. In order to intimidate the enemies in the dark, she used the methods of the fifth-dimensional people to forcefully alter reality. She waved her right hand lightly, and invisible waves came from her palm. The black hurricane suddenly stopped when it was 100 meters away from Diana. In the blink of an eye, the raging hurricane turned into a 10-meter-long fountain. The water was still warm. Thea's ability to alter reality was limited, and the effect was also short. She took advantage of the moment when her opponent was stunned to seize control of the hurricane. This was a little difficult for Diana to understand. The war goddess was still at the stage of pursuing her own abilities and exploring them in depth. Thea was different. She had already uncovered a corner of creation, and it wasn't difficult for her to borrow a part of the universe's power. If Tianshi could borrow it, so could she. In less than half a second, the fountain disappeared, and the black hurricane returned to its original state. However, she had changed the direction of the attack by 180 degrees and was now crazily sweeping toward Tianshi. Not bad. At this time, Black Thea's consciousness was fading. The dark blue skin had already covered the left side of her face, making her look extremely ugly from afar. Tianshi's vision was far beyond the fifth dimensional. In his eyes, these methods were not bad. The alteration was only temporary. Even if the troublemaker jumped out now, he wouldn't be afraid, let alone Thea. Lucifer, Michael, and the others pursued eternity. They were eternal, and the world was eternal. Spectre and Tianshi, these two gods, did not need to pursue eternity, but they also represented eternity. They could also change the creation of a space, but it was meaningless. Tianshi was disdainful. He didn't know that Thea wasn't putting on a show for him. Darkseid, who was watching in the dark, was shocked. There was no magic, no divine power, and it was completely different from his father, Wuxia Khan, who was so scared that he peed his pants. This was a power that he didn't understand at all. This new power also indirectly confirmed his conjecture that Sia came from a higher plane. While Darkseid watched them fight in frustration, Sia had already mobilized all of her understanding of the fifth dimension. Like a butterfly, she used all kinds of complicated fifth dimension techniques to fight the heavenly eclipse. She wasn't very familiar with altering reality, but with the memories of the fifth-dimensional princess, she could use her divine power to simulate most fifth-dimensional abilities. She didn't change her armor or the goddess of death's costume. She was dressed very casually, but her methods made Tianshi suffer. Chapter 979. It was not easy to borrow the power of the world. Tianshi had long lost his original body, and now his consciousness was sealed in the heart of darkness. Separated by a layer of stone seal and Black Thea's body, he had to spend more energy to absorb and transform the power of the world. The power of the world was transferred to him through the two layers, and the loss was immeasurable. After spending so much energy, he might be able to destroy the enemy. Unfortunately, although the scene looked lively, Thea was not fighting with him at all. All the consumption came from this universe. The hurricane was changed into a fountain, the earthquake was changed into a bronze statue, and the meteorite was changed into a flying bird. All kinds of messy modifications made a very serious battlefield feel a little funny. This made Batman, who was secretly observing from the moon, speechless. Thea was also helpless. The fifth-dimensional people were a group of jokers. Their methods were also comedic. It was strange that they could be serious. Tianshi thought that he was being looked down upon. He was angry, but he really had no good ideas. Without his original body, he was no longer the vengeful spirit of God. His realm was clearly much higher than Thea's, but he was limited by his host and could not unleash his full power. Sometimes he was even forced into a difficult situation. Swoosh. Tianshi paused for a moment as if he had made a decision. He waved his right hand and a blood-red spear was thrown at Diana. Thea was too worried to change this reality. Instinctively, she took out her holy sword, quickly caught up with the blood-red spear and cut it in half. Why bother? She is about to completely erode you, and you are still wasting your power to attack. This attack was Black Thea's power. She could not be wrong. I don't accept this, I don't accept this. I don't accept this. Black Thea shouted as if to make her let go of the knot in her heart. Tianshi's body shrank a little, and now it was Black Thea's voice. What's the difference between you and me? Aren't you me? Why do I have to suffer all this? But you can get everything, tell me. Black Thea had a pained expression, and there was a trace of helplessness in her eyes that reached deep into her soul. She had wandered through several parallel universes, absorbing the soul force of the other Thea in order to resist the heavenly erosion. She had tried her best and resisted, but the outcome seemed to have been decided long ago. She was about to completely lose control of her body. Once she lost it, no one knew if she could wake up again. However, based on her understanding of the heavenly eclipse, the chances of her returning to her body were so small that it was negligible. Family, love, friends, and strength. I yearn for these too. Why aren't they mine? Tell me. There seemed to be some tears in her eyes. Unfortunately, just as the tears flowed out, they were evaporated by the high-temperature energy on the surface of her body. Diana seemed to want to say something, but Thea waved her hand to stop her. She sneered and said, "If you think you've been wronged, who will the people who died in your hands complain to?" Earth 2's Thea Quinn was just a rebellious girl. She had just resolved the misunderstanding with her father. Her life was trampled on by you. Who can she complain to about her life? Earth 10's Thea joined the army. She had a bright future ahead of her, but she was also killed by you. Do you know how her family and her brother felt? Earth 30's Thea was the lover of the superhero Archer Kid. She was also cruelly killed by you. How do you explain her life? Earth 39's Thea. Thea listed them one by one. There were a total of 7 parallel universes where Thea had been killed by her. Thea did not exist in other universes. Even Superman and Batman did not exist. For example, Earth 26 was a cartoon world. The superheroes there were Captain Carrot, Rubber Duck, and the like. It was a very cute world. For example, Earth 50 was the world of the Justice Overlord Superman. Star City was razed to the ground. Naturally, there was no Thea. It could be said that there were only 9 people who had survived to adulthood. The 2 of them were the only 2 survivors. If I didn't have the power, I would have been killed by you. What right do you have to cry here? Thea was very unhappy. Very unhappy. If she was a hero of pure justice, she would have comforted her and used her mouth to clear her name. She did not have such a habit. She scolded her directly. After all, she was going to be corrupted. Tianshi would eventually take control of her body. Trying to reason with her? There was no need for that. She had a vague thought. Destroying all of her counterparts would be beneficial to her future path. However, she was not sure what the benefits were. She raised her sword and pointed. One wrong step led to many wrong steps. You passed your misfortune on to others. Today it is time for you to taste the consequences. Look back at the mistakes you have made all these years. Thea pulled out Tianshi's timeline. Originally she could not do it. However, Tianshi seemed to know what she wanted to do. Instead of stopping her, he was very cooperative. Black Thea's past life began to appear one by one. The evil world could turn a good person into a bad person. Old Robert and Moira, who were originally half black and half white in this world, basically maintained their original state. However, Black Thea was influenced since she was young. She longed for power. Especially after it was revealed that she was not a descendant of the Quinn family, the family conflict escalated to the extreme. After that, with the help of her kind father Malcolm, she joined the League of Assassins. The League of Assassins here was a public welfare organization that was willing to help others and eliminate evil. The Ninja Master was a kind old man who could be elected as a moral model. Black Thea had a happy time here, but she did not give up on the pursuit of power. Later she found clues about Tianshi in an ancient book. After going through a lot of hardships, when she found Tianshi, she realized that there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Her realm and power were raised to a realm that she could not even dream of before. The result was that she and Tianshi became symbiotic. With a determined personality, she tried to break out of this situation. She began to use the ability given to her by Tianshi to find a solution. She traveled to every corner of Earth 3 and found the Holy Sword on her journey. She killed people of the same race to strengthen her soul foundation. Later, she experimented with the fusion of multiple abilities on Lex. It could be said that she had put in a lot of effort for this. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. In the face of Tianshi, the resistance of mortals was too weak. Her past was revealed one by one. Black Thea's psychological defense was directly shattered, and the process of Tianshi seizing her body accelerated. Thea also said in her heart, "Hurry up, hurry up." Once Tianshi came out and the spirit boss appeared, she could go to the side and rest. Simulating the abilities of a fifth-dimensional person for a long time was very tiring. After all, she was not a fifth-dimensional creature. Unexpectedly, things did not go as she wished. Just when the blue skin was about to cover her entire face, the speed of erosion stopped and even took a small step back. Chapter 980. I want to fight with you. I won't be satisfied until we fight. Black Thea's expression was pained, but Tianshi's invasion was temporarily suppressed. It was unclear how deep her obsession was. Before Hija was about to lose everything, she relied on her tenacity to not admit defeat and slammed on the brakes. This caused the young lady who was about to call it a day and go back to rest, to choke and cough. Eris sighed. She couldn't refuse Tianshi's challenge. Even the goddess of death had her pride. You asked for it. Why do you have to do this? Tianshi is using me to destroy your confidence. Wouldn't it be better to just leave quietly like this? Thea's tone was relaxed, but she also raised her aura to the peak. She wanted to cut the Gordian knot and get rid of Tianshi as soon as possible. This time she didn't borrow the power of the universe. Instead she used her own divine power. The entire universe seemed to tremble slightly because of her all-out effort. She didn't need to look to know that she was the focus of the multiverse at this moment. The Heavenly Father in the realm of God, Darkseid, the few top-ranked archangels, and the great demons. The observer in the observation realm, the anti-supervisor in the antimatter world, the endless family's big brother Fate, and even more world lords outside the 52 parallel universes. Their attention was probably focused on her. Black Thea always felt that she could borrow the power of the universe. She was very powerful, but this view wasn't completely correct. The power of the universe was indeed powerful, but the strength of an individual couldn't be ignored. Borrowed power and one's own power were two different concepts. Thea could use her own power to cover the rules of the universe here. Heaven's will and people's will had to stand aside. Although it wouldn't last long, it wouldn't be a problem for her to fight. The Seven Lantern Corps received a warning in advance and landed at the rear. The light from their rings slowly disappeared, and their emotional energy was covered by the divine power of death. However, Hal Jordan was still brave. After the energy from the lantern ring disappeared, he knocked down the divine power ring with a right hook. He used facts to prove that he was still a good man even without the lantern ring. On the other hand, the Flash also ran back to the base camp. The divine power of death had also cut off his connection with the space of speed. Without speed, it was too dangerous to wander outside. The originally blood-red sky was covered by black clouds and bone-chilling cold rain continued to fall. The flames of war in the entire world suddenly stopped, and everyone hid in the dark, trying to figure out what this strange phenomenon in the outside world meant. Only Superman was still active on the surface of the planet. Superman's energy belonged to him and he was unaffected. Lex, who was being chased, could not. His various abilities were the result of Black Thea's experiments, which involved 7 or 8 outer spaces. Thea covered the entire parallel universe and cut off all connections to the outside world. The balance of his abilities was broken, and he began to vomit blood. For some reason the Super Queen was flying with Lex instead. Her own speed was much slower, and it was only a matter of time before the Super Queen caught up. Thea's blonde hair turned black, and her gaze was very serious. She wore the Goddess of Death's costume again, and held the night sky sword in her hand. This image made the Wasteland Wolf, who was watching the live broadcast on Planet Apocalypse, tremble. Black Thea looked at the sky. The ceiling enchantment set up by the anti-surveillance had been completely broken. The sky was filled with black fog, and the freezing rain made the temperature on the ground plummet. It was cold and dead. Everything seemed to be saying that this was the world of the dead. Is this all your strength? I think it's nothing special. Black Thea said insincerely, and the contempt in her tone was undisguised. You use too much strength. This is not necessary at all. It's pointless to vent your strength. It only proves that you are shallow. She pointed at the sky and the freezing rain and commented without holding back. Thea sneered. Did you see this yourself or did Tianshi see it? You are very dignified to use other people's perspective to judge me. Can you tell me how I did all this? You don't know anything. You are the one who knows nothing about power. Are you sure this is righteous? You are no different from me. You also joined the darkness to gain power. Black Thea said angrily as she pointed around. Thea rolled her eyes. She was too lazy to argue with such a simple view of good and evil. Batman wore a black cloak every day and didn't sleep at night to scare people. Who said he was evil? There were good and evil people, but there was no such thing as power. Especially in modern society, the right to speak was in one's own hands. If one said they were righteous and did not violate their bottom line, then they were righteous. Stop talking nonsense. Let me see if you only know how to talk big. Thea's figure gradually blurred and disappeared from everyone's sight. Black Thea hurriedly used her own methods to search around, but unfortunately she found nothing. She was a little anxious and hurriedly asked Tianshi in her body, "Where is she? Is she going to sneak attack me?" Tianshi smiled sinisterly. A sneak attack is definitely going to happen, but where is she now? You are really asking me. How is that possible? Even you can't find her whereabouts? Is she not in this part of the universe? Black Thea didn't expect Tianshi to say that he couldn't do it. Even if Tianshi was sinister and cunning, he wouldn't lie. He represented God's previous spirit of vengeance. His pride wouldn't allow him to lie. Tianshi thought about it. At first, he didn't want to answer, but seeing that Black Thea seemed to care about this question, he could only say, "It's most likely some kind of death domain. I don't understand that domain. After all, I can't die. I can create death, but I won't study the meaning of death." Tianshi replied casually. As long as God was still around, he would always exist. What kind of death could affect him? There was no power in this world that could kill him. He was very calm and even looked at the outside world with interest from his soul. Black Thea felt uncomfortable. She was jealous and envious. Endless resentment filled her chest. Why did she have this kind of power that could make Tianshi's eyes light up? It was obvious how rare this ability was. Most importantly, this ability belonged to her and there were no side effects. "I suggest you move a bit. Your body is starting to stiffen. Haven't you noticed? Idiot." Tianshi reminded her in her soul. Only then did Thea realize that she seemed to have fallen into a mixture of quagmire and spider webs. There was not a single ray of light around her, but she could feel countless threads rushing towards her. They were weightless and extremely light. However, there were simply too many of them. Every time his body came into contact with a thread, his body would become slightly heavier. What kind of attack is this? She waved her holy sword and kept hacking at the threads around her. "She is making you undead. Your body will lose all life force in less than 3 minutes." Tianshi didn't mock her. His tone was very serious. Chapter 981. "You mean that I'm going to die? How is that possible? I've been immune to magic for a long time." Black Thea didn't believe him at all. Magic was nothing more than a toy to her. Even without Tianshi, her own vision had long since surpassed the limits of what magic could contain. Otherwise, she wouldn't have created a freak like Lex who could shout praises, use magic, and even absorb abilities. Actually, it's not magic. It's something more complicated. She used the law of causality as well as some other rules. These threads are all from the people you killed. Your peers traveled back in time to give them a chance to take revenge on you. I might be wrong about other things, but I definitely won't be wrong about this hatred that seems to be carved into the depths of your soul. As God's previous spirit of vengeance, Tianshi was also astonished at how Thea was able to draw out a portion of revenge from death. This wasn't Thea's revenge, but rather the revenge of those who died in vain. They crossed timelines and attacked from different points in time. What Tianshi didn't say was that he had been tricked by Thea. Not only had Thea browsed through Black Thea's life, she had even planted a nail in Black Thea's timeline and detonated it during battle. Previously, Tianshi had allowed Thea to see her peers' pasts in time in order to attack his host's confidence. However, he didn't expect that Thea would be so sly. "Lend me some more of your power. Let me break through here." After half a minute, Black Thea noticed that something was wrong with her body. Her vitality was rapidly decreasing. She would probably lose the ability to move in less than 3 minutes. She clearly wasn't dead, but her body was stiff, and her soul was trapped alive in her body. She felt that this ending wasn't much better than Tianshi taking over her body. Tianshi was also rather troubled. An unseen enemy was indeed difficult to deal with. Karma Entanglement also had many sure-hit attacks. What would happen to him if his host became a dead person? He hadn't considered this question at all. Would he live or die then? As for leaving Black Thea and finding a new host, Tianshi only considered it for a moment before putting it aside. He still had some time before reaching that stage. With Tianshi's power replenishing her, Black Thea finally recovered more than half of her combat strength. She furiously attacked all around her. Scram! Wantonly scattering energy, gaps were opened in the domain of death. Rays of light from the outside world shone into this area through the gaps. His line of sight was densely packed with figures, and one of them was particularly eye-catching. He was wearing a light gray uniform with a windbreaker and high-riding boots. He was holding 2 thin swords in his hands. Black Thea recognized her at a glance. She was Earth's 10th ranked Thea Quinn. Her entire family were high-ranking officials in the SS. Black Thea had killed her in front of tens of thousands of soldiers and left. Her martial arts were good and she had some technological equipment. She could be considered an elite on the level of ordinary people, but in front of the power of the eclipse, she was no different from an ant. At that time, Black Thea was arrogant and crazy. She didn't care about the consequences at all. She killed people and extracted their souls. In the end, she left. The other party was just a symbol in her eyes, a puppet. Earth's 10th Thea spoke softly without making a sound. However, countless ghosts around her responded to her silently. However, Black Thea heard it very clearly. Her opponent wanted to have a fair fight with her. She wanted to sneer. What fair? Was there any fairness in this day and age? She was still sneering when she found herself in the wilderness. The surroundings were very quiet. Only Earth's 10th Thea was standing in front of her with a thin sword in her hand. The strength that she was so proud of had completely disappeared. All that was left was the martial arts she had learned and the experience she had gained from killing a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Eclipse, where are you? She called out several times, but there was no response at all. Had she gotten rid of that guy? It didn't seem like it. She had experienced Eclipse's stubbornness for many years. She didn't have time to think about it. Dual Swords Thea had already rushed forward with a roar. She was very uncomfortable without her extraordinary power. She was completely tenacious. She quickly put away her discomfort and waved her sacred sword to fight with the enemy. After fighting for a full 10 minutes, she finally stabbed the sacred sword into the enemy's chest. Looking at the enemy turn into ashes, she sighed. To be fair, the other party's martial arts were indeed not weak. She was able to crush him at that time only because she had the Eclipse as her host and the other party didn't. When the battle ended, her vision turned black again. The bone gangrene in her body once again connected to her soul. Are you okay? Eclipse asked strangely. I'm fine. Black Thea vaguely understood something. She waved her sacred sword as usual. In less than 3 seconds she entered that strange space again and fought with the other Thea. After ending the battle in that strange space, she returned to her body. The time in the outside world matched perfectly. Eclipse, who was using her body to observe the outside world, didn't notice anything strange. When she entered that strange space for the 8th time, she finally saw the main person. Thea was waiting for her. There were 7 other people with different expressions around her. They were either standing or lying down looking at her. What is your purpose? She couldn't help but ask. I thought about it. Even if I don't like you, I still want to save you. How? With your skills? Black Thea was disdainful. If it weren't for the fact that you had so many strong people in the universe, you would have died under my sword. Bah, don't think I didn't investigate. Taking into account the difference in the flow of time between the two worlds, I was already a new god when you got the Heart of Darkness. How much of Eclipse's power could you use? I'm afraid you're only awake for 1 or 2 hours a day. From the beginning to the end, you've never caught up to me. Even if she wanted to help her, she couldn't admit defeat verbally. Sia had always been puzzled. She had been driving so crazily that even a tough guy like Darkseid would come up with a bunch of nonsensical ideas to find excuses for her, such as higher dimensional life forms, the daughter of the god of creation. Her improvement speed in the eyes of the world was insane. How could this guy be so much stronger than her? Now that she saw the other 7 Thea, she realized that they were all the same age. There was no one like Thea Quinn who was in her 80s or 90s. This meant that their starting point was about the same. Their starting point was the same. She was so overpowered, how could she be surpassed? How was that possible? The truth was that Black Thea had always been inferior to her. She looked strong and powerful, but that was all because of Eclipse's power. She herself was only a small leader of the Assassin Alliance. Black Thea bit her lip and didn't say anything. Some things would only embarrass herself if she denied it. She instinctively felt that Thea had something else to say. As expected, Thea's next sentence shocked her. This is a world I created. It's a little small now, but we can talk. With Eclipse as her grandpa, Black Thea had great vision even though he was an evil grandpa preparing to take over her body. Chapter 982. She looked around. The other Thea were all ordinary people. They didn't think that creating a world was difficult, nor did they understand the hardships involved. However, Black Thea could see many things. This place was really simple. Even if she used too much force, the world would collapse. That was why she could only guide a small portion of her spiritual power into it, not her body. The world was too small. Tian sure didn't notice such a dust-like thing. Tian sure will be sealed eventually. But now that you're entangled with each other, you'll go in with him when he's sealed, Thea said. She didn't gather so many of her peers just to have a tea party. Oh, what do you think, goddess of death? Black Thea still didn't like talking to her. She was jealous, but more so because of her pride. She didn't want to accept Thea's help, but she also didn't want to give up hope. As if she saw through her thoughts, Thea went straight to the point. I can't save your life. Or to put it another way, from the moment you accepted Tianshur as your host, your life form has changed. This process, at least in my opinion, is irreversible. Seeing her angry expression, Thea interrupted her. Don't interrupt. Let me continue. We don't have much time. Give up those unrealistic thoughts. You're already dead. You've been dead for a long time. What I can do for you is to cut open your soul. Tian sure wants your body, so give it to him. Only then can you be free of him. The atmosphere fell silent. Black Thea bit her lips, unable to make up her mind. So this is the end of my journey? It's a pity that all my hard work. Hija muttered to herself. The others ignored her. She was a bit pretentious. The 7 people she killed didn't even say anything. What was there to complain about? Where will I go in the end? Thea was the most qualified to speak. She shrugged. It's up to you. If you want to go to heaven, I can introduce you. If you want to go to hell, you can go to be reborn. If you don't want to go anywhere, you can stay in my underworld or my small world. Then I'll reincarnate. Black Thea didn't even consider staying in the underworld or the small world. As expected, she chose to reincarnate and start a new life. In fact, Thea didn't want her to keep wandering around in front of her, partly because the two of them were born incompatible. It was more of a psychological discomfort. Modern psychological research had shown that people's first impression of individuals who were very similar to themselves was basically a hostile attitude. No one wanted to see someone who looked exactly like them. What are you going to do? Black Thea made up her mind and regained her composure. Actually, our souls are basically the same. The only difference is the frequency of the universe's vibrations. However, Tian Shi's and your soul's density is very high. We will need their help. After all, they still have a part of their souls in your body. If we gather the power of the 9 of us, we will be able to pull a large part of you out. After that, all we need to do is to sever the connection. She pointed at her counterparts and said. Thea's method was simple and crude. It was obvious that she did not spend much effort on it. Black Thea had no choice. If she could get rid of Tian Shi, it would be a victory. If her soul's origin was damaged, then so be it. She immediately nodded and agreed. Her vision blurred and she returned to the real world. This time, in order to coordinate the cooperation of several souls, it took a little longer. Tian Shi finally noticed something strange. However, he didn't expect Black Thea to be so decisive. He asked curiously, "Why are your spiritual fluctuations so powerful?" Because of this. Thea suddenly appeared behind him. She gathered a large amount of death energy on the night sky sword in her hand, as if she wanted to kill him with one strike. Tian Shi was shocked. He didn't dare to say that he could ignore an attack with the death attribute. After all, there was no goddess of death for billions of years. He had never tried it before. He didn't know if he could take it, and he didn't know if Thea could kill him. Tian Shi saw that the situation was critical. Black Thea was a little dazed. Before he could communicate with her, he forcibly controlled his body to dodge to the left. This time it was easy to control, as if it was his own body. He was slightly stunned. At first he thought that Black Thea didn't resist, but in a tenth of a second he saw the answer. Black Thea's turbid soul was pulled by 7 thin black lines. More than half of her soul had escaped. Don't think about running. Without the host's original soul, it would be countless times harder for him to control the body. Otherwise there would be corpses everywhere. Why would he need to find a host? Tian Shi didn't hesitate. He stretched out a giant hand to grab her. Thea, who had been watching coldly, saw the opportunity. She mobilized a large amount of death energy in her domain to attack Tian Shi, trying to buy time. Unfortunately, mortals were less than ants in front of vengeful spirits. They couldn't stop him at all. Thea could only fight personally. If he dared to stretch out his hand, she would just chop him off. The night sky sword drew an arc and slashed down fiercely. It didn't hurt Black Thea's body. It was like a shadow that rippled through her body, cutting Tian Shi's left hand at the soul level. In a fight at full strength, the young miss was still no match for him. However, one side was already prepared to go all out. On the other side, Tian Shi was separated by the Heart of Darkness seal and Black Thea's body. He wasn't prepared and acted hastily. It would be strange if he could stop her. This strike was both good news and bad news for Tian Shi. The good news was that Thea's death energy couldn't kill him. Her realm wasn't high enough. The bad news was that he was stopped. More than half of Black Thea's soul had escaped. The most important part, the core, had escaped. Tian Shi was furious. He tried to grab her again. Knowing the difference between them, Thea didn't fight him head-on. She flipped her sword and directly cut off the soul connection between them. Or rather, she took the initiative to cut off a small part of Black Thea's soul. Ah! Ah! The two shouted at the same time. Thea didn't care about anything else. She grabbed Black Thea's soul and ran. The other side was about to become complete. If she didn't run now, when would she? Tian sure wanted to chase after her, but he also wanted to take control of the body. Although most of the host's soul had escaped, there was still a small part left. This small part was enough for him to take over the body. He quickly made up his mind. He would take over the body first and think about other things later. The body had been corroded for many years. Now that the resistance was gone, it was only natural to take it over. Thea flew out for 2 seconds. She felt a large hole in her death domain. After that, she lasted for less than a second before completely shattering into pieces. The black clouds and freezing rain all disappeared. The light of the sun returned to the world, and with it came a huge amount of evil energy. You're quite fast. In 3 seconds she had opened up a distance of several thousand meters. She returned to Diana's side. Her fingers drew 2 mysterious runes. Black Thea's soul and her sacred sword were thrown into the underworld. There was no special treatment or punishment. In fact, with the sacred sword accompanying her growth, her starting point in the next life would naturally be higher than many people. Chapter 983. How are you? Are you hurt? The Valkyrie was concerned about her lover. She had also seen Black Thea's soul and knew that she had been sent away. That meant that they only had one enemy left. I'm fine. Thea replied casually. The most dangerous moment had passed. She had sensed that the specter had entered this universe. The young miss had completed her mission. In other words, she had saved a lost soul. The following battle had little to do with her. The specter was 5 meters tall. With a tattered green robe and a green hood draped over his body, he finally appeared on the battlefield. Opposite him was his old rival, Tian Shi. The two had been fighting for thousands of years. The specter was able to display his full strength, but Tian Shi was still separated by a layer of the heart of darkness. In this semi-sealed state he had not won for so many years. This battle with a predetermined outcome was more like an entertainment show for the two. After 100 years they would show their faces and fight. Tian Shi was sealed in the heart of darkness. In fact, the specter was also sealed in this great world. If Black Thea knew that the great evil demon she had fought for so many years would come out every 100 years to find an unlucky person, and that this kind of struggle with the host had been repeated countless times, who knew how she would feel? As if he had sensed the arrival of his old rival, Tian Shi slowly walked out of the thick fog. He was still using Black Thea's body, but his appearance had changed greatly. His eyebrows were elongated, and his thin eyelids revealed a layer of black gas. His ears were as pointed as those of the elves. Tian Shi looked very small in front of the specter, who was 5 meters tall, but the layers of evil energy around his body seemed to have solidified. The two bosses met again after 100 years. This was not the first or last time. It was just another confrontation in the long road. They were very calm. They faced each other and did not rush to make the first move. The young miss was ready to watch the show. She pulled Diana back. Diana was almost exhausted before, and now she had recovered a little, but she was still very tired. She needed to go back and recuperate for a while. Although she had lost a lot of her godly power, she had gained a lot. The Valkyrie's confidence had recovered. The one who had been attacking her was none other than the crazy Miss Thea. Now that she realized that her combat strength wasn't weak, she was in high spirits. That was a confidence that came from the depths of her heart, dazzling Thea. Why are you looking at me? Hey, who do you think will win? Noticing that Thea had been staring at her curiously, Diana nudged her gently with her elbow and asked casually. Even if she didn't ask, she knew the answer, but she still wanted to know if her judgment was right. It's definitely Spectre. Sky Eclipse has been sealed and we've dealt him a few blows. He can't even use half of his strength. They were whispering and staying away from the battlefield. The other battle information was finally gathered. The Ultra Queen was captured, and Lex described it according to Superman's words. No one knew why this guy suddenly exploded and died. Thea didn't say anything. She knew very well that it was because Black Thea had died. As an experimental subject, Lex had no way to control the messy abilities in his body. He could only explode into pieces and there was no other way. Johnny Quick was also dead. This guy was very unlucky. He was captured by the rogue gang like a commodity. The secretary transferred the money to Captain Lung Han. After the few of them finished the transaction, Thea cast her death domain outside. It covered the entire world and all the connections to the other dimensions were cut off. Of course, this included the Seraphic Speed domain. Without the help of the Seraphic Speed to speed up the cell repair, Johnny Quick's broken leg was like a fountain, spurting out blood. Captain Lung Han wanted to save him, but without the seraphic speed domain he would probably die faster if he was hit by a frost gun. They were not prepared at all, and in less than half a minute he was dead. Sea Conqueror ran very fast and slipped into the sea. Considering the vastness of the sea, even the Sea King did not chase after him. It was worth mentioning that Earth's third Hal Jordan's divine power ring. This ring was first forced offline by Thea, and then returned after being inspired by Diana's courage. It had mutated into an authentic Green Lantern ring. It found the government office worker who was stationed on Earth with the follow-up troops, Jessica Cruz. Perhaps Diana's feminist ideology had influenced the ring, or perhaps it was the ring's own choice. In short, the first female Green Lantern was born. The evil syndicate was completely crushed, and Earth-3 ushered in peace and justice. The government army was frantically searching for all resources, information, and technological products. Even the exploding Superman and the Flash could not raise too many objections. They could only appeal to not take the people's daily necessities. As for the technological information being taken away by their own government, they felt that it was understandable. After all, they were the superheroes of Earth-1. The rogue gang was quickly hired by the government as the vanguard to help clean up the gangs entrenched in the streets and alleys. The Suicide Squad was also like fish in water. They were all bad guys and they understood the thinking of the villains on Earth-3. The Black Palace government was directly attacked by them. The battle between Spectre and Tian-Shur had already begun. They attacked with all kinds of energy. Tian-Shur was good at manipulating people's minds. His body was sealed and he relied more on the laws of the universe to fight. If one were to forcibly classify him, he could be considered a magic type. Spectre, on the other hand, advocated fighting head-on, so he could barely be considered a warrior. Tian-Shur also grew his body to 5 meters tall. Thea looked more and more like a demon. He had pointed ears, fangs, claws, and purple muscles all over his body. She did not know if it was originally like this, or if it was deliberately set up by God when he was building a Smurf. Spectre roared again and again. He was good at using his physical strength to suppress his opponent with energy. Tian-Shur, on the other hand, could only play to his strengths and avoid his weaknesses. All kinds of energy attacks were at his fingertips. Blue light beams constantly hit Spectre's body, and Spectre also returned the attacks. The two powerhouses went all out from the beginning of the battle. They fought until the sky fell and the earth cracked. The aftermath of their attacks penetrated hundreds of meters underground. This battlefield would probably become a place of chaotic energy for hundreds or thousands of years to come. Thea and Diana had no choice but to go to Earth-3's watchtower. At this time, Batman was still crazily downloading information about Batman. This little Thomas Wayne had disappeared into the crowd. Facial simulation, satellite positioning, and all kinds of methods could not find him. At least, Batman said that he could not find him. Thea felt that the credibility of this sentence was questionable. There was also the death storm that turned into a ball of light in front of everyone's eyes. No one could be sure if he had directly exploded or flew away. The young mistress acted as if nothing had happened and insisted that she did not see him. The Sea King also used the word "did not see" about the Sea Conqueror. The people of the Righteous Alliance could only do their best to search. As for whether they could find these missing people, it was really hard to say. Chapter 984. The Antimatter Universe, on the other side of the multiverse, was the end of all matter. This was the universe under the control of the Anti-Watcher, the end of all positive matter. There was no way to verify who created this universe. Its existence was older than the oldest records. There were intelligent beings here, and they regarded the Anti-Watcher as the only god of their world. They worshipped him day after day, offering everything they had, just so that he could leave this universe with a chance of survival. Today, in the eyes of countless worshippers, a loud rumble rang out, and an unfamiliar visitor flew out of the Orange Passage. He tore through space and entered the antimatter universe without any obstruction. The visitor sat on the Mobius chair, his gaze wise and full of sympathy. It was Thea's old colleague, the god of knowledge, Mitron. He flew to a giant golden tower filled with technology, his expression grim, looking at the Anti-Watcher who was observing the material world through the tower, and fell silent as if he was preparing his words. "Hello, Mobius," he greeted the Anti-Watcher. The Anti-Watcher had barely escaped from his near-death state, and his tall body was covered in a thick layer of armor. The armor was forged in the core of the antimatter universe, but the armor did not provide him with much protection, and instead exposed his weakness. "I remember I warned you, Mitron, not to call me that, not to mention that name in front of me." The Anti-Watcher's voice was very hoarse. "Do you want me to call you the Anti-Watcher?" Mitron was not afraid, sitting on the chair as he asked calmly. I hope you don't disturb me. The anti-watcher's left hand lit up with a fierce light, and a beam of energy wrapped in a destructive aura shot towards Mitran. The violent energy hit the Mobius chair, the chair that the anti-watcher had created to seek knowledge when he was still a mortal called Mobius. The energy was turbulent and violent, but Mitran could still see the thick weakness in it, and he waved his hand to brush away the dust. You should know that as long as I'm sitting on this chair, your antimatter cannot hurt me. The anti-watcher was wearing a mask, and his expression could not be seen. He only said dully, I know, I've been sitting on that chair countless times longer than you. Yes, that's right. You abandoned the chair and wanted to destroy the universe. Let's not talk about the chair today. I'm here to advise you. Reality is already extremely fragile. It can't withstand your destruction. Stop for now. Don't enter the real world. Mitran was trying to persuade Kiran, which was not exactly a brilliant job. The anti-watcher sneered contemptuously. Even if you're sitting on this chair, you're still ignorant. After billions of years, you haven't made any progress. You don't even realize the laws of the universe. Anyone would get angry if they were called bullshit. Mitran was a little upset. He had good intentions. How dare you say that to him? His voice rose 2 octaves. Don't enter the real world. There is a trap set by the goddess of death for you. Can't you see? If you stop now, we can work together. I'm willing to help you find out what's behind all this. I'll use all my power to change your past and return everything to how it was in the beginning. Please believe me. Mitran sounded a little agitated at the end, but he really wanted to help. Pitiful worm, your knowledge comes from this chair, and you don't have that kind of power. The anti-watcher was unmoved. He put on his cloak tiredly, like a warrior about to enter the battlefield. Stop. Mitran blocked his path. If you enter the real world, do you know who's waiting for you? Why are you so stubborn? Darkseid? Or the goddess of death? Or the heavenly father you serve? The anti-watcher's words shocked Mitran. For the first time, he felt a little worried about this conversation. He realized that the conversation was out of his control. He had oversimplified the problem. There was probably a deeper game behind this. They all want me to enter. Can you stop these wills? Get out of my way. Boom. There was a loud bang, and the anti-watcher did not attack. Instead, a surge of energy came out of the Mobius chair. Mitran left the chair for the first time in hundreds of millions of years. He fell to the ground in a bloody mess, and his consciousness quickly stagnated. He could only vaguely see the anti-supervisor taking a small step in front of him, and a few intermittent words such as fate, cycle, entered his ears. After that, the anti-supervisor no longer looked at him, this poor guy, and led the army to the material world without stopping. This was a barren planet in Earth's 3 evil universes. Thea could not affect the battle between the Spectre and Tianxi, but she could choose the location of the battle between the Anti-Watcher and Darkseid. After the Spectre entered the battle, she left a passage in the universe. As long as she entered this universe, she would definitely appear on this planet. Both sides' battlefields were already set up, and all that was left was for the 2 contestants to enter. Darkseid coveted the anti-life equation. The Anti-Watcher's goal was purer. He wanted to be reborn to escape his fate of destroying the universe. Fate had a strong hold on him, and he needed to break through the boundaries of reality. To do so, he needed to kill a new god, a god who could touch the origin of all things. Darkseid, who had the Omega effect, was his only target. The conflict between both sides was irreconcilable, and only the fall of one side could end everything. Thea added fuel to the fire, the Heavenly Father acquiesced, and many archangels and great demons had their own agendas before the battle was finally decided. As the main contributor to this battle, the 2 powerful beings of the multiverse who were about to fight to the death also tacitly agreed to her choice of battlefield. A barren planet was more convenient for killing each other. The Apocalypse Star's army had entered this universe through the only passage a minute ago. Darkseid did not appear until the Anti-Watcher entered the universe and entered the battlefield. His subordinates did not find anything amiss. Only then did he open his mother box and descend into this universe. The Wasteland Wolf led the Apocalypse Star's army and faced off against the Anti-Watcher's elite forces. The moment the 2 sides clashed, the battlefield was littered with corpses. Neither the Anti-Watcher nor Darkseid made a move. They were sizing each other up and waiting for the goddess of death and the Spectre to leave this universe. If the young mistress did not leave, the 2 of them would not dare to fight without restraint. What is that? It's as evil as Tianxi, and it seems to be 2 different types of energy? Diana had barely touched the top level of the new gods. She could vaguely feel the world's consciousness cheering as 2 sources of evil had descended into this universe. Chapter 985. Thea pretended to be confused. One of them is Darkseid, but the other one is very blurry. It looks like the anti-watcher who escaped during the night of darkness. He has been watching us all this time. What should we do? Superman asked. They were too far away, and even with his supervision he could not see across several galaxies. Of course, Thea could not say that they should just sit back and watch the show. She pondered for a moment and said, "It's a good thing that their battle is not on Earth. A battle of this level is not something that can be decided in a short period of time. I think Darkseid has a good chance of winning." Darkseid is also our enemy, right? What will happen to this universe if he wins? The Flash asked. This time Thea thought about it carefully. Even if he wins, he will use up half of his divine power. We new gods are fundamentally different from the anti-watcher. Even by the most objective estimation, Darkseid will be seriously injured and will not be able to recover in a short time. In fact, she was thinking that Darkseid should go into seclusion after obtaining the anti-life equation. He could conquer the world anytime. Sharpening the axe would not delay the work of cutting firewood. Uncle Do would know this simple path. He did not care about this little bit of time. Everyone in the Righteous Alliance looked at each other. They had sacrificed themselves to fight against Counter-Supervisor, but in the end they found that the big boss had been pulled away by someone else, and the one pulling the monster was another big boss. They were a little dumbfounded by this complicated situation. Even Batman, who had prepared 100 plans, did not expect this situation. Right now, the anti-watcher that they wanted to eliminate had been called to the side by Darkseidra for a fight. What should they do in this situation? Batman did not like things to get out of hand. The other party was too far away and he could not see or touch them. He could only focus on what was in front of him. He pointed at the Spectre Eclipse fighting on the screen and asked, "Who are these two people? Where is your counterpart?" Thea told the story of her counterpart from the beginning. The heroes sighed, but they weren't too surprised. Superman's counterpart and the Flash's counterpart were so bad that it wasn't too surprising to have Thea's counterpart. Young boys and girls who thirsted for power opened up some ruins and were then possessed by demons. This kind of common story filled countless movies, animations, and games. It wasn't anything new, so they accepted it very quickly. Apart from the fact that this demon seemed to have a powerful background, everything else was understandable. Only Batman had a different train of thought. He scratched his chin. Part of the creator's emotions? Can you be more specific? Thea smiled bitterly. This has nothing to do with our current situation. Your thirst for knowledge has broken through a certain limit. Bruce, this is not good. You have strayed far from your original intention. Really? Batman lowered his head and thought about it. He did not find any problems, but he had been searching for answers too much recently. The secret of the new god, the secret of the lamp ring, the secret of the end metal. There were too many things to study and many of them lacked basic information. This information was too far away from his world, so there was no progress in many of them. I'll go help the Spectre. You guys pack up. This mission is officially over. Thea joined the battle between the Spectre and the Spectre Eclipse. They had to fight quickly. Darkseid and the anti-supervisor were trying to kill each other with their gazes, but neither of them made a move. Thea soon understood their concerns. She could only join the battle again and quickly seal the Spectre Eclipse. Then she returned to the original universe to watch their livestream. The Spectre Eclipse was already weaker than the Spectre Eclipse. With Thea joining the battle, the Spectre Eclipse was even less of a match. The Spectre Eclipse said that Thea could be his host, which meant that their powers could be partially connected. At this time, both the Spectre Eclipse and the Spectre Eclipse were 5 meters tall. To cooperate with the battle, Thea also enlarged her body. She held the Night Sky Sword and slashed the Spectre Eclipse's shadow attack. "Cooperate with me, Goddess of Death," the Spectre Eclipse said. As the Spectre Eclipse spoke, a patch of green appeared in her palm. It contained a trace of supreme power. She had been studying the stranger's silver coin and the Judas contract. She immediately felt the purity that was beyond words. Since the Spectre Eclipse wanted to fight, she would not refuse. Thea put away her sword and jumped behind the Spectre Eclipse. She patted the Spectre Eclipse's shoulder and transferred part of her death power. The green beam of light was surrounded by a spiral of black death gas. Like a high-speed drill, it pierced through the Spectre Eclipse's shield and pierced a big hole in his abdomen. The death power and the Spectre of God's vengeance worked well together for the first time. Thea estimated that if she became the Spectre Eclipse's host, the two powers would combine and there would not be many people in the world who could defeat her. Even if the Spectre Eclipse was summoned by the cult of death seeking again, she and the Spectre Eclipse would be able to take it down. However, the Spectre Eclipse belonged to the Spectre Eclipse. At her level it would be too low to be the host. The Spectre Eclipse had transformed Black Thea's body into a pure energy body. Not a single drop of blood was shed. However, the Death Power and Vengeance Eclipse's wounds were giving him a headache. You are indeed powerful. But Death Goddess, do you dare to look me in the eye? Your counterpart is still struggling in my body. Come and help her. The Spectre Eclipse's voice was very soft, as if he was mumbling. Thea hid behind the Spectre Eclipse without a word. She would have to be an idiot to look him in the eye. Even an idiot would know that this was a big move. As for the part of Black Thea's soul that was trapped, she could only pray for the best. Her shameless actions almost made the Spectre Eclipse spit out blood. The little bit of God's power he had hit the Spectre Eclipse. Since they were both from the same department, the Spectre Eclipse was naturally not afraid of this thing. She accepted it calmly and even absorbed a part of it. This made the Spectre Eclipse's heart ache. The Spectre Eclipse raised her fists and fought desperately in the front. Thea Eclipse attacked from behind from a distance. She was determined not to be on the front line. Under their rapid attacks, the Spectre Eclipse's counterattacks became weaker and weaker. He was not a match for the Spectre Eclipse in the first place, and Thea Eclipse was even weaker. After a lot of effort, they finally destroyed the Spectre Eclipse's new body. The Sky Eclipse turned back into a sparkling and translucent black diamond that seemed to contain countless secrets. The Spectre Eclipse did not have any objections to Thea Eclipse's plan to seal her predecessor again. If she wanted to seal him, then seal him. He would definitely be able to jump out again. This was the difference between 100 years and 150 years. The battle on Earth 3 came to an end when she sealed the Heart of Darkness into a large rock. This large rock could not be brought back to Earth 1. After some thought, she decided to leave it in this part of the universe. She randomly chose a direction and found a planet with a very poor environment that would not give birth to life in 10,000 years. Then she buried it deep. Chapter 986. The army from Earth 1 entered this world and raided Earth 3 under the banner of, "Help the people hang upside down." Unlike the development of Mars, the resources here were already made. All they had to do was open the warehouses and move them away. A large amount of resources, energy and technology were transported back to Earth. The military and government were overjoyed. However, the politicians did not just plunder. They sent out their elite troops to help the government stabilize the situation. Overall, they had done a lot of good things. Super Tyrant, Super Queen, the Divine Power Ring were captured, Night Owl, Death Storm and Ocean Overlord were missing, and Lex and Johnny Quick were dead. Eternal Justice was a complete success. They did not achieve their initial goal of eliminating the anti-supervisor, but no one objected when someone was willing to help. The moment Thea left Earth 3, Darkseid and the anti-supervisor attacked at the same time. Darkseid's divine power was at its peak. Apart from Yoja Khan, who was still stuck to the Wall of Origin, he represented the pinnacle of the new gods. The Heavenly Father was no match for him and Sia was no match for him. At least for now, Darkseid was confident. If the anti-supervisor was at his peak, he could easily defeat Darkseid. After all, he could absorb all the energy in the universe and there was no upper limit. On the other hand, the new gods could only fuse with the Origins and they could not fuse with many of them. For example, the anti-supervisor was in the Xinsha world, while the new gods were in the Wuxia world. At most, the new gods were in the Wuxia world. The martial arts they practiced were not on the same level. If the anti-supervisor was at his peak, he could kill Uncle Da in 2 moves. Unfortunately, he was not in his best condition. However, he was not here to die. With the anti-life equation in hand, he had the power to destroy everything. Only by killing Darkseid and using the violent turbulence in the material world could he break free from the shackles of fate. However, Darkseid did not easily leave Apocalypse Planet and fight in his true form. Now, with the help of several parties, the anti-supervisor was finally standing in front of Darkseid. Only by killing this evil tyrant could he break free from his identity as the anti-supervisor and become a human again, not a program that only knew how to destroy. The Anti-Watcher's armor had 2 thick energy pipes extending from the inside of its body. They were connected to the anti-life equation and could be used freely under normal circumstances. However, after being killed by the Black Death Emperor, the Anti-Watcher's body had many necrotic parts. The energy pipes were used to bypass the necrotic parts and directly connect the energy to the wrist. He gathered the power to destroy everything in his hands. Once he regained control of this power, he was more confident that he could defeat Darkseid. The Grand Lord of Evil himself controlled the 5 divine thrones of darkness, evil, strength, tyranny, and massacre. Naturally, he could feel the pressure from the other party, which was greater than that of the new gods. However, he was not afraid. Instead, he was a little excited. Having lived for hundreds of millions of years, he could tell at a glance that the other party was weak. If he couldn't defeat such an enemy with only a sliver of health left, then he wouldn't be able to survive. TSK. Omega Ray was the first to attack. Once it did, it would unleash its strongest attack. 2 blood-red rays hit the Anti-Watcher's armor. As a powerful being of the multiverse, even Omega Ray couldn't do much to him. However, the armor shattered, revealing the stiff muscles on his shoulders. Darkseid was overjoyed and he stopped probing. He let out a roar and threw a punch with enough force to suppress the stars in the sky. The Anti-Watcher opened his right hand, and the anti-life equation quickly gathered. A purple energy beam with a diameter of more than 3 meters was shot at Darkseid. Darkseid wasn't good at dodging. Perhaps it was because he didn't like dodging, or perhaps it was because his dexterity was low. In any case, Thea had fought him a few times and she had never seen him dodge her attacks. He had never done anything like turning around, sidestepping, jumping, or rolling before. Thea suspected that this guy didn't even have the dodge attribute in his attribute list. He didn't even look at the Anti-Watcher's energy beam. He reached out his left hand and chose to take it head-on. At the same time, his right hand was like a huge mountain. His strategy was simple. He would trade damage for damage. Darkseid only had a sliver of health left, so he was sure to win. Sia looked at them from the outside and found that there was no technique involved in their battle. It was just, you give me a shot and I give you a punch. Let's see who falls first. Judging from the current situation, it was very likely that Darkseid would win. However, she couldn't rule out the possibility that the anti-life equation could turn the tables at the critical moment. After all, he now had the anti-life equation, which represented the ultimate power of the universe. As expected, after 5 minutes of fighting, the Anti-Watcher's armor was shattered in many places. One of Darkseid's eyes was injured, and blood was flowing down his cheek. At the same time, his left hand was charred. Antimatter energy wasn't easy to deal with. His mountain-like body was being eroded by the antimatter energy, but he suppressed it with his divine power. At this moment, Darkseid looked at the Anti-Watcher with a cruel smile. It was as if he was looking at a ferocious beast that had charged into a hunting net. In a world surrounded by wolves, even a bad guy wouldn't be able to survive. He didn't dare to let himself be injured too badly. If he was injured too badly, the Heavenly Father and Thea might join forces to attack the Apocalypse Star. He wouldn't be able to resist then. Darkseid secretly gave an order to the Wasteland Wolf. The Apocalypse Star commander hurriedly opened a sonic tunnel. A black figure quickly ran out of the tunnel. Or rather, it was a sleigh. He was wearing black armor. He was the new god, the Black Runner. The sleigh was extremely fast, leaving a trail of white mist behind it. He had received orders to take the Anti-Watcher's life. The Black Runner didn't attack the anti-life equation directly. The antimatter energy wasn't something he could resist. He patrolled the perimeter of the battlefield for 2 weeks, looking for an opportunity to strike. Darkseid suddenly discovered the Anti-Watcher's weakness. He shot an Omega Ray at the Anti-Watcher's face and appeared behind him at the same time. He clenched his fists and punched with all his might. When they got closer, Darkseid realized that the anti-life equation had been muttering to himself. He could only vaguely hear a few words: misunderstanding, guilt, shame, failure, stupidity, and so on. The language wasn't very refined, but it was very simple. There was also a strong sense of temptation in it. What is this? What is this guy doing? Darkseid suddenly had a bad feeling. He seemed to have underestimated the anti-life equation and the Anti-Watcher. The anti-life equation knew that Darkseid was in a bad state, but he still joined the battle. The anti-life equation had been planning this for a long time. Darkseid hurriedly turned around and saw that the Black Runner's eyes were filled with chaos and violence. The black sleigh suddenly sped up by 20%. It changed its angle slightly and charged straight at Darkseid. Chapter 987. The Black Runner's sudden betrayal caused many onlookers to gasp. They weren't worried about Darkseid. They were just thinking about how they should deal with the situation. Thea also saw this from the outside. She didn't care who won, but if possible, it would be best if Darkseid won. The anti-supervisor had a strong foundation and was 100% compatible with the anti-life equation. Although he had to destroy his martial arts and separate himself from the equation, what if he didn't? As the previous god of knowledge who had destroyed quite a number of universes, such a vicious and merciless enemy had been tricked by him. If he were to always be remembered by him, it would be quite unbearable. However, she wouldn't help him. They were too far apart and Uncle Da could only rely on himself. The evil lord remained calm despite the sudden change. He didn't expect the Black Runner to be controlled by the enemy. He had planned for tens of thousands of years for the god of death, but Thea had ruined everything. His plan had been foiled before it could even begin. If there was anything he had gained from his plan, it would be the guy riding the sled. This guy claimed to be the god of death, but that was not the case at all. Darkseid could easily defeat him, and Wasteland Wolf could also take him down if he was prepared. After all, they had lived for so many years and everyone had a few tricks up their sleeves. If the Black Runner was the god of death, then this god of death was too weak. Darkseid prepared for tens of thousands of years with this question in mind. It wasn't until Thea entered the underworld that he realized he had been fooled by the Black Runner's nonsense. This guy was definitely not the god of death. Although the Black Runner had all kinds of problems, Darkseid had studied him for tens of thousands of years and was certain of his abilities. This guy was extremely fast and could cause instant death to any target he came into contact with. It wasn't difficult to deal with him. All Darkseid had to do was put up a defensive barrier, regardless of the nature of the barrier. On the other hand, if he wasn't prepared, he was indeed very strong. When Darkseid knew he was going to fight the anti-supervisor, he was prepared to use the Black Runner as a backup, but he didn't expect to be tricked. Due to the anti-life equation, not only the Black Runner, but even his apocalypse demons had turned against him. Only his second uncle, Wasteland Wolf, still had his own will, but he was having a hard time holding on. The situation was very unfavorable. Not only the anti-supervisor's army, but even his own apocalypse demons had turned their weapons against him. Should they retreat or continue fighting? According to their previous habits, they could retreat now, leaving behind the Wasteland Wolf to cover their retreat. As for whether or not he could survive, that was not within their consideration. However, there was a subtle change today. Darkseid's greed for the anti-life equation had overshadowed everything else, especially when he saw the anti-life supervisor put on a show for him. He was desperate to get his hands on the anti-life equation at all costs. Thea could use the divine power of death to cover the entire world's laws, and Darkseid could do the same. Suddenly, a monstrous evil suppressed all laws, and a violent aura floated in every corner of the universe. Anxiety appeared in the hearts of all intelligent life. Every life felt a tremor from the depths of their soul, as if they were sitting on top of a volcano that was about to erupt. Stimulated by the great evil, the Great Plains Wolf finally broke free from the influence of the life-reversing equation. When he saw the apocalyptic demons flying towards him, he subconsciously wanted to run. However, he immediately remembered that his nephew was still not far away, so he turned his head to take a look. Not good. Boss had no intention of retreating at all. This was very unlike the Revelation Star. However, he didn't have the guts to run. All he could do was help Darkseid clean up the small fries. Black Runner? Only then did he realize that the god of death, who was on the same side as him, had become his enemy. Stop him. Buy me some time. Darkseid, who was usually a man of few words, was really anxious now. He had to say a few more words. At the same time, he didn't stop attacking the anti-life supervisor with his giant fists that could shatter planets. The anti-life supervisor's armor, which had been forged in the depths of the antimatter world, was completely shattered, but he didn't care. It was good that Darkseid didn't run away. He didn't put all his hopes on the Black Runner, and he was also fighting back with all his might. The Great Plains Wolf's heart was about to jump out of his chest as the two multiverse-level beings fought with their lives on the line. There were simply too many enemies. There were so many of them that he couldn't see the end of them. He had to rely on himself to stop so many enemies, including the elusive Black Runner. Idiot. Useless. Thea, who was watching from the outside, and Darkseid, who was in the middle of the battlefield, cursed at the same time. The Black Runner used the shadows of the Apocalypse Demon and the Anti-Life Supervisor's army to bypass the Great Plains Wolf. He was as fast as lightning. The Great Plains Wolf could use his hatred to fill the space around him and slow him down, but the Black Runner ignored him completely. He increased his speed to the maximum and charged straight at Darkseid. The Anti-Life Supervisor sneered. As the former god of knowledge, he knew how the Black Runner attacked. He grabbed Darkseid tightly with both hands, not letting him break free. In the blink of an eye, Darkseid only managed to turn his body slightly before he was hit by the Black Runner. The thin figure crashed into the giant. It was like a speeding car crashing into a mountain, but this time the car was unscathed and the mountain was about to collapse. Darkseid wasn't the apocalypse. He didn't have a god to rely on. Even death attacks could still hurt him and even take his life. The Black Runner's sleigh left a huge wound under his ribs. The black aura of death began to invade his body. Darkseid tried his best to suppress the injury, but it didn't work. His face was pale as if his life was about to come to an end. The anti-life supervisor laughed loudly. His voice was so hoarse that it sounded like he was sawing wood, but he was very happy. He could almost see himself becoming a human again. Freedom had never been so close to him. He didn't care if killing Darkseid would cause a commotion in the multiverse. Darkseid, you idiot, had played such a good hand. Thea cursed. She wanted to return to Earth 3, but unfortunately, Darkseid had gone berserk, and the evil world had regained its original form with his help. It was even stronger than before. The worlds will remembered the experience of being suppressed by her and was now resisting her entry. The anti-life supervisor glanced at the outside world as if he wanted to see the expressions of the onlookers. But to prevent any accidents, he looked at Darkseid again. The evil lord's deity position was very suitable for him. He was separated from his position as the anti-life supervisor and the anti-life equation. Of course, he wasn't going to be immortal again. Darkseid's deity position was tailor-made for him, and he wasn't going to give it up. Chapter 988. The counter-supervisor lowered his head and was about to absorb Darkseid's essences. He was no stranger to capturing essences to create the Mobius chair. In fact, he was very familiar with it. After identifying the 5 essences in Darkseid's body, he thought about the order of absorption. Suddenly he saw a dagger sticking out of Darkseid's rib. The dagger was golden and time seemed to be flowing within it. Whose dagger was that? Darkseid, the wild wolf, and the Black Runner did not have a dagger around them, so who could have stabbed Darkseid? He instantly realized the problem. Darkseid had stabbed himself. He was delaying the death from the wound. The counter-supervisor realized it too late. Just half a beat. Darkseid's weakness was gone. He jumped up and punched the counter-supervisor in the chest. He then stabbed his left hand into the counter-supervisor's chest and tore the counter-supervisor in half. Thea, who was watching from the outside, felt her teeth ache. She recognized the dagger. It was a divine weapon that the Egyptian gods had created to take revenge on Darkseid. She had given it to Batman after that. According to Batman, he had stabbed Darkseid with the dagger. Logically speaking, the dagger should have been used up. She did not expect him to keep it until now and even recover some of its functions. On one hand, he was suppressing his injuries. On the other hand, he was setting up a trap to lure the counter-supervisor into it. Although Darkseid was expressionless, she did not expect him to be so good at acting. The counter-supervisor was still breathing, but he had lost the ability to move. After the Black Death Emperor, he was once again on the brink of death. However, there was no White Lantern to save him this time. The counter-supervisor had lost control of his body. The anti-life equation automatically stopped spinning. Without the Black Runner and the Apocalypse demons, they regained their senses. Realizing that he had gotten himself into big trouble, the Black Runner turned around and ran. He was so fast that the onlookers could only see a blur before he completely disappeared. Thea was a little disappointed. She had wanted to recruit him. She did not expect him to run so fast. The Black Runner had the ability to run, but the Apocalypse demon soldiers could not. The Apocalypse demons looked at their boss nervously. If Darkseid had been as hot-tempered as he was in the past, he would have killed all of them in the most bloody and cruel way possible. But now that he knew what had happened to him, he no longer had the strength to do anything. The injuries caused by the Black Runner were not complicated. Whether in terms of quality or quantity, they were far inferior to Thea's. It would not be too troublesome to remove them in time. After all, he had hung up the Black Runner to study for tens of thousands of years. However, in order to induce the anti-eunuch, Darkseid used a more intense method to suppress his injuries. Right now, the power of time of the Egyptian gods had combined with the death of Osiris and the Black Runner. The combination of the injuries of a new god and an old one was more than enough for him to deal with. In addition, the life-reversing equation wasn't a piece of paper or some divine equipment. If he didn't take the initiative to separate it, it wouldn't drop even if he died 10 times. It had to be extracted from the depths of his soul. The anti-eunuch was of a higher level than a new god, so it would take some time to extract it. Even villains had enemies. Not only were the good guys targeting him, but other villains were also targeting him. The evil lord had obtained such a superweapon in front of everyone. It was the ultimate power of the universe, so it was only natural that people would be jealous of him. At the very least, the demons of hell had their eyes on him. The significance of this was self-evident. Time was tight and the mission was important. Darkseid carried the anti-eunuch's body that had been torn in two and ordered the wasteland wolves to retreat. The battle had come to an end and Thea looked away. She didn't care about the life-reversing equation at all. Let the villains fight for it. Even if the Heavenly Father wanted to join the battle, she would not stop him. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Father had been watching from the sidelines and did not have the courage to fight. The people of the Righteous Alliance returned to Earth, and the government took over. They held a meeting to discuss the captives. Super Overlord was easy to deal with. Without kryptonite to replenish his energy, he was no different from an ordinary person under the yellow sun. The cowardly Hal Jordan was also no threat. However, the matter of the Super Queen left the heroes scratching their heads. This pregnant supervillain left them at a loss. How should they deal with her? Where was the best place to lock her up? According to my observations, the child in her belly is also an Esper, and it should be Lex's child. Thea thought about it and decided to tell the truth. The people of the Righteous Alliance booed. This Super Queen was really something. She was Super Overlord's official girlfriend, but she had a secret rendezvous with Night Owl, and she had Lex's child in her belly. Everyone expressed their disdain for this kind of nonsense. While everyone was concerned about the gossip, only Batman realized the key problem. This child has an Esper ability? Yes, it's Lex's ability to absorb Esper abilities for his own use. Moreover, this child's Esper ability is innate. At the genetic level, it has already reached the stage of harmony. It's different from Lex's artificial creation. Seeing Batman's interest, they tried to dissuade him. In the end, all the captives were sent to the Heavenly Eye Society. As for the Super Queen and her child, they were considered the highest level of defense. Although the child was a blank piece of paper at birth, the Righteous Alliance hoped to introduce the concept of justice into the child's growth stage. However, no one could guarantee that the child would have the evil aura of that world. Even Thea could not guarantee it. It was always right to lock him up first. Everyone returned home. Diana, Green Arrow, and Mr. Excellent went to deal with the Silver Swan. Thea felt that she had nothing to do, so she went to the underworld. "Go, we will never meet again," she said to Black Thea's soul. The other party waved at her and followed the staff to be reincarnated. She would start a new life, but by then she would have nothing to do with the name Thea Quinn. Johnny Quick's soul was pulled into the Seraphic Speed Force space. This guy's Esper ability was mediocre, and Miss Thea was too lazy to stop him. Lex went directly to the underworld. No one knew how many contracts he had signed before he died. He was pulled away by the underworld without even going through the procedures. She did not stop for too long in the underworld. She mobilized a large army and rushed to the antimaterial universe. She took advantage of the fact that someone was lying dead to raid their home. She was such a magnanimous person. Darkseid was setting up a powerful energy-absorbing device to absorb the anti-life equation on the Apocalypse Star. At first, he was shocked when he saw her mobilizing an army, but he was relieved when he found out that she had gone to the antimaterial universe. As for the anti-surveillance unit, he was once again beaten to a state of 1 drop of HP. There was no way he could object now. A sonic tunnel opened, and the army from the underworld descended into the antimaterial universe. "Take everything of value except for a needle and a piece of thread." The goddess of death waved her hand, and her subordinates began to loot. Chapter 989. The anti-supervisor had left some troops behind to defend the base. Unfortunately, under the assault of hundreds of liches, tens of thousands of death knights, and countless undead warriors, they did not last even 1 round. The assassin Guangdong, the Siren, and the newly joined Deathstorm were all sent out. Deathstorm had a fanatical fascination with death. Thea did not even need to recruit him. She only needed to mention her name and he would bow his head. It was easy. Thea did not go personally like when she robbed Hades' treasury. Instead, she stood in the middle and ordered her subordinates to loot everywhere. Her position as the god of wealth also blessed these liches and death knights. Each of them had a good sense of appreciation. No matter what it was used for, as long as it was valuable, they would take it away. Not long after, Guangdong had a harvest. He dragged a burnt man to Thea. "Your Majesty, we found an old acquaintance." Thea looked down. Who was this? His hair was messy and his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. This guy was burnt. She took a closer look and noticed. "This is Mitron, right? I didn't recognize him without the chair." He was an acquaintance. When Thea first ascended, it was Mitron who pulled her to the father's side. Later on, when the weave was built, they had some friendship. He looked like he was burnt, but his injuries were not serious. She did not dare to use the white light ring in the antimatter universe. A few healing spells were thrown out, and Mitron slowly woke up. When he saw Thea, he sighed. He did not know what he was feeling. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your treatment." He quickly calmed down and bowed solemnly. Thea did not put on airs. "Old friend, why are you in the antimatter universe? Is this an order from the father?" Mitron explained everything without hiding anything. In the end, he asked in confusion, "Your Majesty, why did you facilitate this battle? Don't you know how big of an impact this will have on the reality of the multiverse?" Thea was silent for a moment. "God of knowledge, do you really want to know the reason?" Mitterrand said, "Even if you kill me afterward, I'll listen. From the perspective of the new gods and mortals, this battle is unnecessary. However, if you were to view it from a grander perspective beyond the multiverse, you would realize that this is a necessary process for the universe to ascend to a higher level. You should know about the dark multiverse. If the present universe is not improved to a higher level before the two converge, the destruction to the present universe would be incalculable once the fusion begins." Thea's main point was to start trouble as soon as possible and not drag it out. After sending the dizzy Mitron away with his twisted logic, the Death Storm brought good news. The anti-surveillance tower, which was over 30 meters tall, was a top-notch technological creation used by the anti-surveillance to monitor the multiverse. The technology contained within made Death Storm intoxicated, and Thea also took a closer look. This tower was equivalent to a supercomputer on Earth, but it was countless times more advanced. Its algorithm had probably reached the pinnacle of technology. The most important thing was that it was easy to operate and anyone could use it. She immediately gave the order to move it back to the underworld. The underworld also needed to be in touch with the times. The two-faced man was still using paper to deal with cases. How low was that? When the top-notch facilities were moved back, they immediately upgraded to digital offices. There were many good things in the antimatter universe. Many of them were the essence left behind after the universe exploded and burned. Although they couldn't name them, they were extremely tough. Tough, resilient, and had high magic resistance. Thea found several pieces of high-quality metal and showed them to Diana. Her shield had been broken previously, and now it was time to replace it with a new one. There were many materials, but there were also many talents. For example, the weapons master who had joined the Yellow Lantern Corps before, but later went missing. He came from the antimatter universe and was a member of the Thunder team. They were all very skilled and specialized in creating weapons for the anti-surveillance army. They were not life forms in the conventional sense and were somewhat similar to demons. They could also survive in the underworld. Now, the underworld was half threatening and half tempting these skilled craftsmen, pulling them all away. Everyone who participated in this operation was very happy to be able to plunder other people's homes. She didn't care if these liches would take a portion of the loot as long as she kept the bulk of the loot. The group of people came and went singing under her lead. The atmosphere was harmonious and friendly. The anti-surveillance army couldn't come back anymore, so it was useless to leave these things behind. It was a good chance to help the brothers in the underworld. That was what the young lady thought. When she returned to the underworld, she went back to Earth to rest. The Valkyrie was very tired today and didn't have much energy. Plus, the Silver Swan and the others were very well hidden. After circling Star City twice and not finding any trace of them, she went straight home. The two goddesses didn't play any indescribable games. They were very tired after a day of fighting. They chatted for a while, gossiping about the story of the Super Queen between the three men, and talked about the role of the first female Green Lantern on Earth in promoting feminism. Thea responded with noises and soon the two of them turned off the lights and went to sleep. In the middle of the night, suddenly, her spiritual power warned her that someone was approaching her at a high speed. Thea immediately cut off the connection between the room and the real world. Who was attacking her? How could they not have eyes? Diana's reaction was slightly slower than her, but she quickly sat up and looked into the distance vigilantly. The person was still far away. She felt the spiritual power characteristics of the other party and asked Thea with uncertainty, "It's the extreme speed, right? Looks like Barry?" Diana was puzzled and Thea was also puzzled. It was indeed the Flash Barry. The other party was sweating profusely from running from Central City to England. The distance was not short. Why couldn't he say it during the day? Let's change clothes and go take a look. Barry was the best person in the Righteous Alliance. Many of his principles might not be agreed with, but it was undeniable that his kindness was unmatched. As soon as they changed clothes, Barry was already in front of them. However, the other party did not stop. Instead, he continued to run faster. Thea looked at Barry carefully. Barry's state was very strange. He was running at such a high speed. How could he be chatting happily? Let's also enter the super high-speed state. Seeing that the other party was not stopping, she turned around and said to Diana. As a death reserve, they could jump out of the timeline, but Diana could not. It was extremely difficult for a new god to enter and exit the timeline. Barry, what's the matter? Seeing that the Flash was about to reach out and pull them into the super high-speed state, Thea waved her hand and refused. Every extra person entering the super high speed was a burden to him. Seeing that Barry was sweating profusely, it was better not to trouble him. Phew. Barry was very tired, but he still felt relieved when he saw that he could communicate normally. A group of people in Central City hijacked the experimental nuclear fission instrument of the Sky's Eye Society. The fission has already started. I can't stop it in time. I have tried all the methods. There's no time. Barry took off his mask. His face was full of pain. He hated himself for his hatred. The explosion had already happened. In the real world, a nuclear bomb that covered Central City would explode in just 1 second. The Flash had no other way. He could only use his super high speed to break the situation. He tried Psyker's shockwave and Caitlin's freezing. In the end, it was useless. Instead, he used a lot of energy to bring the other two people into the super high speed state. Chapter 990. The nuclear fission in the Central City had been completed, and a large amount of heat energy had begun to accumulate. The explosion was right in front of them. Barry, who was at his wit's end, continued to run at high speed while trying to think of a solution. Since he could not find a solution, he could only cross the ocean to England to find the two goddesses. This was his last resort. If it did not work, he could only travel through time to save everything. Don't worry, I'll solve this. Thea would definitely not leave him in the lurch. Not to mention Barry's pleas, even if no one came to her, she could not just watch the nuclear bomb explode without doing anything. The distance was a little far and time was tight. At this moment, it was already too late to teleport over. The magic that stopped time and Barry's super fast running did not actually stop time completely. It was just a limited extension of that 1 second in reality. Thea cast her sight to the Central City far away. The nuclear fission had been completed, and a large amount of heat energy was ready to explode. If no one stopped it, the explosion would happen in the blink of an eye. For the Central City, which was second only to Star City, Gotham, and the metropolis for the more than 1 million citizens, and to not let her mother bear the bad name of being the one who detonated a nuclear bomb in her own land, she really gave it her all. She maintained her high-speed movement, and at the same time she mobilized her divine power from a long distance. A large amount of divine power was simulated by the fifth dimension, forcibly suppressing the energy of the nuclear explosion, and then modifying reality. This was easy to say, but it was quite difficult to actually do. Thea had to maintain high speed to modify this energy body that was constantly increasing. The long distance, short time, and the constantly changing energy all posed a huge obstacle to her. Barry looked at her nervously. The three of them felt like a minute had passed since they were traveling at high speed. Only then did Sia change the appearance of the nuclear explosion and modify it again. My ability can only suppress it for about 10 seconds. Let's hurry over. She wiped the sweat off her forehead. Only she could do such delicate work. 10 seconds in real time? Barry was still asking. Thea did not have time to explain. She pulled him and Diana and teleported to the Central City. This was a cargo center and there were many familiar faces there. Psyker, Caitlin, Barry's father-in-law, Joe West were all there. There were also several armed robbers and a large container. However, because Thea and the others' own time had been extended, the people in the outside world, including this world, did not move at all. Black Amanda had learned the modern corporate system very well, and they had done a good job in cleaning up, sorting, and marking. They were afraid that the robbers would not be able to find what they were from, so they had drawn a large Heavenly Eye Society logo on the container. Other than not writing that there was a nuclear bomb inside the container, they had done everything else that should and should not have been done. Perhaps Amanda thought that anyone who offended her Heavenly Eye would be punished no matter how far away they were. She was so arrogant that she didn't prepare any preventive measures. Hiding? No. Esper Protector? It didn't exist. The few bodyguards were from the Midtown police station. Back then, when Bane wanted to blow up Gotham, he needed a physicist to fiddle with it before he could detonate it. However, the thing in front of Thea was simple and crude. As long as the switch was pressed, it could blow up the entire city into powder. Transporting such a dangerous device all over the world. The Heavenly Eye Society had a responsibility that could not be denied. As for the robbers, they were even crazier. Not only did they want to blow themselves up, they wanted to bring the entire city down with them. The experimental nuclear fission instrument that was originally emitting high heat had completely disappeared. In its place was an elephant slide that looked very childlike. Seeing the nuclear bomb that almost caused him to die of anxiety in this state, Barry did not know what expression he should have. Don't mind the details. Its essence hasn't changed. Time is tight. Of course, Thea wanted to be more serious. However, the abilities of the fifth-dimensional people were just that funny. She had no choice. Let's do it. You're very tired. After rejecting Barry's help, she quickly looked for an uninhabited asteroid. After that, she opened the portal. Diana picked up the elephant slide and threw it into the portal. The moment she closed the portal, she could faintly hear an earth-shattering explosion coming from the other side. A super disaster that could be recorded in history books was averted. However, the few of them could not rest. They were going to detonate a nuclear bomb on American soil. Not only did they say that, they had already detonated it. This was too serious a problem. Batman, who did not sleep all day, had just finished his daily activities of fighting criminals. When he heard the news, he rushed over immediately. Brother Superman was also called out from his bed by them. The remaining members of the Righteous Alliance were all pulled to Central City for a meeting. The Flash had exhausted too much of his energy. Thea was also very tired from forcibly changing reality in order to suppress the nuclear bomb that had already exploded. The whole story was explained by Diana. A bunch of people were surprised. This was Central City. Just from the name, they knew the location of the city. It was located in the state of Missouri and could be said to be very central. If a nuclear bomb was detonated here, the city would be razed to the ground. The surrounding cities would be affected by the radiation and the national economy would suffer a setback. A simple explosion would affect many areas in all aspects. At that time, there would be a lot of trouble. The results of the interrogation were even more ridiculous. Before Batman could ask much, the other party was like a hero and spilled the beans. These guys were not people of Allahu Akbar. They were a public welfare organization. The organization's theme was anti-nuclear energy and advocated the protection of the Earth's environment. Crazy. This was the first reaction in the minds of most superheroes. The people of Earth have too many weapons in their hands. It's too dangerous. Is it normal for a public welfare organization to be able to get so many weapons? The Sea King, who usually did not like to express his opinions, said something rare. He had always been dissatisfied with the fact that humans had so many weapons in their hands. The Sea King pointed to a few robbers and asked the heroes, if the robbers had no weapons, how could they suppress the police and detonate the nuclear bomb? You mean to ban guns? They asked. The Sea King nodded, indicating that he meant it. A bunch of heroes fell into silence. Banning guns was good, of course it was good. At least for superheroes, it was a good thing. Why did superheroes seem to have superpowers now? It was because ordinary heroes were shot to death before they could accumulate much experience. Over time, superheroes had been monopolized by superpowers. Even for ordinary people like Batman, his starting point was far higher than those vigilantes. The accumulation of countless technological equipment and the harsh training of the Assassin League were all things that vigilantes did not have. They were hot-blooded and wanted to be a hero. They wanted to get rid of violence. When they walked on the streets with masks and rubber sticks, their ending was already doomed. 99% of them were killed in the streets. Chapter 991. The topic of banning guns was a cliché as it involved huge interests. The National Rifle Association was just a target on the table, and there were many other forces involved behind the scenes. Many people could be implicated under these connections. Not to mention others, Miss Thea and Bruce Wayne could be easily connected. Thea had so many weapons companies under her name, so it couldn't be fake. Where did Batman get all those high-tech equipment? He only modified them a little, but who developed the original? He was actually one of the biggest arms dealers in the country. The two weapons tycoons looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Banning guns wasn't that easy. They didn't care about money. If they shut down the weapons factories today, 10 new companies would pop up tomorrow. After all, there were many people in the industry, so it was impossible to send the weapons designers and staff to the docks to carry sacks. Once they did that, the world wouldn't be far from chaos. However, the people of the Righteous Alliance were interested in this proposal. Although Superman felt that humans should be given freedom, too much freedom didn't seem appropriate. Thea gave Batman a look. He was more suitable for offending people. Batman didn't disappoint and bluntly rejected the proposal. The Sea King shrugged. Do as you please. Even if the land was blown up, it wouldn't affect my home. Banning guns was unrealistic, but weapons of mass destruction could be checked. The citizens were too smart and knowledgeable. The super hacker Kane from Star City, who had been clamoring for revenge against the Quinn family, had made a lot of powerful bombs. Green Arrow had tried to capture him several times, but she had been fooled by the bombs because she didn't want to harm the innocent. Many of the superheroes' villains had a talent for bombs, and the Joker was one of the most outstanding talents. Whether they learned it in school or self-taught, the power of bombs couldn't be ignored. The civilian research teams were too bold and dared to research anything. The nuclear explosion this time was a classic example, and the culprit was Batman and his subordinates' research laboratories. A few hot-headed researchers suddenly had an idea. They didn't know what kind of data they needed to calculate and needed the nuclear fission experiment equipment. After submitting a few reports, they prepared to borrow a piece of equipment from the Heavenly Eye Society. The cooperation between the Heaven's Eye Society and the Righteous Alliance was quite good, and with the face of the young Miss and Batman, the person in charge let them go without much deliberation, which led to today's crisis. The relationship between the army and the people sounded quite touching, but in reality the leaders of both sides didn't know about it. Their subordinates just did it in a daze. Thea even suspected that the other party might think that Jinglian wanted to borrow this thing. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent a truck with 2 drivers carrying a container to transport such a dangerous device. Thea left the couplet for the others to study slowly. She hurried back to the White House. Her mother had to know about this. It turned out that she had guessed correctly. Black Amanda was urgently called to the White House in a helicopter in the middle of the night. When she found out the whole story, her dark face turned pale with fright. It wasn't her order, nor was it Steve Trevor, nor was it the order of the black man's wife Laura. After investigating, he realized that it was a loan agreement signed by a branch base's person in charge. Don't we have an early warning system? Could anyone come into contact with some highly dangerous equipment? Where is our classified confidentiality system? Is it strictly implemented according to the rules? This time it's Central City. Will it be the White House or the Pentagon next time? Moira was furious and threw out several questions in a row. She had always been dissatisfied with the Heaven's Eye Society being out of her control. Now she not only wanted to beat them but also wanted to add dirt. If Thea hadn't been strong enough, she would have been the first president to detonate a nuclear bomb on the mainland. Once it was detonated, the government would have resigned, and it wouldn't be inconceivable to pursue criminal responsibility. If the nuclear bomb was detonated, millions of people would die. Someone had to take the blame. She, the president, and Ryan, the defense minister, would have to go to jail together. It was 30% fake and 70% real. Moira was indeed very angry. She was sleeping and the nuclear bomb was detonated. Was there anything more ridiculous than this? Amanda's face was full of spittle, but she was also very helpless. The intelligence organization was not monolithic, and the internal factions were entangled with each other. In order to show their control, the military bosses pulled one faction to beat the other. Amanda, Steve were all tossed back and forth in different ways. Naturally, many neutral factions were born. This time, the person in charge of the subbase was from the neutral faction. The other party was kind enough to flatter her, but in the end, not only did he not flatter her, he almost knocked the horse out. Strictly investigate the person responsible for the incident. I want to listen to the follow-up report tomorrow. Moira waved her hand and shooed Amanda away. It's really tiring to be the president. Moira put down the pen and complained with some distress. Thea rubbed her shoulders. Although her mother said that she was unwilling, she was actually very proud. Today's incident could have turned into a disaster for any president, not even Washington and Roosevelt. Once the explosion happened, all existing political means could not solve the problem because it was too serious. Thea mentioned the ban on guns and Moira's attitude was not optimistic. Anyone with a little intelligence could see that the major problem of Social Security was the proliferation of guns, but no one wanted to touch this minefield. Let's be cautious first, but your suggestion to check the sources of danger and manage dangerous materials by category can be tried. The president's mind was very sharp. She immediately realized that she could gain more power in this matter. The next day, Thea followed her to the Pentagon. The vice president and Minister Ryan already knew the topic in advance, but the remaining generals were at a loss. Why did the president come to the Pentagon? As soon as the story began, they exploded. A nuclear explosion. Some unknown public welfare and environmental protection organization had almost detonated a nuclear bomb in their homeland. This news was very terrifying. Moira could rely on the teleportation gem to automatically teleport in a life-threatening situation, but these generals did not have this benefit. They were all stunned. This is too much, this is a crime, the Heaven's Eye Society, these guys. An old general gritted his teeth. At first he wanted to call them bastards, but after considering many factors he finally changed it to guys. However, there were many people who were angrier than him. No one wanted to sleep at home or at a mistress' house, and then everything would be gone with a bang. It was indeed efficient and painless to die, but they did not want to die. Not at all. This time it was Central City. Where would it be next time? No one could guarantee that it would be the city where they lived. Chapter 992. There was no doubt that nuclear bombs should be banned. This was not something that could be bought and set off casually. Even the toilet cleaner in the Pentagon agreed. His job was not easy to come by, so nuclear bombs must be banned. However, if hidden dangers were to be investigated nationwide, everyone from the minister to the toilet manager knew that it would not be easy. To what extent would the investigation be carried out? Would a lot of other things be found in the name of nuclear weapons? Everyone had their own agenda and no longer had the enthusiasm to discuss. However, since the president had thrown this question out, they had to answer it. They could not just say that they were not afraid of death. In the end, General Ryan made the decision to conduct a nationwide investigation. Moira certainly would not let go of this opportunity. The military was the hardest hit area. They had the most weapons and were the most dangerous. However, corruption, dereliction of duty, espionage, and cover-up were equally prominent. The previous presidents were like a rubber stamp to the Pentagon. They would select someone from within the military, nominate the president, and approve the Congress. This matter was considered over and did not affect the military at all. This was a good opportunity. Moira directly assigned 5 of his aides to join the investigation and submitted several seemingly simple but actually not simple position amendments to the Congress. For the first time, government personnel officially entered the core leadership of the Pentagon under the pretext of national security. The Congress firmly supported Moira this time. The president had a term of office. Now these rights were in the hands of the president. When they stepped down and became the president, they could enjoy these rights themselves. There was no reason to refuse. Proposal, review, approval, and green light all the way. Faced with the pressure from the White House and Congress at the same time, the military could not resist in an instant and could only let it go. Mixing in sand was only the first step. Moira's combination of punches did not stop. Many officials in the indescribable country were criticized. In fact, it was the same on the other side of the ocean. In order to resist Superman, they could pull together dozens of people to form the so-called Superman Threat and Democratic Development Committee. Now it was even easier. Moira directly pulled a group of people to establish a supervision and review committee with the purpose of investigating hidden dangers and carrying out strict confidential management. All the materials that could be used to make highly dangerous weapons were listed and recorded one by one. Clues were tracked across the country. If the materials were still in their hands, they were checked on the spot. If they were not, who were they sold to and when were they sold? Thea also controlled the global black market to cooperate with the operation. The hidden dangers would not be known if they were not checked, but once they checked, they were shocked. Not to mention the government officials who came with different motives, even the big shots in the military were frightened by the results. It was God's blessing that they were able to survive until today. 15 nuclear bombs had been lost. Now, these nuclear bombs only existed in the registration information and on paper. As for their specific whereabouts, even Thea couldn't find out, let alone them. They had also lost a lot of other destructive bombs, and the materials that could be used to make these bombs were also lost in a frenzy. For a time, even Batman was exhausted from dealing with them. Old Lucius had to deal with all kinds of inspections for a day before he couldn't take it anymore. There were even more shady dealings within the Wayne Group, and they really couldn't withstand the inspections. All Mr. Batman could do was change into a suit and leather shoes while wearing Bruce Wayne's vest to deal with the nationwide investigation. At the same time, he sent Barbara and Nightwing to create a false impression. All sorts of highly dangerous equipment were piled up in the warehouse. They would wait for the inspectors to leave before pulling them away. Mr. Wayne, you've made it a little fake. The data of this experimental plane is not quite the same as what was recorded in the report. Thea was also a major shareholder of Wayne Group. She played football and was a referee. Today, she led the team to investigate the problem. Looking at the Bat fighter that had been completely repainted with a new coat of paint, she almost laughed out loud. The equipment hasn't been used for a long time. It's aging. Batman lied through his teeth. Last night, he had flown the Bat fighter around Gotham. Thea giggled and covered for him, and Wayne Group passed without any mishaps. Inspections like theirs were happening all over the country at the same time. At first, they thought it was a routine inspection that was all talk and no action. But later, someone leaked the news that a nuclear bomb had been 1 second away from exploding, and for a time, everyone was in danger. Amanda and Steve were still very patriotic. They were scolded by the higher-ups one after another, but they were still able to calmly participate in the operation. With the help of special agents, a bunch of scientists working their brains to figure things out, and the Alliance's hired thugs, the nationwide search went smoothly. Many people in laboratories had a large number of necessary materials for the assembly of lethal weapons. In the process, their personal interests would definitely be harmed. Naturally, they organized themselves and shouted, "Private rights are not infringed upon." Thea did not indulge their bad habits. She mobilized the crowd and spread rumors around the laboratories. Something about radiation, cancer, being blown up in the middle of the night, and so on. When they heard that it was so dangerous, the citizens went crazy. The people who shouted that their private rights were not infringed upon were quickly defeated by more ordinary people. As for calling the police, it was not difficult for the police to choose between arresting the 1,000 people or arresting him alone. After a busy week, Thea remembered what she had gained in the antimatter world. She showed the metals she had carefully selected to Diana. One could imagine the sturdiness of the metal that remained after the Big Bang. Diana was worried about her shield being damaged. Now was the time to get a new one. The new shield was named Courage. It was light green and seemed to contain an indescribable weight. Diana told her that when she was forging, she saw that the shield contained a warrior who resisted the anti-watchers to the end. The other party's unyielding perseverance gave the shield a stronger defense. Thea did not comment on this. She felt that the so-called warriors and resistance to the end were all hallucinations created by Diana when the two of them were exchanging pointers. However, she wisely did not point it out. Diana said so, then so be it. The battle on Earth 3 had restored Diana's confidence. With all kinds of rare metals in the antimatter universe, she had rebuilt her equipment. Even if it was not as good as a fantasy weapon like the Holy Sword, it had reached the peak in the material world. The two goddesses had been learning from each other frequently recently. Thea had finally mastered the two emotions of courage and love. The first light ring had also been purified. They all tried it and the results were not too surprising. Diana had a lot of positive emotions. She was like the embodiment of virtue. However, there were not only positive emotions but also negative ones. Anger, greed, fear, and other emotions such as jealousy and hatred were not suitable for her. Diana lacked tolerance, so Thea could only use it for herself. The source of emotions was still in the ring, but the impurities had been removed and it could be worn. At this time, it was shining brightly on Thea's right hand, flashing with a dazzling brilliance. Chapter 993. She still needed to communicate with the ring, so Thea had been wearing the ring for the past few days. Death, soul, wealth, trade, literature, and the emotions in the ring. She now occupied 6 divine positions. Actually, when she was treating Mitrin, she wanted to take the chair of Mobius. The divine position of knowledge was not a bad idea, but Mitrin was alert. At least he knew her, so she hesitated and did not kill him. She did not know if it was possible to accommodate more deity thrones, but both the Heavenly Father and Darkseid had 5 deity thrones. She also felt that with the addition of deity thrones, there was a slight imbalance in the divine power. The Heavenly Father had set a good example for her, and she made the same choice. The divine position of literature was given up, but it was best to keep the goodies within the family, so it was a good opportunity to give it to Diana. Whether it was the Valkyrie's own attainments in Greek aesthetics or her ability to command the bards on the new planet of creation, Diana was the most suitable candidate. Of course, the most important reason was that she was one of them. After receiving the divine position of literature, Diana added a touch of gentleness to her valiance, increasing her charm by a lot. She was now more delicate than before. Diana had a strong personality, so the divine position of literature had little effect on her. It was fortunate that she did not become a literary youth. On Sia's side there was a little bit of trouble. She gave up literature and art and gained emotions, which increased her strength by 20%. Emotions were different from death. They were too active. If left alone they would be like a wild horse, changing every moment. Perhaps one second they would be excited and the next second they would be depressed. Anger could greatly increase one's strength, fear could increase one's speed, and pity could reduce one's opponent's hostility. Any one of these was actually quite good. For example, Diana specialized in courage. She had the ability to challenge those above her level and ignore her own limits. But if all the emotions were mixed together, it would not be so comfortable. It was too messy. Perhaps a large group of people with thousands of personalities would be more suitable for this ring. Thea really felt uncomfortable. She had to rely on death to suppress her emotions every day, or she would immediately become crazy. This origin was not suitable for her, nor was it suitable for intelligent life. It seemed like the Guardian and First Lamp had made a wise choice to wear it as a ring. The source of emotions was too chaotic. Without the support of a great divine power, one could turn crazy at any moment. In the end, Thea did not directly absorb it. She hung it on her ring and used it. If she did not use it, she could just seal it away. There were many emotional weaknesses, but there were also many additional abilities. Focusing on one emotion for a short period of time could increase one's combat strength by 30% or more. With proficiency in switching emotions, you can selectively increase your attributes in battle. When the enemy gets used to your strength and speed, you can suddenly burst forth and decide the outcome of the battle with a single blow. The battle between Darkseid and the Anti-Monitor was a good example. When the difference in strength between the two sides was not too great, the slightest change could affect the outcome of the battle. Now that she had obtained the emotion divinity position and had eliminated all of her counterparts in the multiverse, she was now the only one. The name Thea Quinn now belonged to her, and she didn't know if there would be any benefits in the future. However, her ranking in the Endless family had risen by 3 places, and she was now ranked 17th. This made her look forward to the equation of life even more. She even increased the training for Kyle Rayner's emotional fusion. Unfortunately, the further he progressed, the more difficult it became. Even the super cheater Kyle Rayner found it difficult. His understanding of greed was still not up to par. Now he had only fused 5 emotions. It had been a week since he had made any progress. She had not made any progress with the equation of life. She could not even see the 8 characters. Darkseid was in a similar situation. The treasure was right in front of him, but he could not take it out. Guangdong, his old subordinate, had sneaked back to investigate. The great warlock, Desard, had set up a huge formation to extract the equation of life. Large numbers of slaves and civilians were slaughtered, and the entire planet was filled with cries of agony. From the outside, the entire planet was covered in a bloody light. Darkseid seemed to have gone mad. He sent his subordinates out every day to capture people and throw them into the formation to be killed. He tried to use the power of blood to draw out the equation of life. Unfortunately, the Anti-Monitor's level was too high. Darkseid was unwilling to part with the equation of life, so such a stupid method had little effect. Logically speaking, if he persevered and continued to draw hard day after day, year after year, he would definitely be able to extract the anti-life equation. However, what Darkseid lacked now was time. In less than half a month, Darkseid had already defeated 2 waves of Hell's attacks. The invading demons were not too strong, but they were not weak either. They were all Lord-tier demons. Without Darkseid's help, the Great Plains Wolves and the others were having a hard time holding on. This was obviously Hell's way of testing Darkseid's strength. After Thea and Batman raided Darkseid, the demons of Hell could no longer suppress their desire for the equation of life. They accepted the mission and started raiding Darkseid 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, and so on. An endless stream of demons swarmed Darkseid, but he did not have the time to be angry. He would not give up on the equation of life. He was the evil tyrant, and he was not afraid of anyone. He would fight to his heart's content. By the time Guangdong left Darkseid, they had already defeated the demon army's 3rd attack. Darkseid personally defeated a Lord-tier demon and used his Omega Ray to kill it until only its head was left. As long as the demon was not dead, the will of Hell would not revive it. Darkseid hung the Lord-tier demon's head on the main door of his palace to show off his strength and boost the morale of his subordinates. It did not have much of a deterrent effect. The demons continued to charge forward like a tidal wave, and Darkseid's subordinates regained some confidence. Heaven and the new creator planet were celebrating, and it was as lively as the new year. The righteous faction was more optimistic about the battle between Darkseid and Hell. Keep fighting. Don't stop. The spies planted by the new creator planet on the Apocalypse planet, the fallen angels whose hearts were in Hell but whose hearts were in heaven, had all received instructions from the higher-ups to think of ways to expand the war forever. It turned out that the archangels were not kind people either. The archangels saw that Darkseid was at a loss for what to do with the equation of life and were afraid that he would not be able to persevere. To help him strengthen his conviction, the archangels decided to create some hope for the evil tyrant. They worked together to awaken their boss, the Lord of Heaven, Michael, who was currently immersed in his own world. This son of God, who was as famous as Lucifer, used his high standards to come up with an idea for them before going back to sleep. This method of efficiently absorbing the equation of life had accidentally fallen into Darkseid's hands after 7 or 8 turns. Chapter 994. As one of the most powerful beings in the multiverse, Thea did not fall behind. She could not do anything about the anti-life equation, but she knew the power of death all too well. The Black Runner had Osiris's divine power mixed with time, so it was not a problem for her. She was the absolute authority in the realm of death, and Guangdong had left a way to eliminate the power of death in Darkseid's bedroom. When Darkseid was in trouble, everyone came to his aid. Everyone in the realm of the gods offered their help to Darkseid, whose father was stuck on the wall and did not have a strong backer. Those who had money gave money, and those who had strength gave strength. The scale of the war began to increase, and the apocalypse star attracted the attention of many powerful beings. Even some world lords from the outer realms began to come to the apocalypse star. Thea watched as Darkseid, who had recovered more than half of his power, defeated the King of Tears. The King of Tears was like a cloud of mist. He had a special rule that anyone who saw his face would die. However, he was defeated by Darkseid in the end and fled back to his own world. The King of Tears was definitely not weak. As the overlord of a small world in the outer realms, his body was a cloud of mist that was similar to resentment. He increased his power by absorbing negative emotions and the souls of living beings. After millions of years, his power had increased to a terrifying level. For Thea, Darkseid, and the other new gods, the path ahead was unclear. They did not know whether they would be like Wuxia Khan, who had accumulated top-tier divine positions, or find a new path to take. They did not have a path to take, but they did not have much pressure on their own survival. As long as they did not jump out and seek death, they would have no problem surviving until the day the entire world was destroyed. In terms of the level of the multiverse, the new gods were the ones who weren't at the top but were at the bottom. The King of Tears could not do that. His power had accumulated and there was no good way to evolve. In the end, he would lose his mobility and become a pig waiting to be slaughtered. Or he would hide in his own small world until it exploded. The anti-life equation was an ultimate universal power that attracted him greatly. Even though he knew it was dangerous, he still left his own world and came to snatch it. Unfortunately, Darkseid had recovered more than half of his strength with the help of the enthusiastic crowd. He did not care which corner of the world the King of Tears had jumped out from. He just pinned him to the ground and gave him a good beating. The apocalypse star was in a heated battle. Many planets enslaved by the evil tyrant had sent troops to participate in the battle. Even so, they were barely able to resist the attacks of hell. The great demons all felt that they would be able to break through the apocalypse star with just a little more effort. Then they would obtain the life-reversing equation and become the Lord of Hell, reaching the peak of the demon race. After fighting for half a month, Thea found that the demons were a little tired, so she began to help Hell. The demons' battles were too brainless. It was just a noisy wave of attacks. They lacked the talent to coordinate logistics. Thea sent out Macanthus to help organize the reinforcements. After all, Hell was very vast, and some demons did not know about the good news of the war with the apocalypse star. The succubus queen used scientific methods to organize the troops while drawing in reinforcements to replenish the battlefield's consumption. It's so boring. Watching them fight every day for a long time was tiring. At this moment, the young mistress stretched and yawned as she complained. It was as if God had heard her call. The next moment there was a knock on the door. Diana looked at her pitifully lying on the bed and could only open the door herself. After a while she walked back. Barbara is here. Get up. She had known Batgirl for 10 years and had long been good friends. Now she did not treat her as an outsider. She put on a coat and walked out of the bedroom. Barbara had been entrusted by her to secretly investigate a matter. Today there was finally an answer. In front of outsiders, Thea's appearance was not bad. She was wise, steady, and filled with the elegant charm of a woman. Diana was even more mature and strong. The two goddesses looked at each other from time to time. Even a blind person could see the affection in their eyes. Even though Barbara was also a woman, she felt a little dizzy. Fortunately, her sexual orientation was relatively firm and she would occasionally have a friendly chat with Nightwing. She had not been turned gay by this incredible world. She secretly cursed the two goddesses who were showing off their affection. She deliberately coughed and took out a thick stack of information. There were handwritten, printed, and various photos and copies. This is all I could find in Gotham. Take a look and see if it's of any help. Thea looked down and flipped through it. Diana also picked it up and looked at it carefully. Miss, you're still concerned about this? Diana flipped through it casually. Most of them were legends and stories. Between the lines, there were hopes that humans had for the gods, for a good harvest, and for the tribe to prosper. Diana was a little confused by her lover's actions. They were already gods. Was there a need to look at the records of these primitive humans about the gods? But she knew that Thea must have her own motives. There's a hidden truth about the origin of the current human race. As she spoke, Thea pointed at a rubbing. After the Atlanteans, in the era before the modern humans, there were 3 tribes living in this world. They were the Eagle tribe, the Wolf tribe, and the Bear tribe. But history has changed. Now there are 4 tribes and there's an additional Bat tribe, she said in a low voice. Diana naturally understood such an obvious hint. You mean Bruce? That's right. This time it was Barbara who answered. As the librarian of Gotham's library, her daily job was to go out at night to fight monsters and sleep in the library during the day. After receiving Thea's request, she spent a lot of time in Gotham's library, which could be said to be the place with the most abundant information in the whole of America, to search for the truth. My investigation shows that there were originally 3 tribes. But it seems that a lot of evidence has appeared overnight, showing that there were 4 tribes. My memory is not very clear. Barbara scratched her head. Obviously, this part of her memory had been covered. The reason why she felt that something was wrong was because not much time had passed, and a small part of her old memory still remained. Diana thought about it and did not feel that there was much of a problem. Batman's timeline was messed up by the Omega Ray, and after that, it caused some cosmic tremors. Wasn't this matter already over? That was a very far-reaching matter. Bruce built a tribe in the ancient era, and after he left that point in time, something that should not have happened. Thea finished speaking and took out a picture. It was an ancient mural. In the picture, a golden light cut through the sky and landed on the ground. The incident with Bruce was a coincidence, but in our time, it became inevitable. The history that should have happened took a turn here, and the trajectory of human evolution deviated slightly. Chapter 995. Diana picked up the photo and looked at it twice. As the new god of art, she felt that the mural was quite well drawn. A few simple lines were enough to roughly restore a passing image. A spaceship visited Earth in ancient times. It captured 2 unlucky people, but when it passed through the atmosphere, some of the spaceship's fragments fell to Earth. These metals gave the ancient tribes great power. They disappeared from our history and went to new worlds. After they left, the remaining tribes reproduced and gave birth to our current generation of Earthlings. The Mu continent civilization, followed by the Gendaeans with their special abilities, and the Lemurians with their mind control. There's no problem with these 3 prehistoric civilizations connecting. However, there's a gap between the brave Atlanteans of the 4th civilization and our current generation of Earthlings. The gap is because of this spaceship, she said as she pointed at the photo. Thea sighed. The reality that Batman had changed was only real from her perspective. If the Eagle and Bear tribes hadn't left, history would have changed beyond recognition. You want me to investigate a bat tribe that's a mixture of reality and illusion? Will it have any effect on reality? Barbara asked. As a Batgirl, she preferred enemies that she could see and touch. She had a headache when it came to illusions and reality. I think the Bat tribe is about to return. They represent a dark force that's still accumulating power. Once they're ready, it'll be a disaster for Earth and the universe. It won't take long because they have a beacon in this world. Their eyes have always been here. Barbara furrowed her brows as she thought about this. After half a minute she said, "But Bruce just returned, that's how time works. For us, Bruce has just returned, but if we analyze the timeline, this Bat tribe has been a thing of the past," Diana explained. That's right. Actually, it's not just the Bat tribe that's about to return. I think the Eagle tribe is coming back too. We have the beacon of the Eagle tribe here too. Thea held up a photo. The man and woman in the photo were Prince Khufu and Priestess Chayala. What are you going to do? Diana asked. Thea already had a plan in mind. The world that represents Bat is in chaos. I haven't found the right way. But we can investigate the Eagle world first and see if they are a threat to Earth. In her impression, the Ing world, no, the Eagle world. There were really only 2 or 3 big eagles and small eagles. There were no powerful people. She wanted to observe the composition of that world. In her own world, the Stone Man had already died and life had begun all kinds of evolution. It could barely be considered a small world. How would it develop after that? If possible, he would absorb the world's origin into his own world. Barbara understood this time. He was trying to gain the initiative by striking first. Batgirl feels that this method is better than rummaging through old papers in the library, and she supports it. Thea thought about it and decided that the task was not too dangerous. He might as well pull all the female couplets together. It could be considered a group activity. 3 days later, a group of female heroes gathered in Central City. The reason why they gathered here was because Thea couldn't find the Eagle world. There were many small worlds like this. Some were born naturally and some were created by strong people. Without the coordinates, she couldn't enter. They came to Central City because there was a bug-level teleportation expert here, Shockwave Cisco Ramon. Simple teleportation wasn't difficult. Thea and Raven could do it. Diana could do it with a little effort. But to sense the destination, Cisco's ability was needed. Shockwave's ability to search and open doors was very powerful. It was just that this guy was limited by his physical fitness and hadn't developed it. Since the cutting-edge technology laboratory was blown up by Scarface, this small apartment was now the Lightning Squad's on-site command center. Cisco and Caitlin's boss had run away. Naturally, no one paid them. Ayers was still giving birth in the 30th century. Even if she came back, it would be useless. She had already quit her job. Wally West was unemployed and didn't have much money. As for Bart Allen, he was a proper child labor. No one dared to hire him. Such a large group of people had to rely on Barry's meager salary at the Central City Police Station to survive. It seemed quite miserable. Considering that there were still some battles in the Eagle world, Felicity, who had no combat power, was left on Earth. Batwoman, who had announced her retirement, and the Sea King's friends, Yavala and Cassina, who were living in seclusion, weren't there. The remaining female heroes were all here. Thea, Diana, Supergirl, Batwoman, Catwoman, Green Arrow, Starchaser, Wonder Girl, Black Canary, Zatanna, Blazing Ice, who was about to be turned gay in the International Union, Frost Killer Caitlin, Sea King's wife Mira, Superman's wife Louise, Cassandra, Raven, and the new female Green Lantern Jessica. There were a total of 18 female heroes. There was also Pandora, who had been very close to them and had even experienced many ancient legends. There were also the landmark characters of this operation, Hawkman and Hawkgirl, Kendra Sanders, who were now called Carter Hall. Oh, I'm going to take a stroll on the streets. There seems to be a fire on East Street. This group of people, especially a group of women, made Flash run away immediately. Psyker wanted to leave too. Including Pandora and Hawkgirl, a total of 20 fully armed women were looking at him with swords and shields. What was going on? After so many years of experience, he, who now had a somewhat stable temperament, was instantly stunned. Swoosh. Hawkgirl took out her hammer. This hammer was 2 times smaller than when she was in the Purple Lantern Corps. In the past, it was like smashing a watermelon. Now it could only smash a nail. Psyker was so shocked that he almost jumped up. What was this woman trying to do? Caitlin, Thea, and the others held back their laughter and told him what happened. Ancient civilization. The high-class term instantly attracted Psyker's interest. He really wanted to go and take a look. But there were 20 women and he was a man. It seemed a little strange. Let's go together. There should be many ancient ruins there. Hawkman persuaded him very sincerely. Psyker only then noticed that there was another man with an off-the-charts IQ. He quickly understood what Hawkman was trying to say. This guy also felt that there were too many women and wanted to bring him along as a companion. After thinking for a while, his curiosity about the prehistoric civilization finally overcame his awkwardness. It should be fine if he was thick-skinned. He comforted himself. Thea quickly told him about the mission. Using this metal to find a different dimension? After getting a definite answer, he closed his eyes and began to search. Chapter 996. Psyker looked up and asked Thea with uncertainty, I think there's a piece in Gotham? Needless to say, Milady could guess that Batman must have used some technological method to retrieve a large piece of end metal from Hawkgirl's hammer. She had kept Hawkman's original hammer for herself and left it in the underworld for the Death Storm to study. Thea had originally given the couple a hammer, but it seemed like Batman had taken a lot of it. Hawkman and Hawkgirl could not have used just one hammer. They must have smelted it again and split it into 2 to create this small hammer. It really was a hammer. Thea felt that Psyker had probably seen Batman in the shockwave. She waved her hand to tell him not to worry about these small details and to continue the search. Leaving Earth, the search area increased and his stamina consumption increased. He had to stop and rest from time to time. Thea spun her emotion ring and gave Psyker a lot of emotion of hope. Diana also used some of her god power of perseverance. With the help of their abilities, the search sped up. No. I can sense them, but there seems to be something between them? Psyker said with a frown. There's a barrier? Do they need some blood as a guide? Or do they need something like a password to open the door? Thea tried a few possibilities and flipped through the information in an attempt to find this password. She even took some blood from Hawkgirl's wrist. Unfortunately, it did not work. The big lowly Raven suddenly interrupted. Could it be that they need to open the portal at a special location? Thea felt that what she said made sense. She seemed to be overthinking things. Raven puffed out her tiny chest, looking proud of herself. After thinking about it, Thea felt that it was most likely the case. How high could the ancient tribesmen be in magic? It was most likely a small world created by a few shaman priests from a few tribes working together with some ancient gods. There was a fundamental difference between creating a world and creating one. Creation must be made out of nothing, and the impossible must be made possible. Creating a new world was much simpler. It was similar to the new continent that she had created back then. Starting from the real world, borrowing part of the rules of the real world, and relying on the material world, their entrances and exits would definitely be in a special place. He quickly flipped through the information and found the last place where the 3 tribes disappeared. Peru. He led everyone to a rainforest. The signal is very strong. I think I found it. There's a lot of metal there. After half an hour, Psyker finally had some good news. Thea asked him to open the portal and send his spiritual power into it to investigate. After 2 minutes, she shook her head. That world is already barren. I'm afraid there are no signs of life. The first search ended in failure. After a short break, the second search began. The second time, the target was still not the Eagle world. It seemed to be attacked by the turbulent flow of energy, and it was impossible for any life to survive. When the portal opened for the third time, she tested it and finally smiled. There's life there. Everyone get ready. Let's go. After finding their target, everyone packed up their equipment. Diana took the lead and Thea brought up the rear. Everyone walked into the portal one by one. This was a world with dense vegetation. Towering trees could be seen everywhere. Scattered light shone through the shade of the trees and scattered messily on the ground. The few of them looked into the distance and found that there were rare life forms moving around in the treetops. They had wings on their backs and could fly freely. Wings were not the only reason they could fly. Another reason was that the gravity here was lighter than on Earth. 2/3 of Earth's gravity here. Psyker was just about to express his feelings when Barbara, who was on the other side, checked the various data through her wristwatch. Barbara was using the Bat family's equipment to check this world. Psyker pursed his lips. If he had known, he would have brought some equipment over as well. However, his equipment was not as small and portable as the Bat family's. The space here is not big. It's about the same as Iceland in the real world. Most of the life forms are there. Thea also looked at the entire world and quickly found their target. Following her finger, the heroine saw a huge floating island in the sky above the treetops and between the clouds. Why did they abandon Earth and come here? Supergirl was puzzled. Even a fool could tell that the environment here was not good. The place was small and there were few resources. They gave up the chance to become the overlord of Earth and came here to suffer. Were the ancient Eagle tribe a bunch of idiots? No one could answer this question. Who knew what the tribe leader was thinking back then? Someone's coming. Supergirl, who had been staying on Earth and was looking around happily in a new environment, noticed something unusual. She whispered to the heroines. She did not think that the 2 newcomers would be much of a threat to the heroines. The truth was more or less the same. 2 men with wings on their backs appeared in front of the heroines. Their clothes were very simple and crude. They were muscular and had unknown patterns drawn on their faces. One of them held a spear while the other held a stone axe. The heroines automatically looked at the Eagle hero and Eagle girl. Their appearance was similar to yours. You've arrived at your home. Look, your fellow countrymen are here to pick you up. The 2 men chattered for a while. They also saw the Eagle hero and Eagle girl. Their clothes and weapons were better than theirs. No matter how small the hammer was, it was still a metal hammer, unlike them who were still holding stone weapons. The 2 birdmen looked at each other and turned around to fly up to the floating island. Thea did not stop them. It was an entertainment activity. If the other party came out in full force, she would just kill them all. Unfortunately, the Eagle tribe's birdmen did not come. Instead, a group of uninvited guests came. Roar. The roars of wild beasts spread through the forest. Countless figures appeared in the dense forest. Their eyes were glowing green as they sized up the group of uninvited guests. I feel like they don't have any good intentions. Psyker's combat experience could be counted on one hand. He wanted to show off his manliness in front of the beauties, but he was also a little nervous. Psyker was vexed. If only his good brother, the Flash, had followed him. He could have waved his hand and said, "Barry, go." After that, all the enemies would be defeated. He would not be in such a predicament now. There were only 2 men here, him and the Eagle man. Even if he was not good at fighting, he had to stand in front. Don't be afraid, Psyker. I'll protect you. A scene that made Psyker want to cry happened. He did not get the chance to show off his manliness. Pandora, who was wearing a long purple windbreaker and holding 2 guns, stood in front of him. She aimed the anti-magic bullets at the enemies in the dense forest and was ready to fire. Psyker really wanted to shout, "Sister, you can protect me, but can you not call my name?" Chapter 997. Ignoring Psyker's gloominess, the female hero's gazes only lingered on him for a moment before moving away. This was because the dark figures had walked out of the forest one after another. Their appearance shocked the female heroes. They walked upright with human bodies, but their hands and feet had turned into claws that were characteristic of wild beasts. Their heads, which were supposed to represent intelligent life, were replaced by wolf heads. Their eyes were bloodthirsty and ruthless. They had become a pack of wild beasts dominated by desire. This is probably the wolf tribe, right? Their world has been reduced to ruins, and they could only seek refuge with the eagle tribe. Unfortunately, time has turned them into wild beasts. The hero's analytical skills were not bad. They could come to such a simple conclusion, especially since the goal of this mission was to find these tribes. Most likely. However, their physique is much stronger than humans. Their hunting instincts also make them more ferocious. Everyone be careful. Thea was afraid that the heroines would underestimate the enemy, so she reminded them. A sharp howl sounded from the depths of the forest. The wolf tribe seemed to have received some kind of order. They all got down on all fours and pounced on the heroines. Bang, bang, whoosh. Pandora's pistol and Shadow's arrows were fired at the same time. The rest of the heroines also attacked. Sia saw that everyone's blood was boiling as they went up to fight. Obviously they all enjoyed fighting. It was a bit boring for her to throw out a super AoE instant death spell. After thinking for a while, she also took out her bow and arrow and pretended to shoot. Diana rolled her eyes at her. She suppressed her strength and charged forward with sword and shield in hand. The two of them had the self-awareness, but the rest of the heroines did not. Raven, Cassandra and Supergirl were still young. They were at the age where they liked to show off. They charged into the enemy's formation happily. Dark flame blasted away more than 10 werewolves. Supergirl grabbed one of the unlucky werewolves in her hand and curled it up like she was bowling. She then threw it out with a bang, smashing another group of werewolves along the way. Cassandra searched among the enemies and soon found a tall werewolf who was a head taller and more muscular than the surrounding werewolves. The wolf's skin was grayish-black, and only this werewolf's skin was glowing white, like a leader. Cassandra's eyes were full of fighting spirit. Without saying a word, she swept her leg straight at the werewolf's head. The werewolf raised his arm to block and clawed at Cassandra's heart. The big lowly did a somersault and kicked the werewolf's jaw. One was fast and the other was ruthless. After 7 or 8 moves, there was no clear winner. Barbara had always intended for Cassandra to take over her name and become the new Batgirl. Seeing that she was challenging a strong enemy, she stood at the side worriedly. Blazing Fire Beatrice and Icy Frost Dora, the former best friends, were now developing in the direction of a couple. One of them was fire and the other was ice, and their cooperation could be said to be tacit. It wasn't difficult for the heroines to deal with a group of unarmed werewolves. Having superpowers and not having superpowers were two different concepts. The werewolves' physical enhancements couldn't erase the difference in strength between the two sides. Among all the dazzling skills, there was one person who attracted the most attention. Louise Ryan, or perhaps it should be called Louise Ryan Kent. In Thea's view, Louise had far surpassed her own height in the original spacetime. She had accumulated her potential for a long time and finally had a chance to explode. The blue psychokinesis turned into substance. Flight, telekinesis, invisible force field, telekinesis impact. Other than her lack of combat experience, if Louise could exert all her strength at this time, she wouldn't be much inferior to the 3 super queens on Earth. A group of famous heroines dealing with a group of passers-by was obviously easy. When Cassandra kicked the tall werewolf, the battle came to an end. The werewolf's clothes didn't cover their bodies, and the most important thing was that they stank. Looking at their low intelligence, there was nothing to ask. Thea waved her hand and teleported everyone to the floating island in the distance. If the Eagle world was as big as Iceland, then this floating island was at most the size of a park. Unlike the werewolves who didn't cover their bodies and turned into beasts, there was still a hint of civilization here. There were all kinds of containers, huts that were so crude that even African refugees wouldn't want to live in them. Of course, there were also people. An old winged man looked at the group of heroines who suddenly appeared in front of him in panic. The old winged man mumbled something, but no one understood. Even the eagle men and eagle girls found it familiar, but they still couldn't understand. Thea raised her hand and cast an all-night language that covered the entire eagle world. She had her pride and didn't need to understand the language of these people, as long as they understood her language. As for whether this magic would make the people of the eagle world forget their original language if it existed for too long, she didn't care. The strength of this world wasn't high. Even with the support of N-Metal, they were still a bunch of weaklings. Thea could beat the entire eagle world with just her projection. Now that her real body was here, it was like a god had descended to Earth. The Empress enemy. This time they finally heard what the old winged man said, but his language was very simple. He kept repeating words like Empress and enemy. Who's the Empress he's talking about? Barbara imitated Batman's analysis. Thea smiled and pointed not far away. The answer you want is flying over. Wings that blotted out the sky quickly flew in front of them. There were more than 300 winged people and they were fully armed. The spears, shields, and short swords in their hands were more or less mixed with end metal, but the metal purity here was very low. It looked like their bodies were only slightly taller than modern people. The leader was a female winged person. She wore a golden mask that covered her entire face. Around her neck was a pure gold necklace. She wore a bright red dress and a pair of huge golden wings on her back. As the woman appeared, the winged people around her shouted, "The Empress! The Empress!" The wingless outsiders. Before the Empress could finish her words, she felt a huge pressure on her body. She tried to maintain her body, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't control her body and fell to the ground. When her feet touched the ground, she was a little surprised. How many years had it been? How many years had it been since she used her feet to support her body? It wasn't just her. All the winged people, from the guards to the civilians, landed on the ground without exception. No one was a fool. She naturally understood that this was the doing of these outsiders. The golden mask blocked her vision, but the end metal gave her the ability to see through things. She could see that there was a flow of energy that had pulled her and her clansmen down. "You're too rude," she said through gritted teeth. Chapter 998. Is that so? You're the one who's rude when you're high and mighty, Thea said nonchalantly. How dare you put on airs in front of the goddess of death? You're lucky I didn't make you kneel on the ground. At the same time, Sia was also muttering in her heart. Her goal was to swallow this small world as well as the two previously abandoned worlds, and collect some end metals while she was at it. If the winged ones were like the werewolves, it would be easy to deal with them, but they still had their own consciousness and civilization. It was not appropriate to kill them like wild beasts. Although it was easy to pin a crime on someone, she still needed evidence. Just as she was wondering if she should frame them, Starchaser made a discovery. Over there, that seems to be an ordinary person. They looked in the direction she pointed. Wasn't that right? An unconscious man was locked in an iron cage. He had no wings and most importantly he was wearing a pair of jeans. An Earthling? They had a spatial rift here and could go to Earth to capture humans. The few who were good at spatial magic quickly analyzed this fact. How did this person come here? What are you going to do with him? Thea pointed at the man in the cage and asked the Winged Queen. The Winged Queen sneered in her heart. Do I have to answer just because you asked? Why are the outsiders so naive? You're dreaming. How can I tell you the truth when you're asking me such a straightforward question? However, she was shocked by what she said next. Of course we'll skin and bleed him as a sacrifice to the eagle god. It's a celebration held once every 10 years. It represents our devout faith, she said without hesitation. Such sensational words instantly ignited the heroines. Such an evil act made them all emotional. Supergirl saw Thea nod and rushed out. The Winged Queen was naturally the one who told Thea the truth. Her psychological defense was too weak. She spoke her mind after being provoked a little. This saved them a lot of trouble. Skinning and killing people were evil acts. Moreover, Thea didn't feel anything about the eagle god that she mentioned. It was most likely a god that she made up to satisfy her bloodthirst. After a long time, she even believed that there was such a god waiting for her to sacrifice. The winged ones were more powerful than the werewolves below. Most importantly, they had weapons and could cooperate with each other. Ordinary heroes like Barbara and Black Canary could only fight 5 or 6 of them, and this was because the other party had lost their ability to fly. However, they had many experts on their side. All of them were battle-hardened. On the other hand, the guards had no experience in ground combat. Despite having the advantage in numbers, they were beaten back by the female heroes. Especially after the new female Green Lantern Jessica Cruz joined the battle, the situation began to show signs of collapse. This rookie who obtained Earth's 3rd green light ring had a very serious anxiety disorder. After being chosen by the green light ring, his condition improved slightly, but the effects were not great. It wasn't until Hal Jordan brought her to Diana, and with the help of the god of valor, that the haze in her heart was completely removed. At this time, it was as if she had been washed clean and reborn. The green light ring in her hand glowed with extraordinary brilliance. At Thea's current level of combat, the lantern ring was nothing special. However, it was an invincible existence in a primary or intermediate level battle. The stronger the conviction, the stronger the lantern ring's manifestation. The female Green Lantern almost single-handedly defeated half of the winged guards. The winged queen, who had been maintaining her poise, finally made her move. The golden claw shattered Jessica's manifestation with a single blow. After that, it did not stop and went for the throat of the new Green Lantern. Clang! Her attack was blocked by a small hammer. When the weapons of both sides collided, the queen let out a soft cry of surprise. She first looked at the other party's weapon. The end metal had been integrated into every aspect of their lives. She was all too familiar with this metal. This was a piece of metal that had not been contaminated. In the eyes of the winged queen, the purity of this hammer was not inferior to the last few pieces of pure metal in the tribe. How could an outsider have the metal of her tribe? Supposedly, they had already plundered it clean before they rushed to this world. The winged queen looked at the hawk girl who blocked her attack with doubt. A winged person? A winged person with a metal weapon? Who are you? With Thea's language proficiency, both sides could understand each other's language. The winged queen felt that the other party was strange. The hawk girl and Hawkman also felt the same. After waking up, they thought that only the two of them had wings on their backs in the world. They did not expect that there were so many winged people in the world under their feet. All this showed that they were not alone, and this metal might be able to produce winged people in batches. Hawkman flew to the hawk girl, took off his helmet and asked the winged queen, "Do you know me?" The winged queen felt that he was a little familiar, but her memory was very vague. 4,500 years had passed, and the past had changed. Looking back occasionally was like looking at another life. "No. I don't know you." Memories came flooding in like a tide. The winged queen could no longer control the violence in her heart. She suddenly reached out, and her 5 fingers were like 5 sharp daggers, stabbing straight into Hawkman's chest. She wanted to dig out the enemy's heart. He was giving her a headache. It happened so suddenly. Fortunately, Hawkman had been wearing Horus's wristband and moved faster than all the winged people. At the critical moment, he took a step back and avoided the fate of being cut open. However, the metallized claws still scratched 5 bloody grooves on Hawkman's chest. Hawkman used memory kill and almost killed himself. Thea found it funny. Indeed, not everyone was destined to be the main character. The winged queen attacked with all her might like a madwoman. Her helmet, bracelet and necklace were all made of end metals. The huge increase in attributes allowed her to suppress Hawkman and Hawkgirl alone. Pandora saw that they were in danger and immediately pulled out her gun to help. It was interesting. She knew Hawkman and Hawkgirl. When they were still Egyptian princes and priests, Pandora had been to Cairo. Unfortunately, the conversation back then was not pleasant. Pandora's theory of the 7 deadly sins was regarded as heresy and was directly expelled. Now that they met again in modern society after 4,500 years, they smiled at each other when they talked about the past. She had a good relationship with the two. Seeing that they were no match for the queen, she immediately helped. Pandora pulled out her gun to help. Psyker, who had been protected all this time, also hit the winged queen with shockwaves. 2 close-range fighters and 2 long-range fighters joined forces and barely stopped the winged queen. The rest of the superpowered people, Fire, Ice, Frost Killer, Raven, Zatanna, and Louise, began to pour energy magic on the winged people guards. Thea continued to play with her bow and arrow. Diana was too lazy to fight enemies of this level. She also took out her bow and arrow, shooting at whoever was in danger. Yes, Diana also knew how to shoot. Chapter 999. Their equipment is the extraordinary metal you mentioned? Diana turned to ask Thea after shooting down a winged person guard with an arrow. Yes, the effect is amazing for ordinary people. Speaking of which, your archery skills have regressed. It's a pity that you lost Antiope's teaching. The battle in front of them wasn't that intense, so the young lady went off topic. The Valkyrie's face was a little red. Her archery skills were actually quite good. Even if she suppressed it to the level of an ordinary person, it wouldn't be a problem for her to win the championship in the Olympics. After all, she had trained hard with Antiope when she was young, but it depended on who she was competing with. If she didn't have talent in archery, then she didn't have talent. Unfortunately, the archery talent of the Quinn family had been maxed out. It was an ability that came with their bloodline. Although Sia had been slacking off, her archery skills were still better than hers. You win in archery, let's compete in javelins. The Valkyrie proposed, unwilling to admit defeat. Sure. They put away their bows as if there was no one else around. Diana took out 2 javelins. This was a divine weapon she made in her spare time. It could be thrown out and come back on its own. In addition to this function, it also had some special features such as sharpness, anti-magic, super long range, and double damage to wild beasts. However, these were all supplementary features. At their current level, they weren't worth mentioning. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of the javelins piercing through the air was constantly heard. The two goddesses took down an enemy with each javelin. In terms of skill, Diana was definitely better than Thea. The Assassin League didn't practice javelins at all. When the ninja masters were still hot-blooded youths resisting the Crusades, javelins were no longer used. Not to mention in modern society. Except for professional athletes who would practice javelins. However, the Quinn family's long-range expertise was still useful. Plus, javelins weren't complicated. In the end, it ended in a draw. 1 win and 1 draw. Thea looked at Diana provocatively. She meant, "What do you think? Are you convinced?" Diana gritted her teeth to show that she wasn't convinced. She began to pick from her collection. She had to choose one to compete with and win at least 1 round. Suddenly, she saw something and her eyes lit up. Then she took out 2 strange ropes and each of them took one. "What is this?" Thea looked at it for a long time, but she couldn't tell what kind of weapon it was. It wasn't the lasso that Diana often used, nor was it one of those indescribable props that the two of them used when sparring. Diana snorted. "This is the oldest weapon. I spent a lot of time practicing it." After saying that, she demonstrated it to Thea on the spot. She reached out and brushed the surface of the lasso, and a stone the size of an egg appeared on the lasso. Then she lifted the lasso high above her head and found a target. With a flick of her wrist, the stone flew out with inertia. Bang! A winged person guard was hit in the chest by a stone, and he fainted on the spot as if he had been hit by a truck. "It's a catapult. How about you give it a try?" Diana looked at Thea provocatively. The eldest Miss' expression changed drastically. Stone catapults? This thing had already been withdrawn from the battlefield during the era of the 300 Spartan warriors. Who would use such an obscure weapon? She gave Diana a look that said, "You win this time." She picked up the catapult nervously and imitated her. She found a target, spun 3 or 4 times and threw it out with a whoosh. Unfortunately, the Quinn family's talent didn't work this time. The moment the stone left the lasso, it deviated from its trajectory. Thea watched as it flew further and further away, and finally flew over Supergirl's shoulder. Supergirl pouted and glared at her. Thea smiled apologetically like a Chinook cat. The result of the competition was self-evident. If one didn't spend some time practicing this catapult, they really couldn't play it. 1 win, 1 draw, and 1 loss. In the end, it was a draw. The two goddesses had a lot of fun, and the battle in the Eagle world ended with the heroine's victory. The winged person queen's mask was taken off. After wearing it for a long time, her facial features had regressed. Her eyes were small, her nose was flat, and her skin had a metallic luster. Eagle Man felt that she looked familiar, but Eagle Girl recognized this woman. "Don't you recognize her? She's the previous priestess of Chayala?" Eagle Girl said expressionlessly. Under Hawkman's strange gaze, Hawkgirl continued, "Yes, it's my respected mother." The remaining heroines looked like onlookers, watching the reunion of mother and daughter. The winged person queen was still agitated, but with Thea's help, she quickly calmed down. With her narration, the secret history of mankind was finally unveiled. The winged person queen was Eagle Girl's mother, but their relationship was no different from that of a passerby. Chayala was the special name of their priestess. As long as one became a priestess, they would automatically use this name. Many countries and races in the world had this custom. Its meaning was nothing more than to prove that one was God's messenger, and that one was eternal and indestructible. Originally, Eagle Girl would follow the path of her predecessors and become her priestess. Then, she would choose one of her daughters to inherit the name of Chayala and become the next priestess. However, history changed and an alien spaceship landed on Earth. The alien spaceship did not stay on Earth for too long. They either accidentally or intentionally captured Eagle Man and Eagle Girl. However, the spaceship seemed to have a problem with its piloting system. It liked to crash into planets with its hull. In the end, they crashed on Zamalin, the main planet of the Purple Lantern. Eagle Man and Eagle Girl were inexperienced ancient people. They were thrown on a deserted planet. No matter how much they cried for help, they could not eat metal. The two starved to death. After they died, they became the main energy source of the Purple Lantern because of love until the darkest night came. On Egypt's side, the Eagle tribe had always been hidden among the country's rulers. They realized the powerful effect of metal. Whether it was wings or the strength on their bodies, it made them different from ordinary people. Pharaohs, generals, and powerful people all over the world had their eyes on them. The Eagle tribe did not want to give up the power they had. However, Earth's gravity was too strong. Except for a few leaders, the rest of the tribe could not fly freely with their wings. After a series of experiments such as oracles and blood sacrifices, they left Egypt with all the metal and their people went to Peru and finally entered this world. The Bear tribe and the Wolf tribe had similar experiences. The three parties agreed to enter the small world to live a good life, leaving the bad, natural environment of the earth, which was prone to earthquakes, floods and sandstorms, to the inferior people. Unfortunately, the small world they thought was a paradise became worse and worse because of a large number of people. The Bear tribe was exterminated with the collapse of the world, and a part of the Wolf tribe escaped before the world was destroyed. More than half of them came to the Eagle world and a small group of people went to the more comfortable earth. There were many legends of werewolves in the cultures of various countries. The three major tribes were made and destroyed by metal. Chapter 1000. The end metal gave them a lot of superpowers and a long lifespan, but it also made them unable to leave this metal. Moreover, after a long period of interaction, a slight resonance was formed between humans and the metal. The longer the metal was in contact with humans, the lower the purity of the metal itself. The metal was their life. In order to maintain her ruling position, the queen targeted the Wolf tribe that came to join them. The bloody massacre began. The Wolf tribe was robbed of their remaining metal and eventually became wild beasts. Even so, the consumption of metal was still huge. The Empress had also stolen the metal of her own tribe's civilians. Now she was the only one who still maintained a high battle prowess and a high lifespan of 4,500 years. The rest of the tribe had already reproduced for dozens of generations. They had also set their sights on Earth. Unfortunately, there was no such metal in the real world. They would only weaken themselves if they stayed on Earth. After invading Earth several times, other than leaving some legends of the Harpies, there was no other meaning. Waiting for death was the only thought in the queen's mind. How much do you know about the Bat tribe? Thea had already understood everything about the Eagle world. She finally asked about the original purpose of this operation. At the mention of the Bat tribe, the queen recalled for a while and a trace of fear appeared in her eyes. They are all demons, evil spirits that crawled out from hell. The queen spoke intermittently and used a lot of adjectives. Some of the words were repeated over and over again. They only understood after a long time. The Bat tribe had entered the Iron Age when they were still using bronze weapons. Perhaps Batman's style had influenced them. They liked to move in the middle of the night, wearing black cloaks, and then piercing sharp iron weapons into the hearts of their enemies. They had the most end metal in their hands. Unfortunately, they followed the principle of secrecy and rarely communicated with the other three tribes. After leaving Earth, the two sides did not have any contact. However, the queen felt that most of their people were still on Earth. Thea agreed. Many of the famous assassinations in modern society could be seen. An unknown person killed an important person and changed history according to a certain predetermined trajectory. The assassination of Grand Duke Ferdinand, Ito Hirobumi, Lincoln and Bruce's parents in that small alley. History had been crudely altered, and there was a clue hidden behind the scenes. They were doing everything they could to help Bruce become Batman. As for whether Batman established the Bat tribe first, or whether the tribe entered human society and created Batman through a series of events, who was the beginning and who was the end, it was meaningless in the face of time. The collective activity of the Female Righteous Alliance had ended successfully. They had rescued many Earthlings who had been captured by them, but these winged race prisoners still needed to be dealt with. It was definitely impossible to dig a hole and bury it. It was also not appropriate to let it go so easily. From time to time they would go to Earth to capture a few people and torture them. Their hands were stained with blood. Locking them up in a prison would require an extremely large prison that prohibited superpowers. It would be better to just leave them in the Eagle world with that time cost. As for depriving them of their metals and turning them into ordinary people, that was even more inhumane. Without their metals, more than half of them would die in 3 days. In the end, Louise made a suggestion to freeze them all and wait for humans to research the mysteries of metals. After that, the curse would be lifted and they would be sent to prison to serve their sentences. Thea vetoed this idea as it was too troublesome. She called Superman over and threw these winged race people, who looked very Kryptonian, into the Phantom Zone. Back then, Zod and Fiora had been thrown in there before. There was no concept of time there, and it was a good place for long-term imprisonment. After dealing with the winged race and the werewolves, Thea packed up all the resources of the Eagle world and took them away. The remaining metals had pitifully low purity, and only the few accessories on the Queen were barely acceptable. Looking at the pitiful Eagle hero and Eagle girl, Thea gave them a portion of the high-purity metals and gave some to Barbara for research. Thea did not care if she handed them over to Batman after the event. She kept more than half of the remaining metals for herself. Then, with a wave of her hand, she grabbed the world's origin and poured it into her own small world. She did not let go of the bear world and the wolf world, and each of them extracted a small group of sparkling and dazzling world origin. Among them, the bear world's origin was the smallest, because the world had been destroyed for too long, and the origin was almost exhausted. The wolf world was slightly stronger, but there was a limit to it. The eagle world was the best and the most complete. Perhaps the end metal had been in this world for too long, and the origin was also mixed with a trace of metallic luster. The three groups of origin were all transferred into her own world, and the area of the whole world doubled. Thea just looked at it and did not ask any more questions. At this time, the world was still a small world and had not evolved to the level of a universe. The whole world was still in the accumulation stage. When all the conditions were met, the world would begin to shrink and produce a complete Big Bang, and the world would be officially formed into a universe. The inspection of Earth was still in full swing. Moira introduced some new policies, such as exchanging guns for food. The reason was definitely not to ban guns. The excuse used by the White House was that old guns were easy to misfire, and for the safety of the general public, the old guns and ammunition were recycled. In addition, a new personal file database was also established. All the talents who had been engaged in the nuclear industry, chemistry, polymer, atomic physics, and other cutting-edge industries had to re-establish their files. If they could go to the government every month and do a simple registration work, then they would receive an additional subsidy. This money was jointly funded by several major consortia in the world, such as the Quinn Group and the Wayne Group, to protect talents and prevent them from being hijacked by terrorists. Earth was in full swing to solve the internal problems. On this day, Thea had just returned home when she was shocked by a piece of news and hurriedly transmitted to the Blue Lamp main star. The lamp beasts are missing. This was the news that the saint reported to her. Which lamp beasts are missing? When did this happen? Who did it? The saint felt guilty and stammered for a long time before he explained the whole story. After 3 expeditions to Earth, everything was calm and there was no abnormality. It was not until yesterday that he noticed that the blue lamp energy in his body seemed to have dropped a lot out of thin air. After checking several times, it was not the problem of the ring, and his emotions were not shaken. Then what was the problem? Several people studied for a long time and finally found that the lamp beast that had been staying in the total energy of the lamp ring had disappeared. There were very few people who could communicate with the lamp beast. The total energy was placed there, and no one was bored enough to look inside to see if the lamp beasts were still there. The lamp beasts also did not have the habit of waking up early to check in. They had been missing for a long time, but they really did not know when they disappeared. Chapter 1001. With the intention of helping each other, they informed the yellow and blue lanterns. The blue lanterns were the most sensitive to energy, while the yellow and blue lanterns were much less sensitive. After being alerted by the blue lanterns, they checked their home and found that their lantern beasts were also missing. They then asked the purple lanterns. The purple lanterns' main planet had been destroyed, and their lantern beasts had been placed on the blue lanterns' main planet. The result was self-evident. They were also missing. I remember that Emogu was guarding it, who has the ability to steal the lantern beasts without a trace. Thea was a little surprised. Emogi's mental power was countless times stronger than a human's. Even if she was still young, as a planet with its own consciousness, coupled with the lantern ring, she was quite strong. She could not think of anyone who could do such a thing. Detective Thea had not found the thief, and bad news came one after another. The green lantern ion shark flew away in front of everyone. The orange lantern Laflease was knocked unconscious while writing his Christmas present. When he woke up, he found that the orange lantern beast python had also disappeared. Seeing Thea, Laflease felt as if he had seen his family. Although Thea always yelled at him and ordered him around like a soldier, she had never taken anything from him. Instead, she had given him several containers of treasures. Now that he had been wronged, he could no longer hold back his grief. He did a standard 5-meter sprint, kneeling down and hugging her thigh. Thea moved extremely quickly and sent him flying with a kick. Laflease cried like a teary dog. With snot and tears, he asked Thea to uphold justice for him. The Missy was speechless. When did she become the leader of the 7 lanterns? Why did she not know? She had a vague guess in her heart. It was not until the remnants of the Red Lantern Corps came to the Blue Lantern's main planet that the answer was revealed. Kalana, it's Kalana. I can't be wrong. Atakitas gritted his teeth. He was covered in injuries. His red clothes were not obvious, but if one looked closely, they would find that his blood had completely dyed his clothes red. This long-lived species' injuries were far more serious than they looked. Kalana was also a member of the Little Blue Men. Hundreds of millions of years ago, He had secretly modified the settings of the mechanical hunter without telling his little blue men colleagues, causing the massacre in Sector 666. His original intention was to say that machines were not trustworthy and that only emotions could control emotions. This matter had a far-reaching impact on the universe. Kalana was exiled, the mechanical hunters were all abandoned, the Green Lantern Corps became the new subordinates of the Guardians, and Red Lantern Atakaida's revenge. Until the recent Night of Darkness, everything was related to this massacre. There were only a few black technology experts in the entire DC world. If one were to make a list of them, Batman would be ranked 3rd, Jor-El would be ranked 2nd, and Kalana would be ranked 1st. Furthermore, he was the first person to have ever been able to use technology to create a cosmic probe that traced back to the moment of creation, thus creating a parallel dimension and allowing the universe to evolve into the era of the multiverse. He represented a possibility that technology could also reach the pinnacle. Tracing back to creation was something that the new gods, the Watchers and the Anti-Watchers could not do. However, the real culprit shocked Thea. She looked at Atakaida strangely. Kalana is already dead. If my sources are correct, his body is still on your Red Lantern main planet. She had definitely been on guard against such a black technology expert. Whether it was Haruba's memories, the 4 advisors of the underworld, or Ganthercide, she had inquired about the little blue men, whether they were alive or dead. As Kalana's student, Haruba had a deep impression of his teacher. Among the advisors, Ganther and the others were certain that Kalana was dead, completely dead. Moreover, his body was stolen by Atakaida's, but that was many years ago. In Haruba's memories, Atakaida's had an inexplicable affection for Kalana. He believed that Kalana had made him who he was today. Thea analyzed that it was a bit like Stockholm Syndrome but countless times more severe. Atakaida's would run to Kalana's body to talk to him. The Guardians knew about this. What was the situation now? A guy who had been dead for God knows how long had come back to life? Her expression was a little cold. Atakaida's, don't tell me you're the one who resurrected him? The Red Lantern leader wanted to refute loudly, but when he saw Thea's expression, he knew that she knew him very well. He held back his anger and shook his head. It wasn't me. After looking at him again, Thea finally believed in Atakaida's. Hatred was the root of his power. His feelings for Kalana would not make him give up on his hatred. It was not surprising that he was able to silently obtain the 4 lantern beasts from the blue lamp. Mogo must have thought that Kalana was a guardian and must have watched him swagger away the lantern beasts. But how did this guy come back to life? Thea was a little confused. It was easy to resurrect someone who had just died not long ago. It was understandable that he had some tricks up his sleeve. But this guy had been dead for hundreds of millions of years. His body had been dried and turned into a specimen. How did he come back to life? And why did he steal the lantern beast? The lantern beasts were prepared for Kyle Rayner. She pondered for a few seconds. Countless thoughts collided in her mind. Losing the lantern beasts at this point in time was very fatal. If Kyle did not bring the lantern beasts into the Wall of Origin and recharge the emotional spectrum pool, the current universe would explode into dust due to emotional exhaustion. The scientific name was hard reboot. When Thea thought of this, she began to sweat. As the world's top technologist, she felt that Kalana most likely knew about this as well. So she took drastic measures and stole all the lantern beasts. Fine. Mobilize all forces to find this guy in the universe. The 7 Lantern Corps, her subordinates, the Sharp Insect Tribe, Lady Styx, and the Commerce Alliance were all mobilized at the same time. They had to find this guy as soon as possible. Not long after, Batman's communicator rang. There's a strange guy on Earth. Before Batman could finish, Thea interrupted him. There's a very, very big problem in the universe. I'll leave Earth to you. We'll talk after I'm done here. Okay. Batman hung up. After another 2 minutes, Diana's call also came. You should come over and take a look. This guy is different from the ones I've seen before. The Valkyrie spoke so seriously that Thea finally took it seriously. It wouldn't take much time to go over and take a look. She left the Blue Lantern main planet and returned to Earth. When she entered, she saw that everyone from the Righteous Alliance was there. She looked at Diana, Batman, and the others, waiting for someone to explain to her. What happened? A strange guy? Who was it? What's the matter? If it's not urgent, it's best to put it aside for now. There's a big crisis in the universe. She really didn't want to be involved now. Take a look. There's a strange guy outside the watchtower this morning. He's been observing us. He didn't speak or attack. Diana hurriedly explained to her. In fact, they didn't collect much information. Thea still cared about Diana. The universe crisis was not as important as Diana, at least in her heart. She took a look and looked up at the watchtower space base. What she saw almost made her jaw drop. She saw a guy with a big head, white eyes and a thin neck. He looked like Papa Ma, but he was more than 10 times bigger than Papa Ma. He seemed to sense her gaze and looked at Thea. Of course, Papa Ma wasn't scary. Instead, he looked kind and approachable. This was all nonsense. The key was that Thea knew this guy. If she wasn't wrong, this guy was the Observer of Marvel World. Chapter 1002. The Observer came from the world of Marvel. This memory couldn't be wrong. They were the oldest race in Marvel. Unlike the little blue people in DC who didn't cause trouble every day, they had a promise to only observe and not participate. They were a neutral race to the extreme. But was there really a world of Marvel? Thea was confused. If she thought about it carefully, since there was a world of DC, then it wasn't too far-fetched to have a world of Marvel. Her worldview received 100 points of impact, and she quickly thought about the Observer's intentions for coming here. You know this guy? Is he also a friend of yours from the universe? Superman asked. Thea had a toothache and her mouth tasted bitter. For the first time, she didn't know how to explain this matter. This was a character from outside the world. For Batman and Superman, there was no difference between the Observer, Guardian, and Watcher, but for someone of her level, it was a very serious matter. This meant that a hole had been pierced through the DC world, or else the Observer wouldn't have come here. An hour ago, she still couldn't think of anyone who could do this. Now, there was a 99% chance that it was Kalana. But what was the Observer observing here? Or who was he observing? Thea wanted to go up and ask, but she remembered that the Observer was famous for not talking and only recording. She probably wouldn't be able to get any inside information. Thea's gaze swept across the faces of the Alliance, and after checking twice, she seemed to have found something new. She gently exhaled, ran 2 steps, and pulled out a thin old man from the air beside Batman. Diana pulled out her sword, and Batman was also shocked. How did this guy silently hide beside him? He looked at Thea with a puzzled face, waiting for further explanation. The rest of the Alliance also looked at the old man. He was wearing a golden robe with silver embroidery at the corners. He looked very elegant, but his hair was a little messy, and his temperament was a little slippery. Even though the old man was discovered, he still looked at everyone sneakily. The slippery old man looked at everyone, and finally his eyes fell on Thea. "Little girl, you have good taste." Thea's face drooped as she sized him up from head to toe. His concealment technique was not bad, but there weren't many energy waves. This should be a projection. She asked with certainty, "You are Gao Tianzuan, right? How did you come to our universe?" He had originally wanted to use honorifics, but the old man's temperament was too terrible, making people unable to respect him from the bottom of their heart. She spoke vaguely, connecting everyone to the parallel universe or something. Only Diana had some doubts. Now, the Valkyrie could even fight her own father, Zeus, for hundreds of rounds. She was only one god seed away from the multiverse level. She was no longer ignorant about the multiverse like before. But who was Gao Tianzuan? She didn't remember Thea telling her that there was such a person in the universe, but she was smart enough not to ask. "Ah, you do have good taste, I am Gao Tianzuan." The slippery old man put away his wretched appearance, as if he wanted to puff out his chest and raise his head to make himself look taller, but his acting was a little exaggerated. Thea covered her face. His long life had turned this guy into a clown. The real Gao Tianzuan had immortal life, immune to aging, diseases, and all physical attacks. At the same time, he also had unimaginable recovery abilities. He could also convert his own universal energy into levitation, projection, psychic ability, material reconstruction, time and space jump, and so on. Moreover, he had a powerful resurrection ability, and could resurrect intelligent creatures that died within 30 minutes. Gao Tianzuan was a member of the Universal Presbyterian Church. It could be said that he was a person who couldn't be killed by conventional forces. At first, he was a wise and cold elder. As for how he became this clown today, it could only be said that he was too bored without any enemies for a long time. If he didn't find some entertainment for himself, he would be stupid. Thea didn't know how many times she sighed today. She pointed to Father Ma in the sky. "The Observer outside followed you here, right? By the way, what are you doing here?" Gao Tianzuan's eyes flickered and finally stopped on Thea and Batman. "Which one of you is the ruler of this universe? Or is this a democratic system? Zio? Elder? I do have something to say, but I don't know who to tell." Thea waved at him, indicating that he should talk to her. Gao Tianzuan's vision was still there, and he could see that Batman was extraordinary. Perhaps in his heart, Batman was more important than Diana. This was also the main reason why he had been hiding beside Batman to observe. Thea wasn't ready to reveal the connection. Batman was also stunned. He didn't have as much foresight as Thea, but he was good at observation and thinking. This strange person actually compared him to Thea. It definitely wasn't because of his 127 sets of martial arts. A strong person came to my universe. He appeared 3 days ago and he is an invincible strong person. His name is Kalana. Gao Tianzuan's words shattered the last bit of hope in Thea's heart. The person who caused all this trouble was indeed Kalana. As for how he got to Marvel, it had nothing to do with the Lantern Beast. It was most likely some shocking technological product. Thea frowned deeply. Whether she liked it or not, things were out of her control. This group of people who made technology was too good at causing trouble. Haha. Kalana is on your side, right? Gao Tianzuan clicked his tongue, and a smug expression appeared on his face as if he had finally found the culprit. Thea rubbed her hair, not knowing what to do. Everyone in the Righteous Alliance could see that there was definitely a huge problem here, but the heroes were ignorant and fearless. Batman was still pondering over Gao Tianzuan's words when Superman asked kindly, "What kind of trouble is it?" "We can definitely solve it if we unite." Diana also held her hand, expressing her encouragement. The young lady looked troubled and depressed. Our universe is in big trouble. The danger this time is far greater than the Dark Knight, and it is also greater than the Anti-Watcher. Barry asked, "Is it the Kalana you were talking about just now? Where is this guy from? An alien, an enemy from a parallel universe, or from the future?" Thea said softly, "Kalana is the former guardian of the Green Lantern Corps." Everyone in the Righteous Alliance showed an expression of, "Oh," as expected. Most of the things that happened recently were related to the Green Lantern Corps. Now, the Justice League was about to become the Green Lantern Corps' Aftermath Committee. The Arab Green Lantern Simon Baz and the first female Green Lantern from Earth, Jessica Cruz, were pretending to be invisible. Hal Jordan, the greatest Green Lantern, suddenly became the focus of attention. He was dumbfounded. What Kalana? He had never heard of him.